Alright. What do they have on the screen here? Hold on. 2 p.m. opening ceremony, Carbot animations, World of Warcraft what's next, Diablo what's next, behind the scenes of Overwatch 2, Diablo deep dive. I don't really care for whatever this cartoon thing is, probably, but... Or 28 minutes, my timer is off. Okay, we don't need my timer, actually, because there's a timer here. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Oh. I don't have a Pokemon yet. Alright, where's Bianca? Alright, I don't know where it is. Telling me let's go! In here? It's gotta be here, right? Oh. No, I guess not. That's not it. Okay. Probably not. Yeah. Ah, shut the fuck up! Tell me where the bitch is! Yes, of course I know him. It's me. Ah, who do I choose? Oh, that's a pretty easy choice. The best one, obviously. Alright, let's go. Fight me, bitch. Dio, can you stop? In the way. In the way, pal. Why don't you lie down? Hmm? Good boy. Yeah, let's have a battle already. Oh shit. There we go. Tepig, what a loser. You know that's literally a pig, right? Get fucked, idiot. Stay level 5. I'm level 6, bitch. See you later. Almost level 7, even. Do they have it on Twitch too? Oh, they do! Where should I watch it? Where should I watch it at? So, is there a different place I should watch it? Let's see. World of Warcraft probably has the viewer here. The account is probably online here, maybe? No? Do we watch it here, or do we watch it here? This has more people watching. This has 32,000 people watching, so maybe I just watch this instead of this. Theo, you're so cute. Yeah. I get it. Come on. You don't need to tell me all this. Oh, jeez. What's up with the tutorials? least I get running shoes in the beginning. That's kind of nice. What up, Pigeon? How you doing, my man? Two town maps. Alright, I gotta go learn how to catch a Pokemon. I've never done it before. Ay, ay, ay. Nothing much, just thought you might be streaming Blizz Amir. Yep, it starts in 18 minutes. I got it here in the background. Kinda just chilling, playing some other random shit while I'm trying to wait for the announcement. The only thing is, I'm not sure where to watch it at, right? Like, I could watch it here, or I could watch it here. This one's gaining viewers, it's at 2,000, but this one has like 40,000 people watching. So I'm not sure if I should like watch here with the chat, or I could watch here with Twitch chat. I'm not sure which one's better. Hey, thanks for the potion. Maybe the less people so it's not laggy? Yeah, maybe. I guess the other question is should I watch it like this, right? Or should I just like full screen it probably? Because I could full screen it or theater mode it like this. I do like this music better, I think. Oh, hold on a second. I need to... Let's reopen it. Refresh it here. Full screen better content, so we want it like this. For now, we'll probably just put it on theater mode. Yeah, I like it. It's Queen of Pain from Dota 2. I love her. She's my waifu, my Dota waifu. I guess we could leave the chat like this for a while. And then I'll just keep playing Pokemon. Oh, where's the timer, though? Oh, the timer isn't here, though. I kind of liked having the timer, didn't you? I think the timer was a little bit better. Oh wait, this is a different one. This one's yellow. They got a bunch of different ones. Head to the main channel. Oh, here we go. I think we'll do this one because it has the timer right here. So we can kind of see the 15 minutes while I'm sitting here playing this, I think. Okay. I gotta go learn how to throw a goddamn Pokeball. Oh! Wait! What is this? It started. Water Rings. Unlock 3 classic games. The Lost Vikings. It's a Blizzard ad. Okay, dude. I thought there was something happening. It was just like an advertisement from Blizzard themselves. How dare you, Blizzard? Don't play with my heart like that. Making me think something started early, like some sort of secret Easter egg for being here early. It's just a fucking advertisement. go! It's doing it again! What is going on here? Uh-oh, the Overwatch is offline! I guess it's a good thing I have multiple streams open, huh? Overwatch isn't even online right now. Oh, now it is. I need to make sure to have multiple streams open just in case I miss something. Oh wait, here's Blizzard special events. Alright, this is the Twitch channel that we'll be checking out then. $13. Does this one have the timer as well? Only here for the Overwatch? Well, don't worry. They're definitely... I could safely say they will have not only a new Overwatch cinematic for Overwatch 2, most likely they will also have something for a new hero for Overwatch 1, which will probably be like on the PTR. I imagine playable like almost soon for everybody. That's how I imagine it going down. That's how I imagine it. Alright. Back to my Pokemon game. I can safely say, I'm pretty confident. I will say with 99% accuracy, I think that there will be at least one new Overwatch hero from BlizzCon. And then of course some sort of cinematic with that hero. Did that bitch want me to go? Yes. I thought it would be a Pokemon fight. Oh, somebody here. Who's this dude? If I had to guess, I think they're gonna start the conference off with the Burning Crusade Classic. On Twitter, it said that there isn't a new hero, but there will be an Overwatch 2. I mean, Overwatch 2 and Overwatch 1 are basically the same thing, because if you own Overwatch 1, then you can play multiplayer with everybody on Overwatch 2. Alright? So everything added to Overwatch 1, like, multiplayer is essentially in Overwatch 2 and vice versa. Stop by the Pokemon Center first. I didn't do anything. But I have, like, no, my guy's good. It's gonna be like Call of Duty. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about Call of Duty. But Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2 are both going to have the same multiplayer. You don't need to buy Overwatch 2 to play multiplayer. You could keep playing Overwatch 1 and you'll still have the ability to play Overwatch 2. If I had to guess, I don't think Overwatch 2 will go free to play, but... Whoa. What's this? This is something, isn't it? What is this? What the hell is this? What the fuck?
This is Christian Nern.
What the fuck is this? It's just Hodor. That's Hodor from Game of Thrones. We're just gonna watch Hodor do fucking DJ? That was scary. I was like, what the hell is going on? I guess we're just vibing. Vibing. Vibe time. Everybody's partying, Pepe Jam. Well, this is better than just sitting here waiting at an empty screen, I suppose. Okay. He's just jamming out. He's a DJ DJing. I don't know. That's it. Guess I'll just play more Pokemon. Hold on, I want to capture this one. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna capture this purloin. Okay, maybe I won't. You're level 4. This Pokeball should work. The odds should be with me, not against me here. There we go. It's a dark type. Alright, see, is there any other Pokemon to catch here? A Pat Rat. Well, I fucking killed it, but I learned Vine Whip, that's cool. See if I can capture this one. Hey, got him! I'll probably never use you. I don't even know if I'll use the cat, to be honest. Let's go heal him up, I guess. How do I save on this? Does this work if I try to save it? You playing a game too? What game you playing? Do I have to file and then save state? Okay, I guess I saved it. What am I supposed to do here? I forget. I'm supposed to talk to that red-haired guy. Let's go up here. Ah, there he is. Shall we start training? Voxel Rebound. It's a Chrome extension. Oh, I've never heard it. Never played that before. Go to Route 20. Okay. Is that it? What do you want? Okay. Alright, he just wants me to keep going this way, I guess. These trainers? Oh, here we go. First battle. What you doing, Dio? I'm gonna take you out, punk! Go pew pew. That's a good idea. 3 minutes left. I should probably go pee. Alright, I'll probably go pee here. That's probably a good idea. File. Save state. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna go pee quickly. Almost here! It's almost time, brother! It's almost time, brother! What the fuck is this? I don't know, dude. We got 30 seconds before it starts. Cloud 2, do you want to join me in Discord and watch in Discord together, or are you just gonna watch? Here. This will change everything! I'll join Discord if you want. To talk. You just watch here? Oh, okay. I'll just leave Discord then. Fuck it. Let's go, boys!
That feeling of just knowing a game is right for you when you first lay eyes on it.
I don't know
is
who
such a
this
great
is.
feeling.
The thing that happens is you
I don't know
start
who
to
this
feel
is.
The excitement just build up.
I'm thinking about it.
I know who
all
that
the
is.
time, even in my sleep.
Incluso a veces por una misma comunidad.
I have
Te llegas
no
a
idea
enamorar
who that is.
bastantísimo.
I play video games because I love stories.
Experiencing worlds that you can't experience as yourself.
Diablo Immortal 2!
It's fiction, but it's not. And come home, log onto your PC, and disappear into a different world.
I am a part of something bigger, a part of something beautiful.
As an autistic person, video games give me a place where I could be in a world that
Heroes of the Storm 2!
I will tell you that all of my family play video games.
Me and my brothers, we would
Overwatch 3!
저는 제 와이프랑 게임을 가장 많이 해요.
I'm really enjoying playing.
I don't know who these people are.
My children.
My little sister. That
I can hide the chat,
connection
sure.
between video games, allowing us to converse with each other, added a lot to our relationship.
Games like the World of Warcraft let me meet people that I probably never would have.
I can honestly say
I don't know who you are.
Best friends through playing games.
we have this connection.
I've
that
recognized
allows
one
us
person, and that was
to share our
Criparian.
joys, to share our achievements, to share our growth together.
Every time I'm able
Are they
to
all
achieve something,
streamers?
I'm able to make myself
Is that who
proud.
all these people are?
Heroic Black Hand back in Warlords of Draenor was one of my favorite
Warlords of
I managed
Draenor.
to find that one hidden pylon with my one mutalisk.
We beat hardcore Inferno Diablo.
Yeah, I'm getting. I heard that. That was Crip. I knew who Crip is.
They had someone say, "Oh,
I recognize that. That was Criparian's voice.
So I was able to.
Yeah, I have no idea who these
play
people
this
are.
Warlock as a little gnome holy priest, freaking out and screaming the whole time.
Adrenaline through my body was going crazy.
Pela caminhada ter sido tão prazerosa.
These are literal
pela
who's.
conquista ter vindo.
Except for Crip. I know who Crip is.
Caramba, a gente conseguiu algo incrível aqui.
I killed the Lich King! I killed the Lich King!
I'm imagining that all these content creators are probably foreign because they're all speaking a lot of different languages, so they're probably popular in whatever
And a
country.
lovely little mage came up and said, "Would you like a hand?" They helped me for the rest of the day.
I'm gonna evolve into SJW after evolving.
Those video games filled a void. They filled the friendships that I
That's
didn't
not
have.
even your final
There isn't
form.
A huge LGBTQIA+ community in my city. So when I was able to play a video game, I was able to start talking with people who didn't really care that I was a gay male.
But video games.
I just don't care about you in general. I don't know who you are.
My dad was.
Oh, I know who he is. He's Overwatch guy. Car something? Kark?
Escape from that sort of
He's Kark.
reality. Everything happens for a reason. And
I
I'm
know
just
who
glad
he
video
is.
games are there for me.
I'll never stop.
He's an
playing
Overwatch
video games.
YouTuber.
No way.
It started,
Imagine
Pigeon.
myself
It started.
One day being an 80-year-old grandpa gamer.
Playing video games has shaped
Grandpa
me.
Gamer,
I
that
don't
was
think
Crip.
would be who I am today.
My passion, my interest, my
Car Q.
excitement.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know him.
Opened for me
He has
the
some good
world.
Overwatch
And because
videos.
of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
World of Warcraft Mobile! Woo! We have phones! We have phones! Zero cringe. Thank you for cringing with us. Thank you for our biggest April Fool's joke yet.
Welcome to Blizzcon Live,
Eh,
a celebration of 30
I miss
years
Mike
of
Morheim.
Blizzard communities,
I miss Chris
30 years
Metzen.
of Blizzard games.
At least we still have
30
Papa Jeff.
years is so many years.
At least there's
And
Papa
last
Jeff.
year
This is not
maybe
Jeff,
felt like one of the
unfortunately. This
longest of
is
all.
Jeff is the vice
throughout the
president,
years
but
of Blizzard
this is the
Entertainment,
president.
From 1991 to
This is the
today,
think you do
many
guy.
of us can associate certain
What a
games
blunder.
with milestones in our lives. Maybe
Yeah, I want to
you
get
were
to
a
the main
little kid
event already,
the
boys.
first
Come
time
on.
you played the Lost Vikings.
He has the same
Or
name as you,
in
really?
high school when you first played a Diablo game.
That's pretty
Or
funny.
maybe you met your partner while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video
I
games.
did meet my partner playing
They
World of
give us
Warcraft.
experiences
Unfortunately,
that are relevant
it ended
to
up
the
being a
times in
guy
our lives,
pretending to be a female blood elf, so
that we carry forward
never
with
again.
us. Games are here for us during good times, and they're here for
Jeff
us
Allen is your
even
name.
when we feel alone or maybe uncertain.
He stole your
Games
identity.
Are coming home,
And
familiar,
get
comfortable,
fucked.
with a connection and a sense of belonging.
Oh yeah,
And while
Moonguard
many of us
RP,
spent
let's
most
go.
of
I'll meet you in
2020
Goldshire.
in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away. Be
Chemical
free from
Compound is
outside
out
concerns,
here saying you think you do, but you don't.
even if just for a little while. So, this is pretty weird.
Yeah.
Usually, when we start BlizzCon, the opening call
Can we skip
is
forward?
my favorite
Unfortunately, no.
Warcraft faction, the Alliance,
Boo.
or my favorite faction, the Horde. I
Yeah. Horde.
Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in person at the Anaheim Convention Center, and
I've been
millions
there.
of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate.
Lucky they don't have an audience to boo.
But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons.
Been there in your dreams. BlizzCon was definitely one of those things I wanted to do ever since I was younger. I'm glad to say that I've been able
being
to
apart
be there.
doesn't
You'll be
stop
able to
us
go in the
from
future
moving
too.
forward.
Just like E3.
It doesn't
E3 is
stop
something I've
us
always wanted to go
from
to. I've been there and
with
it's
our
really
player
fun.
friends around the world.
Best part about E3 are all the
Diving in
porn games you get
as
to try out.
warriors and heroes.
They don't tell you about that at
and
E3.
checking on each
It's a
other's
lot
lives.
of porn there.
It doesn't stop us.
And it's virtual
from
reality
sharing
too,
the
which makes it
latest
great.
Epic gaming story. We're celebrating.
The only reason I would even want virtual reality would be to play those games, to be
Games
honest.
Continue to unite us. Now, to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home. There are thousands of people, all needing to work together in creating our universes, games, and experiences. Never has it felt more true.
I just realized
that
there's
it takes a
Deathwing in the
Blizzard
background. I don't know how I
to
didn't
make a
notice
Blizzard game.
Deathwing.
And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating at Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you,
2014 was also part of the audience
We
yelling for the
create these
Horde. It's
games
used in the Warcraft
and
movie.
pour
That's great.
all of our energy and heart into them.
What
But
if they
it is
announced
you,
a World of
the Blizzard
Warcraft
community,
movie sequel?
that
That would be
brings them to life.
unexpected.
And that's why BlizzCon Line is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS,
This needs some peanut
tanks,
butter to spread on the dry bread. Yeah, there's a lot of dry bread here.
Zerg, Terran, Protoss,
We'll get to it eventually, I suppose.
Shimada, the heroes of Sanctuary
Who the fuck was
and
that?
of the Storm. These next few days are for you, our Blizzard community.
Hey, that was me down there.
For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both
TBC?
Shadowlands
TBC?
and Classic.
Yeah, TBC.
I'm sure you're all burning and
Yeah, burning! You know what's up!
Hearthstone is getting back to its roots in a major way. We can't wait to show you how.
Hearthstone, huh? That's a name I haven't heard of in a long
We
time.
also have news for our Diablo community. Some of
Diablo.
you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really enjoyed seeing players
Diablo
embrace
Immortal.
the multiplayer aspect of meeting in town. We can't wait for more of you to get your hands on it.
How about Diablo 3? Or 4?
Only the beginning of the year, and already there is so much to look forward to.
Diablo 4
Even
was
though
looking
we
cool.
can't yet
I don't
be
think
together
anybody
in
gives a shit about Diablo
Overwatch League
Immortal, though.
We'll be kicking things off in spring.
Overwatch
And
League.
we'll be watching closely to see if
Hero
the San
request,
Francisco
yeah.
Shock can continue their championship run. World of Warcraft
Yeah, the
esports
Diablo
are back
Immortal demo, when we
with
went
the
there,
Arena
there was
World
like
Championship
nobody
and
there.
Mythic
It
Dungeon
was
International
hilarious.
already in full
That's
swing in
that's
Shadowlands.
that's good. That's the stuff you like.
StarCraft
when the
2
fans
and
recognize
Warcraft
it like
3
that, you know what I
esports
mean?
Are going strong with our friends at the ESL Pro Tour. And
StarCraft
qualifiers
fans.
are already
Who
underway
has it worse,
for the first
StarCraft or
online
Diablo
stop
Immortal?
of the 2021
Like StarCraft, I feel
Hearthstone
is just
Masters Tour,
completely
with the first event
just
taking
forgotten
place
about.
next month.
Like StarCraft, I feel like has gotten the
But-
cold shoulder.
Before we get too far ahead,
I think Diablo has it
let's
worse.
take a look one last time. Twin times were a little simpler. In the early 1990s,
At least StarCraft
the
2 is a
internet
good
was
game.
baby.
Yeah.
CD
But don't you feel
sales
bad for
finally
StarCraft
eclipsed
people
cassette
not getting any content
cassette
for
tape
God knows
that's
how
a
long?
rectangle piece of plastic, and there's a tape inside, and music would get recorded on, and sometimes you needed a pencil.
What are you going on
to
about,
wind it,
dude?
make it tight. I know, it sounds crazy.
Yeah, it does
We were
sound
all
crazy.
playing video games on Super Nintendo,
Overwatch? I
Sega
feel bad
Genesis,
for Overwatch.
DOS, or Mac PCs.
Sega Genesis, I
Personally,
play.
was
I
a
have that.
master
I have one.
of Config sys and auto exec bat. So many simple things in simple times.
I'd rather them not announce a new
If
Diablo
only
rather
we could
than
relive.
Diablo Immortal. We're going back to Lost Vikings era.
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin. Holy Toledo!
I mean, this is kind of cool.
Collection.
I mean, I can safely say I haven't really played these games, so it's kind of cool that they did this, but I don't think I would buy it unless it's really cheap. I don't think there's a reason to buy these 3 games, though. Probably emulate them, I guess. Imagine sitting in the arena. Yeah, I know. Me and Cody were there for that announcement. Travis looked like he was about to tear up and cry, dude. Felt bad for him. Is it really hard to emulate these games? I mean, it's cool. Oh, that's cool, I guess. It better be really cheap, because I don't see myself playing
The Blizzard
like 10
Arcade
bucks for that,
Collection,
maybe even.
featuring the Lost Vikings.
That's gotta be
Rock and Roll
super
Racing,
cheap.
And Blackthorn.
Super cheap.
These are ports of the games, just as you remember them.
By the porn games?
Allowing
Oh
you
yeah.
to relive the original experience of all 3 titles in 13 different languages.
Oh really? You tried?
With a couple of quality of life upgrades. As an example, we include very modern, cutting-edge functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s, both saving and loading of games. And for those of you who purchased
cool, I guess.
any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade Collection on PC today. Now, you ready to hear about some other video games?
Yeah.
Let's hear what's next.
I have no idea how expensive that is, but alright, World of Warcraft, let's go! Shadowlands probably first. New patch.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. No matter where you are, World of Warcraft unites
The new
us
patch got leaked. I think I saw some of it. I think I saw something about flying
or another part of the Blizzard universe
being leaked
I'm glad you could make it.
or something.
Because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you. But first, let's
Lich
start with
King
some Covenant
Anduin.
Pride.
Ooh. That real?
Tyrion, take flight. Night Fae, let the hunt begin.
Boo.
Necrolords, to war.
Necrolords are alright.
Let's party.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Vinithir for the
world
fucking
has
win.
thrown a lot at us since the last BlizzCon.
Vinithir
And the thing
tight.
that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year and Blizzard celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most
Nope,
dedicated,
keep going. We don't need to do a second
friendly
take. It's fine.
communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic, we fought an endless
Yes.
battle for South Shore and Torren Mill.
Yes, we
banded
did.
together
I was
to open
there.
The gates of Ankara
I was there.
and joined forces to take down.
I was there.
In his floating citadel. Up
Yeah, boy.
In Shadowlands, we
Uh-huh.
helped our covenant recover from the anima drought, brought
Yep.
on by Sire Denathrius,
Yep.
master of the Vinthier and traitor to
Yeah.
the pantheon of
Yeah, he's a
death.
bad dude.
We survived the halls of Torghast and
Mhm.
crafted legendary gear in our efforts to expel
Well, some of us did, not Clad
from
to.
his castle lair.
Nice legendaries clad.
Innocent souls are still wrongfully being sent to the Maw. They
Mhm.
face an eternity of torment, and heroes like Anduin remain chained in its
Lich
depths.
King Anduin would actually be
The
pretty cool.
jailer continues to grow in
Torghast,
power,
Torghast was
preparing to
fine
break
at the
free
beginning.
from
The
the
problem
Maw
was
and
that I had to
complete
keep
his
doing it
plan
over
to
and over, and it got a little
the
too
entire
much.
Warcraft universe.
Oh, is this a link?
And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time.
That looks
Today,
cool as shit.
We're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands.
Major content update.
Chains of Domination.
Cool. Is there a trailer? Ooh!
Look around you! What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause.
Oh, there's the sword!
Or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Oh man, Sylvanas is so fucking.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could.
My Archon, a living soul, seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king.
A king.
By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice.
On Anduin? Uther?
One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach.
Poor Uther. Such a whiny bitch.
Step forward.
Well, maybe he'll finally grow a pair.
My Ascended have spoken of you. The king, held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me.
Wait,
Was sought to bind your own brother.
Oh, Jailer has his body. And they're related. Or is it Arthas? Or is it... But who's in control of his Anduin's body? Is it the Jailer? I mean, Anduin does kind of look like Arthas. Man, he fucking murdered her.
The vessel performed its part.
So it is the Jailer.
3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
The hell was that up there? He was the one who originally made Frostmourne and Arthas. He didn't? Well, which is it? That's pretty cool. You want to kill Anduin? Nothing wrong with that if he's evil now.
I know you probably have a lot of questions about what you just saw. and what it means for the next stage of your Shadowlands journey.
She's going to go good, and then he turned back good. I feel like Sylvanas is doing something more than.
Please check out the World
Sylvanas seems like she's playing the long con.
Next, I'm excited to share our upcoming World of Warcraft charity pet program. We've heard a lot from our
I feel like
community
Sylvanas
about how much
is
they love
plotting
these
some
pets
stuff
and the
here.
opportunity to give to a good cause.
She's not just a
Along
lackey.
with
She's
ideas to make the program
doing some
even
shit.
better. So during this upcoming campaign,
At least it's for charity, I
you'll be able to
suppose.
donate
You know.
whatever amount you wish to directly support.
They fucked up if they made Sylvanas true. Yeah, I don't think they made Sylvanas true evil. I feel like she's playing some sort of long con here.
As a thank you.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do Sylvanas just like they
And to
did.
make this a fun challenge, if we reach a stretch goal,
What's his face in Miss
everyone gets
Pandaria?
a second pet too.
Hellscream guy.
And here they
Hellscream
are.
son.
The first pet is
monkey.
bananas. Literally.
Monkey.
He was originally available to a select few back in Burning Crusade.
Monkey.
So we're excited to give everyone a chance to adopt him. And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get Daisy the Sloth. She's an
Okay.
all-new pet who'll hang around your neck.
That's kind of
when you need
that's
a hug.
okay. That's
Your
cute.
donations
Okay,
during
I
this
get it.
campaign
It's
will
cute.
go to support the
It's
medical
cute and it's for
humanitarian
charity. That's
organization,
good.
Doctors Without
You can't really complain if
Also
it's for
known by their
charity.
French name, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF.
The monkey's kind of ugly though. I'll
They're
be
an amazing
honest.
group doing important work around
The monkey is not very
We're grateful
very
to have
adorable.
such
He could be cuter.
and
The
we
monkey
hope
could
you'll
be
help
cuter.
support
I do like the monkey, but the monkey could be
We'll
cuter.
be sharing the details about the charity pet program on the World of Warcraft website soon.
Yeah, that's good. It's cool.
So we
Good for
talked
charity.
quite a bit about Shadowlands. Classic players.
Yes!
Now it's your turn.
Yes!
It's my pleasure to hand off to my teammate.
Let's go, boys!
Kelly Longdale. She's a longtime WoW player,
Uh-huh.
veteran MMO developer,
Yep,
and she's going to tell us what's in store for WoW Classic.
Let's fucking go! Woo!
Hi, everybody.
And they sold pets to pay for the winners. I don't remember that actually. I don't know what that is. Any winners, 1K each.
Like WoW,
I'm
have been a
unfamiliar
huge
with
part
that.
of our lives for decades now. As a
Was that a
dedicated
tournament?
MMO fan and a developer myself, I remember hearing that Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO.
Mhm.
And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW, but really, wow.
Wow,
I
indeed.
could not believe I got bit by the MMO bug again.
That's kind of
I
cool.
was so excited to be able to make a night elf hunter.
It's cool.
And be like that famous dark elf ranger from the books that I loved.
Mm-hmm. What
I
Dark
have to
Ranger
tell
is
you,
that?
Azeroth was, and still is,
What book?
a place I love to live. Since last year, I've had the great honor to work alongside the WoW Classic team
Yes.
to bring these nostalgic experiences
Mhm.
back to life for longtime fans
You did a good
and
job.
a whole new generation of players.
Thank you for that.
As a fan myself, I've had so much fun in WoW.
Me too.
From the simple things like drive-by buffing or
Mhm.
making friends on that long haul from Teldrassil to Ironforge.
I
all
can't
the
speak
way
from
to the
experience on the Alliance
absolutely
side of
staggering,
things.
Like when I
Sold
jumped
pets
blindly
for the
through
Mythic
Dark Portal
Dungeon.
and was running through Hellfire Peninsula.
Cedrus, so winner got
Heard
1K and
this
loses got
terrifying
20, 40
noise,
bucks. That
and then
sucks.
saw
Oh, Fell Reaver!
Biggest roam
Oh my
I
god,
had
Fell Reaver. You remember that motherfucker?
glad
Just
I had
rolling
people
on
do
up
that
while you're trying to kill some fucking shit in Hellfire Peninsula.
stories and
Fucking kill your
experiences
ass.
we all share. Keep us coming back. time
Fell
after
Reaver was
time.
so cool, dude.
With that said,
Yeah,
I'm super
that shit was
excited to be able to
scary as
share
fuck.
with you where our adventures are taking us
TBC.
next.
TBC. Let's go! Let's fucking go! Oh. 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 Oh.
You dare
Oh.
enter my realm.
I do, Illidan, I do. Let's go! Dun 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 Oh, Zanger Marsh is such a banger. I love Zanger Marsh. And Agrand is so good. Gruul. Phil Reamer. Draenei. Yeah. Shaman. Blood Elf. Baby. Paladin. Let's go. Tempest Keep. Tempest Keep. Let's fucking go, dude. Gruul. Oh, Karazhan. Karazhan is such a good raid. Mechtherodon's Lair. Yep. Serpentine Cavern. Yep. Serpentine Cavern. Kale. Let's go. You are not prepared. That's Liam O'Brien right there from Critical Role. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. I used to sneak in and play it light sound all the way down. I could wake your parents up. Yeah, dude, TBC had all of the best stuff in it, dude. It's such a good expansion.
Memories, right?
So many good memories of that.
Exploring the fungal forests of Zanger Marsh, or
Zanger Marsh was one of the comfiest zones, and also really cool entrance to the raid and dungeons at SSC. The one time when my underwater breathing as a warlock was actually useful. You could gank people at the underwater portal too. It's fun as fuck.
Gathering all your friends to fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple.
Black
Temple. I can't wait to relive it all with you. Since the team first set out on their own quest to bring the original WoW back to life, we have learned a ton about what players are expecting from this kind of experience.
Nerf leatherworking.
We've also learned
that's all I care about,
when
really.
to keep things just as they were, and where.
Ah, no. Oh, you goddamn bitch.
Might be
okay,
open
we're
to
good.
some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning.
Some
Crusade
changes are fine.
with our primary
Nerf
goal
leatherworking.
to bring back
Make
the
drums
same
use
feeling you
exhaustion.
had when you faced the
That's what we
Felringer
need.
for the first time, or when you were digging through piles of Fellhound poop.
I remember that.
Of course, we can't get this right without you, our incredible community.
Better not be
Soon,
LFG.
you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts.
You can have that in the Wrath of the Lich King classic.
Later, all WoW Classic players are going to be presented with a meaningful choice for each one of your beloved characters.
Interesting.
Do you want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic? Or
I do.
do you want to stay in the original Classic era forever?
I would like to do both.
Whatever you decide, you can do it.
Can I only
all
do
with
one?
your one WoW subscription.
Can I only do
Now,
one?
I know I've thrown a lot at you, but don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today.
I'm gonna have to watch the goddamn panel.
We'll make sure you are prepared. And
So,
now we're going to hear what's
obviously, I
coming
want
up
to
in
move on to
Hearthstone.
TBC, but the question is, can I do both, or am I only able to choose one or the other? I guess we have to watch the fucking panel, don't we? We have to watch the panel. So
we're truly excited to share with you.
if the leak was true about the press kit images, then it means that there should be fresh classic servers.
We added our first new
You have a meaningful choice. Yeah, that's a good point. I have to choose one or the other. Then that's true. That definitely implies that I have to choose one. Actually, I'm gonna have to choose TBC.
And with our third expansion of the year,
I think most people will choose TBC.
Update ever, alongside the menacing old gods in madness.
A fresh TBC, yeah, they're gonna make a fresh classic server, but I don't know if they're gonna do a fresh TBC server unless they announce it at the panel.
Significant overhaul to the reward.
Level a new lock and have it ready. I think if I were to level anything, I would. God, because I want to level a Blood Elf Paladin. But...
Welcome to the year of the Griffin.
Yeah, you want to make a B Elf Pally level 1 with the sweaty 60s? Sound fun? Well, if it makes you feel any better, I will more than make a Blood Elf Pally with you.
Fun, new experiences, and make sure that the tens of
I think a lot of people are gonna start at level 1 as a Blood Elf Paladin.
First up, we'll be giving the standard format.
Well, here's the question, Clad. Are they going to release a patch update before TBC, just like with every expansion, they have a patch where you can do content before the new content comes out. For example, you're able to start and make a Blood Elf Paladin, level it up before the TBC portal is released. Because that's happened with other expansions, with new races where you could do that. I don't know if they would do that, but
feel more up to date.
It's possible that they release a content patch, but don't make the portal.
Ysera the Dreamer.
You know what I mean? Like, they'll release all of the new talents, and they'll release all of the new zones, but they won't release TBC portal and content there. But you can mess around with the new talents, you can mess around with jewel crafting before TBC Gate is released. They'll probably have a patch like that. So that's what I imagine that they will do.
Everyone's favorite Black Dragon.
Deathwing!
He's still as destructive as ever, but timed correctly, he won't leave you.
They do that. I think that's the most likely thing, right? Because every single time a new expansion comes out, they'll always have an update where, like, the new spells and talents are out. And you'll be able to mess around with stuff. You just won't be able to go into the new zones. But Blood Elves should be accessible.
So, if you want to
pre-patch event. That's what I'm talking about, pre-patch event. I imagine there will be a TBC pre-patch event.
Now,
maybe.
Let's take a look to the future.
It's going to take a lot longer to level 60. Well, not if the Frost Mages are there selling boosting services, it won't. You can do a ZG boost and get level 60 from 50 in less than a day. You can get 10 levels, 50 to 60, with ZG boosts alone. You just need the gold for it. Or get a mage of your own who can do the boosting for free. My mage is only 51 though, sir. My mage is only 51. I do have a mage, but it's only 51. Your mage is way better off than mine. Well, let's all level Blood Elf Paladins together. No matter what's happening, I'm leveling a Blood Elf Paladin. We have to level one together. We have to level Blood Elf Paladins together. No matter what. I do have time. I can level my mage up. It's true. That's true. I mean, I can be fully geared from like one ZG run on my mage. You literally just need to do ZG and you'll have good gear. ZG gear is easy to get, extremely quick to run, and better than like Blackwing Lair loot. Some of it is. Not all of it, but a lot of it is.
Starting with one of the Horde's most iconic, well-known characters.
I don't think there is race faction changing in Classic. I don't know if you can change race change to a Blood Elf. Is that what you're talking about?
Shadowhunter Vol'jin is a neutral legendary that allows
you
Vol'jin's
to cool.
bolster your own board. Or
I'm sorry if I'm talking over the Hearthstone content, but I think if you're anything like me, you probably don't care that much about the Hearthstone content, unless your name is Isaiah. Then I could just make it an ally pally. Wait, you want to make it an alliance paladin?
And as a bonus, we're also giving away the brand new 30 years of Blizzard card back.
Blood Elf. I mean, either way, dude, I'm making a Blood Elf at level 1. Do you know how crazy a level 1 Blood Elf is going to be at day 1? Oh my god, it's going to be so much craziness. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun just to do that shit.
Frenzy. Frenzy activates the first time a minion takes
Get level together.
And survives. In Samuro's case, this can
to
be
level
used
up,
to clear your opponent's board.
Faction change later.
Heroes of the Horde, like Samuro,
are you still going to be protection clad?
Combat prowess. But others, like Thrall, are known for their powerful elemental magic. Take a look at this new shaman spell, Chain Lightning.
No faction change?
Chain Lightning is a spell in a new cycle of
Well, why would you want a faction change, Clad, if you're trying to be a Blood Elf? Why are you trying to go Alliance?
Ensuring that they're always useful at every stage in the game.
Yeah, Ret's gonna be nuts in
They're
TBC.
categorized as nature spells.
You level an ally paladin now and change it. Oh, I see. That's what you're saying.
Across the entire game, which enables a whole host
Read
of
everything?
exciting new strategies.
What do you mean, dude? I'm trying to concentrate on this sick-ass Hearthstone update with all these cards.
Some of your most beloved heroes and locales later this year.
It's too much for me. I gotta pay attention to it.
What I love most about the Warcraft universe is its amazing characters. And our final
with all the mages, it's really easy to level up. All you need to do is just farm gold, and then just do the ZG boost method. It's like 15 gold. It's literally 15 gold for one ZG boost if you're duoing, 25 gold if you're soloing.
From the Warcraft universe.
You're gonna give me gold to level up? I have 300 gold to my fucking name.
Infamous Sylvanas Windrunner. And Ragnaros, the elemental lord of fire.
I like the Ragnaros. What I would do, honestly, is probably do exactly what Clad just said and level my mage to 60. Huh. When's Overwatch gonna start? Ooh, Gruul! I love Gruul. Gruul's Lair is a very fun raid in TBC. Overwatch will probably be after this, maybe? I don't know.
Represents a unique challenge.
If I level my mage to 60 and do some ZG to get him geared, I will learn how to do the boost in ZG. However, you need to be level 50 in order for me to boost you through ZG. The level 50 to 60 boost. You cannot start it before level 50. It won't work.
So don't forget to tune in to our deep dive panel.
I will try to level my mage up to 60. Priest is 51.
Classic format, Forged in the Barrens, and our plans for Battlegrounds and Duels.
Shit, dude, Shadow Priest in TBC with Vampiric Touch is so fucking good.
Amazing work.
Imagine everybody wants a Shadow Priest now in their group because Vampiric Touch literally gives you like a fuck ton of mana to everybody. It's so good. And you don't have the debuff limitations anymore, so you can put on as much Shadow Words that you want to. TBC is gonna be so fucking good.
Next up, you'll get an update on all things Diablo.
Does the boop thing not work? Oh, we have Diablo next. Oh, I wonder why that doesn't work for you. Diablo Immortal.
Thank you very much for joining us. I am so excited.
Dude, do you know how fucking tilted everybody would be if that one guy, that same guy that came out who announced Diablo Immortal just came on the stage? Do you know how fucking pissed off people would be if they saw him just come out on stage? Oh my god, that would be so funny though. The same guy who announced Diablo Immortal and is like, oh, here I am to talk about Diablo, guys. How pissed would you be if it was that same motherfucker?
We've been truly humbled.
Oh no, it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work. I'll have to look into that.
Valuable feedback you've provided as we unveil more and more of the game.
I have to mess with Nightbot to get that to work, I guess.
After all, Diablo belongs to you as much as it belongs to us.
The game has changed so much.
Recently, we teased an update to our campfire screen. And savvy fans, of
Is this Diablo 3 that they're talking about?
More than just the
or Diablo 4?
And fire visual effects. That's right. Today we're happy to announce
Diablo 4. Okay, cool.
Joining the barbarian, the sorcerer, and the druid on this dangerous journey back
New class!
A class is one of the most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo game.
Who is it?
This one is especially exciting to me as it's a re-envisioning of one of the first classes to ever appear in the series. Let's have a look.
Cool.
Your prayers do not fall on deaf ears.
Priest?
Just now, they are being heard. There is justice within the light, but you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
Parishioner?
May he shepherd my soul.
It's a cool cutscene.
May he shepherd my soul.
And grant it mercy.
And
granted mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned.
Fucking ear.
I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light.
What the fuck?
Found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well.
That's cool though. Ooh my god! God damn!
I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light.
Diablo PK, take their ears as tribute. That's pretty cool. Wait, does that mean there's gonna be PvP in Diablo 4?
You were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
There is PvP in Diablo 4.
The name you see is. Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father,
Well, she doesn't have an ear.
the heavens didn't send me.
Rogue! That's cool. I like rogues. It looks good. The graphics look amazing, actually. Ooh. Motherfucking Usopp over here. Soge King. I would definitely make a rogue, I think. What are all the options? I'd probably make a rogue. Oh, what's this? Oh! Oh! Ooh! What the hell is that? What? Oh, that was so creepy. I loved it.
Pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time.
That was
I'm
cool.
a huge fan of the Rogue ever since.
What does that mean? Does that mean the priest is a player too? What does that mean with the priest? Vomit? Yeah, that was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Barbarian, sorceress, druid, and rogue. Okay, I'd be a rogue then for sure. Maybe a sorcerer, but rogue for sure.
We're excited to show you not just what the success
You gonna join
the
Discord?
original rogues in the series have been up to since the fall of their order, but also
Hold
what
on.
some of the other rogues in the world of Sanctuary.
Rogues are
might look
cool.
like. The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization.
I am
first.
streaming BlizzCon. What?
And the rogue
It's a
takes
stream
us to
within a
whole
stream
new
within a
level.
stream. Oh.
From the beginning, the rogue has been an incredibly flexible class.
Wait, so what does it mean with the priest owning the ears, Cody? Does that mean the priest is also a playable class?
It's an unrivaled archer, modeled after the original.
What does that
Sisterhood,
mean?
Or a cloak and dagger rogue from the darkest alleys. of
Cloak
Chaldean.
and Dagger Road.
Diablo
Yeah. Let's
you will
go,
have the
boys.
freedom to
That
create the
sounds
rogue
awesome.
That you imagine by customizing the looks, the background, and the playstyle of your character. Please stick around for our segment later today, where I'll be joined by other members of the Diablo 4
That is, to be
team
honest,
to
I know
share
the
a
priest
closer
wants all
look
the
at
ears
rogue
unless they are
class,
sinners
as
or
well
something.
as some of the open world gameplay that we're bringing to the game.
I'll join Discord in a little bit. I kind of want to just I'll chill and watch this for now. Oh my god, okay.
We're talking about today. If
Oh
you're looking for an
boy.
authentic Diablo experience on mobile we've got you
On
covered.
mobile. On mobile.
Diablo Immortal has
Oh my
everything you'd expect from a AAA action RPG.
I'm gonna turn up the volume.
From visceral combat and epic loot to an all-new story, bridging the gap between the events of Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things they've learned from their recent alpha test and what's next for the game. But that's still not
I don't know
all.
if I can turn it up a
We
little
have
bit.
one
I think it's
last
up
bit of
max.
very exciting Diablo news to cover. When you hear us talk about the classes, the items, or the stories
I'll try,
of
hold
the
on.
early Diablo games, you may have picked up on the absolute reverent tone we reserve for that golden era of Diablo. Maybe you share that love of the classics, and just hearing us talk about them makes you want to take on Mephisto or Baal one more time. Or maybe even for the first time. After all, some of our favorite moments happened a long time ago, and not just in Sanctuary years. If so, we have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
Does anybody care about this?
Were these the demons from? Don't do it. It seems not.
You care about Diablo Immortal? Really? Oh.
Of terror.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Diablo Immortal.
Though this be our darkest
Oh, this is
hour,
something different.
it may yet be your greatest moment.
I thought he was talking about Diablo Immortal still. He's remastering Diablo 2? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I thought it was Immortal too. That's why I zoned out, dude. I totally zoned out because I thought it was Diablo Immortal. Can't wait for this Overwatch cinematic. Everything changes. Yeah, I don't know if it will. Is this going to be Warcraft remastered? If anything, it looks like it's better than Warcraft Reforged. I still love Warcraft 3, but the only thing I do on Warcraft 3 is play the custom games. They took it from the team. Yeah, it looks like what happened, Cody, is like, oh, Warcraft 3 Reforged. We see what went wrong here. Let's do it right this time with Diablo 2. And then we're over here at Warcraft 3 like, okay, can you fix Reforged now, though? No? Oh, okay. Maybe they'll try to fix Warcraft Reforged more after Diablo 2. Although I'm not too particularly worried about it because all I do in Warcraft 3 is play the custom games, so.
Diablo 2 Resurrected is a full HD remaster.
It definitely looks better than Warcraft Reforged, though.
And the expansion,
absolutely looks better.
Lord of Destruction. It takes the 2D.
I'll tell you what, if Overwatch, when Overwatch comes out, they absolutely need to have Jeff Kaplan. They better not have anybody else,
graphical rendering,
or else I'm gonna be motherfucking pissed.
It also includes modernizing all 27 minutes of cinematics, recreated shot for
That's
shot,
cool.
with the explicit intention of preserving both the look and the pacing of the original.
Wish he did that for Warcraft.
Blizzard has a long history of games that we're proud of. And when we think about Diablo 2, we think about it as a definitive pillar.
You know, one of the reasons why Warcraft 3 Reforged probably wasn't as good as Diablo 2 is because it was outsourced to a different company.
Which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play.
Whereas Diablo 2 looks really good, so I imagine it was done in-house.
Or experience the game for the very first time on their platform of choice. And so we're excited to bring Diablo 2 Resurrected to PC and console, along with cross-progression. And for those of you,
I can play it on my Nintendo Switch. What do you think about that?
Wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember, and enjoy the game in its original 2D form.
Time to grow out the ponytail. There you go.
Remastered. Obviously,
There's a lot.
I'm gonna start calling you Alan.
Later today, Diablo speedrunner Mr. Llama will host
Mr.
a roundtable
Llama.
with members of the development team on the dedicated Diablo channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look.
Oh, they have a legitimate speedrunner?
So, from Diablo 2,
Never would have thought the day that we'd have speedrunners at BlizzCon.
The Blizzard Arcade Collection.
That's kind of funny, though.
It's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing
I'm not
these
too into the
timeless
speedrunning stuff,
into your
though.
hands, it's actually
So I don't know
a
any
very
of them.
small percentage of our developers working on these projects.
Could get
Far more
reverse
people
plastic
are
surgery.
working
If I'll
on
tell you what,
the
it'll be worth it if you do, Alan, because then you
in
could take
addition to what we'll
over
be talking about during
BlizzCon
the
for
show,
us.
We can't wait to tell you even more.
Imagine if they
about
did
our
that with Overwatch. How
over
could
the
they
course
do
of
that? How
this
could you
year
speedrun
and
Overwatch?
beyond.
I guess you could speedrun
had asked
Overwatch
us
2,
30 years
considering
ago
it's a
what gaming would look
story
like today,
mode. But
none of us could have predicted the current Blizzard
there it
lineup
is,
of
Overwatch 2.
The advances in technology are one thing, but it's really what those advances have enabled that's even more incredible. If you think about the people who play games and the communities that have grown up around them, the way people can connect instantly, no matter where they are in the world, the way people are increasingly able to express their identity and
Oh, they get the devs and good players together in a
through
room?
their favorite games, communities, and platforms. The explosion of things like streaming.
Who are... Oh, wait, I know that girl. She was,
wasn't hard to
Farira
imagine any of that
or something.
30 years ago.
She plays Overwatch,
Blizzard,
I think.
That is what excites
She's not
us
good, though.
about the next
Pretty ass.
There is so much that we're working on. And some of it you already know about.
Clyde, you missed it. They announced
We look forward to
Overwatch
talking to you
5.
about it when the time is right.
They changed everything.
Just like the real world, the worlds of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch,
Here's the
and
Storm.
Hearthstone,
What are they doing with that?
diverse,
Are they even going to have anything for Heroes of the Storm?
and full of potential. We are not only iterating on the experiences that you've come to expect from us, we're also exploring different ways to express our worlds.
Overwatch 9 will change everything. Oh,
more
he
places
thought
than
Overwatch 5
and we
changed
aspire
everything. Wait till you hear
continue
about
to lead
Overwatch
on
10.
priorities like accessibility and toxicity control.
Toxicity control, like they did with Kobe, because he's so goddamn toxic, he gets my motherfucking account
We
suspended!
want to continue to bring those same feelings of joy and achievement that we all felt when we first defeated the Lich King. We'll beat Diablo on hardcore mode.
I saw Diablo 2 from afar. They'll skip 9 like Windows
Those
did.
experiences with others, we can't help but see the similarities between us and feel what's possible when we play together. Of course, there are new
Welcome to the
Blizzard
club.
worlds
Yeah, I
we
know.
haven't visited.
What am I supposed to do with this
Quite yet.
fucking Flintstone
do
over here?
finally unveil
Motherfucking
those
Fred
games
Flintstone
and
over here.
Our hope is that
Goddamn
you will see in
caveman.
them what we do. That no matter who you are or where you're from, they are spaces where you can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all, our mission statement of being dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever, along with our core values, led by gameplay first, will continue to guide our way. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being on this journey. For me personally, it is the honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretakers of the worlds that you play in. We are so excited for what's to come
So
this year,
excited.
next year, and the next.
Microtransactions first.
Now, what's coming next for the show? Well, it depends on where you watch.
What? Where you
For those
watch?
of you looking for an update on Overwatch,
Yes.
check out the behind-the-scenes look into the development of Overwatch 2 over on their dedicated channel right after the conclusion of the
What?
opening ceremony.
I have to change?
There,
What?
you'll hear about Overwatch 2, new content, new features, including new maps, hero missions, talent trees, and more of what we think will make Overwatch 2 a unique game.
Wait, we're not getting shit for Overwatch then.
Warcraft,
We're not getting shit for Overwatch then.
You'll get a closer
They don't have a goddamn thing for Overwatch.
and on the dedicated strategy.
Think about it. If it's not here in the main ceremony, we don't have a goddamn thing to talk about for Overwatch.
Once again, welcome to BlizzCon. Be good.
We are literally a side stream. No, exactly. We don't have shit.
Before we kick things off, here's a little something from a previous BlizzCon.
Oh, you sons of bitches. You sons of bitches.
Hey, thanks for having us.
The fuck is this?
Thanks for having us at BlizzCon 2014. We would love to be there this year, but obviously can't be. So here we are, and this is for you.
I don't care. So we literally don't have any news about Overwatch, huh? Do we have to come here? See, Carbon Animations, 3 p.m. What time is it? 3 p.m. Behind the scenes of Overwatch, 3:05 p.m. Listen, I like Metallica. I like Metallica. Listen, I'm just upset that we don't have any fucking news about Overwatch in the goddamn main ceremony! Oh, you fuckers, I'll turn it up. I'll turn it all the way up, motherfucker. Not a single gray hair. There are separate streams. Yeah, I have the separate stream here. Yeah, we literally have to wait. We have to wait. I have this open, but we have to wait. Overwatch had so much content, it couldn't even make it to the main one. Yeah. No, there's not gonna be shit. There's not gonna be shit on Overwatch. You have a good day, Pigeon. Unfortunate. But oh well. They had no announcement for Heroes of the Storm! What the fuck? I'm motherfucking pissed!
Take a look to the sky just before you die. It's the last time you will. Rock and roll, magic roll in the crumbling sky. Trapped in gold with the soul, with the ruthless cry. Stranger now of his eyes, with his mystery.
Done any WoW music? I don't know. I do love Metallica. That's right. I'm just upset that they didn't have any Overwatch 2 news, meaning that probably don't have shit. Do we watch the cartoon, I guess? I don't know. Here we go. Here's the cartoon.
I'm king of the world! For the Horde! For Lordaeron!
I'm not gonna miss out on Overwatch being on here though, am I? Do I need to open up a different stream? Ooh, gold. Get the gold.
What can I do for you? 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 What can I do?
Your death will. Morta Vespa Gaia Inu.
Help! Help! Strike with great vengeance!
This is kind of cool though. Like the evolution of all their games.
You are not prepared!
Let's go, Liam O'Brien, baby.
Frostmourne hungers for your soul.
I didn't like Cataclysm, but I loved Deathwing. I mean, Cataclysm wasn't the worst, but
your time has come.
Definitely at the worst expansion I've ever played. But it had some cool stuff. Deathwing was cool. Yeah, WoD was the worst. Everybody knows that though. WoD was always the worst. Kata did have one thing pretty bad about it, but Deathwing was pretty cool. You can't go wrong with Deathwing. Giant ass dragon. Can't go wrong with a big evil dragon. Will Overwatch join this? Probably. It's going through all the games in order.
Greetings to you. Seems you're ready for the real thing.
I could probably get on board with that Clad. I don't think Kata is as bad as the other two though.
Watch your back.
F it up!
Hey, look at me!
Oh, looks like we got an audience.
I'm getting good at this.
This dude looks like Hitmonchan. He looks like Hitmonchan.
Surprise! Piece of cake.
Who's this supposed to be? It's literally Hitmonchan. That's us. We're big stupid. Worst to least bad, I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I can get on board with that. Yeah, Kata was weird. There are some good things about Kata, like Deathwing was a good villain, but... Is that it? Alright, where do we go? Where do we go now? Oh! Oh, shit. Oh, wait a second. Oh, god damn you. Wait, what's happening
Welcome,
here?
everyone, to our deep dive panel for...
Wait.
So far, and I hope you enjoy this behind-the-scenes look at Overwatch 2.
Fucking hell. What happened? They got two at the same time!
All of our players at home, they want to see one of the new maps
God damn
that
it!
we've never talked about before.
How do I rewind? Dude, what is this, dude? I'm being fucked. I want to watch both. Oh, wait, here's the cartoon. Dude, this is so scuffed. Why is it at the same time on two different streams? That's so scuffed. Alright. Fuck yeah, I'll have to pause the fucking WoW one, dude. Dude, I'm actually kind of pissed about all this, dude. What the?
Welcome everybody to BlizzCon. We
Okay, I
know
have the WoW one.
that you all want to hear more about Overwatch 2.
Alright, the
Allow
WoW
us
one
to
is now
invite
paused.
you behind the scenes to explain more of what we're doing and why.
Everybody, please hit
I got the
record.
YouTube. The YouTube is paused.
It's off to a good start.
YouTube is paused. Don't worry, I have the
We've been
YouTube one
assembling
up.
one of the best teams that I have ever worked with.
I'm nervous.
And I'm so proud of the progress that we have made together.
We really liked the stylized drop down.
That's cool.
It's coming forward, boom, boom, just starts to spin.
The scale and the scope of this game have meant that we've needed to grow substantially.
We have to
2 CP!
Sorry.
No, it better be a
Overall,
push map.
I think we've done
Just add a bunch of
incredibly
push
well as
maps.
a team moving to work from home.
Oh, shadow play. There have definitely been challenges, but the team is really putting everything we've got behind this game.
To me, it's the next big step in the Overwatch universe. New heroes,
New hero.
modes, major story beats.
With
3
competitive
CP if it
PvE,
worked like
I see Overwatch
domination.
2 as the Overwatch for all of my friends.
You know, we're always inspired by what story and franchise development does with the animated shorts. We really wanted to bring that cinematic experience into the game.
You can invest in your heroes and grow them over time.
whoa,
I'm
what was
super
that?
glad about Overwatch 2.
I can't wait for people to play this game. It just
That was
gets
a
better and
fucking
better.
talent
There
tree.
are some things that we just can't do without a sequel. So thank you so much for your patience so far, and I hope you enjoy this behind-the-scenes look at Overwatch 2.
Okay, this is where we didn't miss much. That was all we missed. PvP! Roll updates!
All of our players at home, they want to see
Roll updates!
one of the new maps that we've never talked about before.
Really? I can just
Roll updates!
I can just talk about anything that I want to.
Yes.
You're serving this up to the guy that is like unintentionally leaked information in past
This is
interviews.
going to change
We can do it
everything!
officially now.
Okay, so one of the maps that I'm
More
most
maps.
excited for
2 CP,
in
baby!
Overwatch 2 is our Rome map.
Rome. Gladiator Arena King of the Hill! Make
always
it a
want
Gladiator
Overwatch to
Arena
feel like
King
this
of the Hill!
Globetrotting
That would be
adventure for
so
our players.
cool!
So we're having a lot of fun coming up with the Overwatch version of Rome.
We wanted a very
Gladiator Arena
romantic
King of the
sort
Hill.
of this powerful feeling of old world architecture.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most exciting things for me is the early building of these maps. where we get to
Payload,
sit down
yeah,
together
payload
with
would be okay,
key
I
people
guess.
from the environment team, level designers, effects groups. We'll spend some time talking about moments in the game that we really want to see, like the Colosseum or a grand view of the hills
Yeah.
of Rome in the backdrop. And then we'll go back and do a
My name is
paint-over, or
Giorno
we'll do a concept
Giovanni.
painting of certain things based on that.
Muda,
We
muda,
try to draw
muda.
inspiration from as many different sources as possible. For example, one of our environment artists had just
looks
taken
long.
a
I'll
trip
show you something
to
long.
Rome, and he returned with thousands of pictures and was so excited to work on a map set in Italy.
My name
There's
is
a lot of ancient
Giorno
architecture in Rome
Giovanni.
that represents the empire that it used to be. So we brought some of that back. Some of the things that are destroyed in real life,
Tracer?
we kind of rebuilt in a kind of our Overwatch style.
It's one of the most beautiful pieces of environment art that I think we've made for the entire game, and it just absolutely took my breath away.
Sure. It's payload, that's fine.
Can we reveal more maps?
Yes, Scott. Scott, why don't you have the honor? Why don't you reveal, like, is there an artified, like, let's pick an artified one.
I know what map I want to talk about. It's the one that I just get super excited about. New York City. New York City is just an amazing Overwatch location.
Yeah, they didn't say the game mode. Ooh,
We're
this
really
looks
striving to make it as authentic as possible while still putting this Overwatch spin on it.
There's a lot of amazing buildings and architecture pieces that just, especially for artists, stands out a lot, and they usually use this Art Deco style from the 1920s, 1950s.
I'm gonna say that if, dude, I'm gonna go on these streets.
There's some small shops there. There's a fire station, little pizza places, and things that people that are familiar with New York City will either recognize or maybe see the reference that we're trying to make with some of our different locations. It feels like something you haven't seen in other games before because it's uniquely
I see lots
Overwatch.
of tight chokes. What are you looking at?
Well, we
looking
should
at somebody's
move on,
mom?
otherwise we just have to reveal
Be cool if they built the
more
maps to use all the
so-
game modes.
We were talking about PvP, and you know, one thing
PvP.
that I think is really interesting about PvP in Overwatch 2 is some of the philosophical changes we're making to the approach.
PvP feels different and new. We're upgrading our combat feel. The roles are playing differently. When it comes to all new maps, it's a pretty big departure from where we are on live right now. So I can't wait to see where we end up with it by the time we launch this thing.
What does that mean, motherfucker?
We're also experimenting with the idea we call
Wait,
role
no, that was
passives,
New York right
which
there.
are passive abilities that a hero can have based on what role they are. For example, currently in our internal builds, the
This is
tank
Realm.
heroes all have knockback reduction against them, and they also generate less ultimate charge.
There's
for
no
enemies that are
way.
shooting at them. Damage dealing heroes
Realm
have
isn't
a movement speed
payload.
bonus.
Holy
which is
shit, look at
great for
McCree!
flanking
He
around
looks
the
different.
map. And healing heroes, support heroes have automatic healing that kicks in after they haven't taken damage for a while, very similar to Mercy's passive, but a little bit of a lower rate.
Wait, what?
One of the more shocking changes that we've been exploring in Overwatch
Wait, what?
2 PvP.
Did
is
they
to
just
change
say
the
all
tank
healers
role
heal themselves?
entirely. That's applied to all of the tanks. We want to try to make them more toe-to-toe brawlers and less characters that just stand back and protect other people.
So, for
Winston
example,
is
for Reinhardt,
550.
we've given him 2 charges of fire strikes, so he can throw fire strikes a lot more aggressively and more often. Also, his charge, he's able to cancel it now, and you can steer it more aggressively, so you can, you know,
Cancel the
not quite turn
charge?
a corner, but you can definitely more accurately. hit
Isaiah
targets,
will
and
never use
because you
that
cancel
feature.
It allows you to use it much more aggressively and
Isaiah will
really go
never
after those key
use that
targets
feature.
without feeling like you're going to sacrifice, you know, all of your positioning, everything to get there. He's almost more terrifying now with his be able to unleash his full arsenal more often than kind of just being the guy with a shield.
The changes to Reinhardt that we're trying, and they might not ship, that's just the reality, but the changes that we're trying right now are to try to embrace more of that instinct that players have when they want to play a big burly character that looks aggressive and
Oh my
feels like
God.
it should be aggressive.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of Rhine
Shortly
feeders.
after BlizzCon, we spun up this
That's
group,
cool,
our
though.
combat field group, to really just work on what
Yeah, Man
happens
of the Wild will love
when a
that.
player holds the trigger.
We're
And
putting a ton of
Isaiah is
effort
gonna
into
D-rank so
looking at
hard.
all of our characters and trying to give them even a more visceral weapon feel.
From sound to VFX to animation to the design of these units, all new sounds for a lot of our weapons in the game, and a whole new sound system that's driving it. And we didn't just level up a unit, we leveled up the rest of the game.
When we first started
New
working on
hero.
Overwatch, you know, we spent quite a bit of time working on gunfire sounds and just general combat feel to make it feel really awesome. We're revisiting pretty much everything. Nothing's off the table, so we're looking at even kind of small things such as quick melee attacks that every hero has. So They have kind of new audio paths and
Thank
a new,
God,
kind of
new
feel
sound
and
system.
visual effect when you hit things.
Yeah, she looked
One
like
of the
she was
bigger efforts
soldier.
we're undertaking for
She
Overwatch
looked like
2
a
is
100
what we're
bullet
calling
clip,
our
I
Weapon
think.
2.0 Sound Pass. What this is a big overhaul to the weapon systems in the game. That means the way the gun feels in your hands. You could feel the
Bastion
ammo
has a
running
hat.
out as you're getting lower on the clip. We
Bastion
tried
has a
to
hat.
Amplify
This
those
changes
sounds
everything.
to better encapsulate the gameplay and the gunplay that comes with Overwatch 2.
Oh
Another
my
key for the
God!
weapons was getting them to feel
That
like they're in the
sounded
environment.
good!
This meant working with convolution reverb.
Did
It's
you
a
see
new
McCree's
system
gun?
that we've implemented into Overwatch. It's a way that we can capture the acoustics of an
Holy
environment
fuck,
and
that sounded
transport it
good.
onto the sounds that we're using. So we went and captured tales of guns in different environments through our weapon shoots.
What? What? What the fuck?
And then we've cut them and applied it so that we can support a lot more environments. Now we're supporting outdoor, urban outdoor,
Oh my
warehouse
God!
tails, tight tunnels, small rooms, and it gives a lot
That's
more
actually
presence
really
to the
cool.
weapons and the way that they react in the world.
The shooter genre has evolved
What
a lot
the
since
fuck?
Overwatch 1 came out. On top of that, I think we really want to push the visceral nature of how we do combat.
That's
so
so
we focus a
badass!
lot, not just on the wonderful sound effects, but also with how the gun
This
moves.
has blew
as you
my
shoot.
expectations.
You really feel every single shot leaving the chamber. And there's a lot of subtle little tweaks we have to do on the gameplay engineering side to make that feel really visceral. Everything from making sure that the camera shakes are crisp, making sure that if you get shot, you know exactly these tight indicators show up on the outside of your reticle. All these things play into making the game
this is
feel
so cool,
not
though.
just tight and responsive, but also modern and up to date. Take 76, for example. What we wanted to do in Overwatch 2 with his weapon was make it really feel incredibly powerful, and that happens with a bunch of different elements that mix together. But it really feels like the gun is almost just outside of your control. A lot of
Tracking.
that comes down to this camera shake technology, where every time you fire the weapon, you want to feel like it's running through your entire body, and the camera shake
Wait,
gives
he
that
doesn't-
extra bite to every single shot out of the chamber.
Well, what's
It makes him
going on
feel
there? Are they getting
really
rid of the recoil
You guys
thing?
got a sneak peek of Sojourn from last BlizzCon. She's been under development for quite a while, and she's actually quickly at this point become a lot of people's favorites in-house. When we look back at Overwatch when it was originally created, there was a lot of heroes that were made from a gameplay standpoint kind of surrounding a weapon type. For example, Pharah was based on a rocket launcher hero. Widowmaker is clearly like kind of the sniper. We thought there was a weapon that was kind of missing that would be a lot of fun to play with, and that's a railgun.
A railgun?
It's so much fun in the playtest to have this really powerful shot that can, rip through enemies if you really are accurate with it.
Oh, that's so
all about that
cool!
aim skill. So if you got that aim skill, you'll love her.
We're still exploring new game modes.
Oh,
and we're
that
also
looks fun.
Reevaluating older game modes that people are more critical of.
Yes!
We're of the mindset maybe 2CP doesn't exist in Overwatch 2, and maybe there's a new cool game mode that replaces.
They're changing
We
everything!
really want Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution, a true sequel to the first
Let's
game.
go, boys!
Not an add-on. It's not a small
actually
part.
doing
it's not
it!
an extension of the original game. This is an evolution and a replacement to the original game, and I think it's exciting.
Oh my God, the Mad Lads
Hero
actually
missions
did
are
it!
Probably one of the things that's the hardest to wrap your head around if you've never played one of them.
I'm so happy!
The goal around hero missions is for these to be this co-op PvE experience.
I personally only play competitive mode. Like, I'm all about that competition.
I bet you're
And I have
bronze.
friends that they don't want to
Shitter.
do that at all. So I'm really looking forward to a game that I can play hours and hours with my friends who aren't in competitive, and it's also something that I'm interested in.
Hero missions are the content that people are playing as they are leveling up their heroes. And so for a system like this to really sing, you need a lot of missions.
Let's
We
go,
don't want
boys!
players to feel like they're just in this grind to get to the top.
And there's a lot of really, really good back-end technology that we're exploring so that the heroes are constantly bringing their personality
This does change
and some light
everything.
story to these hero missions as well.
They
The
admitted
goal
it.
is
They
to make
did. They
as many
admitted
as
it.
possible. Hundreds of hero missions. We've explored a lot of different ways of getting to that much content. So have like different sets of enemy units that people will be fighting against, and there's different hero mission types. At the same time, hero missions can take place in all of
I'm
the
actually
multiplayer maps
hyped.
that
I want to
we've
play
done.
Overwatch again.
And we're also adding new spaces onto some of these maps.
Oh, new Kings
It's
Row?
a huge challenge for the art
New
team.
Havana?
We take maps that a lot of people love and recognize, and we have to add a lot more art and level design to it.
In this one hero mission playtest, we came up to an area in Kings Row that usually has a gate on it. Suddenly that gate opened and I saw a new area of Kings Row that I had never seen before.
You may be playing a payload game type, and the payload may decide to take this new route instead of going the usual route.
That was really, really cool. It was like this eye-opening special moment.
This isn't PvP though, is it? That's not.
Lan
Oh my
our
god!
lead
Look at
tech
Anubis.
artists
What
on
the
the
fuck?
environment side, very early on our own free time, made a prototype of a sandstorm
That looks
on the
cool
Temple
as
of
shit.
Anubis map.
This is
And at the
PvE
time,
though.
we know
This is
what we wanted
PvE.
to
Yeah,
do with
this
that,
is
but
this
it
is
looked
PvE.
awesome. We looked at it and went, "Oh my
This
god!
isn't-
we absolutely have to do this."
So we put some new technology in place that allows us to
This is
do
single player.
dynamically. You start the mission off, clear day. Midway through the mission, suddenly this sandstorm or heavy weather would show up.
It made the world
You notice Tracer's pistols look cooler too?
There's a sunset, daytime, nighttime, but depending on where you are in the world, these look different. California or Hollywood would have what we call a California
Ooh, look
sun.
at that
In
nighttime.
Nubani, there's a great African sun that happens there. You
Yeah,
sort of get a sense of
RNG
space
payload
and
paths in
mood.
PvP
This
would
is
not
what
be
really
good.
brings the levels to life.
For me, the dynamic world's exciting. Just seeing these dramatic landscapes, the wind
The
and the
snow and
atmosphere
everything
blowing
looks
by.
cool.
It's a much more cinematic experience for the player.
Before you start a mission, you look at a map. It's nighttime in
Did you notice
Necropolis,
Torbjorn right
or
there?
there's
Shot a lot
sandstorm in
quicker.
Necropolis. Players can make some comp choices based on
Or is it
knowing
just
this
me?
information. Characters like Hanzo or Widowmaker start to be a little more valuable because they have abilities that allow them to see through the sand more clearly.
Are we going to talk about any of the types
About
of
donuts?
objectives
About
in
food?
hero missions?
Yeah,
about
let's
food.
talk
Wanna
about
take a
the
lunch break?
objectives. Players are being asked to do different things from one hero mission to the next, so that
Ooh,
they
look
all
at the
feel really
shuriken.
fresh to the player.
For example, we have Gather and Return.
shuriken
where we're
looked
trying to go
cool.
and grab these different canisters to kind of safeguard them so they don't go off and affect the population in a negative way. It creates this really cool tension in the world where, on the one hand, you're trying to split up and go grab all these canisters to be as efficient as possible, but at the same time, now you're having these sort of special enemy units spawn that are really difficult, and if you kind of get caught by yourself, it turns into a pretty
What
bad
the fuck
situation
is
really
that?
quickly, and it feels extremely cooperative and like a very different way to interact with the Overwatch universe.
We're experimenting with all sorts of ideas, and just internally we have
Yeah,
things
Soldier
like
doesn't have
Wall of
the
Death,
same
scavenger hunt and kill quest,
recoil.
and all these new mechanics and enemies for people to experience. Players will be able to jump in
Oh my
night
god, the
after
Pharaoh
night,
rocket
play
ult.
different hero
Oh
missions,
my.
and then work through the progression system, leveling up their heroes.
At BlizzCon in 2019, we started to talk about progression, and we showed the very early version of our talent
You don't
system,
care about PvE?
which I think was
That's
really
fair.
cool. We had that one talent where like Meg became the rolling snowball, which was a big hit. We've really blown that system out.
I'm real excited about talents. You can play the same hero in so many different ways. Now with the skill tree, you can have fun every
Shot,
night
he
doing
did have
different things. and
recoil.
kind of
I don't know. It looks so
experimenting.
weird.
Yeah,
No,
the
did you
talent
see
system
those
is, like,
those
really
pictures
deep
of Soldier with
and
the
rich,
beard?
and every single hero has different trees.
Dude, he
You
looks
might
like a fucking
open up
Chad.
76's tree,
Oh, look
and
at
as
him,
you're
dude.
leveling and picking new talents, you're starting to
He
feel
looks like
your
a fucking
hero change.
boss.
We've had some pretty hilarious versions of the healing one where his biotic field travels with him. It also repulses enemies.
my
We call it
God,
the
that's pretty
snowplow
cool.
build, where 76 is like running through spaces, pushing enemies away from them.
Designing these is super fun because it's like we get to break all the rules that we've sort of established for ourselves, and we get to
He
really
quite
take the gloves off
literally
and
is,
crazy
yeah,
things
that's right,
like
Cled.
Junkrat can dual wield grenade launchers, and we've had Mercy be able to area effect res their whole team at once at super long range through walls.
Thank
it's been a ton
God
of
that's
fun,
in
kind of like mad
PvE
scientists
only.
making all this stuff.
You're all used to using these kind of kinetic weapons like Soldier 76's rifle or fire attack like what Reinhardt's Flame Strike does. As soon as you start to mutate these things with talents, all of a sudden maybe you're doing freeze damage or electrical damage. But it gives the animators a bunch of crazy opportunities. The animations are going to change to show them freezing and shattering. And if you shock someone with a lightning attack, they can shake in place and stun, maybe chain to other enemies. All sorts of stuff to make you feel like you're controlling
it looks
the
really cool
in novel ways.
As a huge RPG nerd myself, the first time I opened up the talent tree system, it was like,
I do
my
like
gosh,
the talent
this
tree.
is speaking my love language. Like, I just want to plan and I want to.
Yeah, that's a good point, Clad. It'll get a lot of the shitters off competitive. That's true.
Yes, it's so great.
That's a good point.
You start at the bottom of the
A lot
tree,
of the people who
like,
play
oh my
PvP
God, like, Tracer gets to do what?
will probably just
and
play
then you start
PvE
working
now.
and kind of planning how
That's
you're
a
going to
good
get
point.
down there. It's like, it's so fun.
Chef saying 2CP doesn't belong. Yeah, that's one of the best.
When we look back at BlizzCon 2019 and we talk about some of the criticisms that we
custom
had,
games in
one of
Overwatch
them
2?
as a development team that
that's
we
a good
felt
point,
was that
Cody.
the combat
Custom
was
games
just not
could be
engaging
taken to
enough.
another level
so
too.
the fact that our combat
That is a
wasn't
great
highly
idea. I didn't even
engaging
think
to
about
us
that.
as players meant that we had a
Custom games could be
problem with the enemy
wild.
units and that they just weren't feeling interesting enough.
Just because we show something to the public, it doesn't mean that that is what it's going to be. If we make discoveries where things aren't working how we want, they're not reading how we want, they're not fun enough, we're totally down to reinvestigate, reiterate, and just really find ways to level kind of all aspects of things until they feel good.
I would say a major focus of all of 2020 was to make the null sector enemy units more engaging. And some of this was adding new units and evolving other units that we had.
Interesting combat for us is varied combat for us. So sometimes we're going to ask you to protect something in Overwatch 2. Sometimes we're just going to ask you to get something. Sometimes we might ask you to escort something across a map while it's being attacked. And so it's a different type of spawning, and it's a different type of units that are in there, and it's a simpler objective.
There's a lot of units Aaron is talking about. Lots of different units, lots of different types. They serve different purposes. You do different things to them. It's really going to help a lot of us find the fun and make sure that Overwatch 2 is a blast.
One of those sets of enemies is what we internally call objective units. And they're typically units that don't even attack players. The simplest version would be something like the Breacher.
It's two legs with this huge bomb on its back. It was built to do one thing. Slowly and methodically.
I don't know if it will be double barrier because they're trying to make people like Reinhardt
and the bomb
have
opens up like a
less,
flower, starts spinning and charging
shielding.
up, and
like
you hear
Reinhardt
this awesome sound, and you know you have
is more
time before
aggressive.
it's going to explode
So
and you
now
have to take it out.
I don't think they're going to even use the shield. Hey, Pigeon, you're back. You might have missed a little bit.
Like the slicers, which you guys have seen before, they're little. We call them the chickens. They're little chicken sometimes. They run really fast. You know, we have a guy we're experimenting with right now.
Sojourn looks cool.
Sojourn
kind
of ever
better be
smoke
released
fields
soon.
that you have to escape from, but because they're super deadly, so you really get to use your mobility
There's some
options
good
to kind
stuff
of escape
in
that.
here, Pigeon. There's some
things
good
like
stuff. There's some good stuff.
You could be moving through these darker alleys, and as soon as you hear that polar spawn, it suddenly becomes like really spooky and kind of scary.
I'm glad Blizzard is able to admit mistakes like 2CP.
Blindfolded, 3 orbs that circle around her as her eyes.
That's pretty cool.
We basically spun those orbs around her head as a big tell, launched them at the player, and then it activates this tractor beam. And
Are you serious? No new heroes?
And then you get this awesome anticipation of the hair opening up, so you know what's about to happen.
Yo.
One thing we've
that's
just recently
cool, though.
been experimenting with is this idea of elite units. We didn't want the elite units to feel like they're just, oh, this guy's got double health and double damage.
Sojourn is
We wanna
the
make
new
sure the elite
character.
units
She's
feel
a
like they have different behaviors and
railgun-based
different
character.
attacks. So, for example, an Omnic Grunt, normally
Here she is right here.
Fires
Here she
his
is.
gun, he dies pretty simply.
This is her.
If you fight elite grunts, his weapon fires in a burst fire pattern. It's very deadly if you're close. And if you manage to take them out, they don't just die right away. They instead can crawl on the ground towards you, and you try to back away because
Dude, that crawling is terrifying. We don't know her abilities, sadly.
At
We don't know.
BlizzCon We're all just staring at this and we're like, what are we gonna do to level this up?
One of the things we really felt wasn't coming through was the damage states. We intend for players to shoot these guns off, but currently it's not reading as something that can happen in the game easily.
We changed the design, we changed the animation, and we go back and forth and just continually iterate.
We decided, hey, you know what? We're gonna just delete half of these damage states, so now it's super readable.
From an animation standpoint, we decided on the spinning barrel version. Just did this really nice kickback. The tip of the barrel opens up when it's about to fire and shifts into place and boom!
They have God mode
really
on.
Amazing to be fighting an artillery unit and you can see the guns on the side, and as you're shooting the guns, they're actually visibly taking damage, and then you can blow them off and it reacts and kind of stumbles to the side and really makes you feel like you're there, and it's super fun.
In a lot of the stuff we've showed so far, you're fighting null sector. These are evil killing machines intent on marching you down. The way you're going to stop them is by shooting them, and we want to make sure that
if
feels
you missed out on a little bit, Pigeon. If you want to, you can go back and watch the VOD later to see the stuff that you missed. It was pretty cool.
Almost like hit by a truck. That's what really sells this fantasy.
I'm actually gonna upload this to YouTube.
One of the cool pieces
to
of
be
technology
honest.
that we created was
I've been recording this whole thing.
Oftentimes you'll find null sector bunched up, marching maybe a half a dozen units abreast. You expect if you shoot one, they're gonna knock into their buddies. So we make that happen. Turns out it's really fun too.
New hero look, Soldier
One of the things that we
76,
showed
maybe?
last year at Blizzcon was the new looks
Oh yeah,
for our
I'm making
heroes.
a video.
The theory kind of going in was like, you want to preserve
On
the
everything.
essence of your hero, but also kind of show that heroes evolved and kind of changed and moved forward. So we have a lot more new looks. So I'm excited to see how players and fans react to all of the
Soldier
ones that we've done
76
so far.
probably.
Maybe we'll share some of those new looks.
We've already seen
today,
Soldier a
which
little
would be
bit.
Cool.
We're going to reveal McCree's new look for Overwatch 2 as well as Pharah. And we're really excited to show off some of our first villains. With Reaper and Widowmaker.
Oh, okay.
But first I wanted to talk a little bit about technical wear, kind of like technical
Oh, you can see
clothing.
them in the
What
background.
that really
you can
is
see Torbjorn
using
in the
very
background.
techie fabrics, as well as having very intricate but functional straps designed in a way that it's very aesthetically pleasing.
Deep analysis could be really
we
cool.
took a couple of different approaches. He's got this classic cowboy look that
McCree
is
looking
really hard to mess with,
good.
because if you try to make
It
him
looks
too
scruffier.
sophisticated or too techie, it might not feel right for the character. But as a concept artist, you always want to change things around.
His
and try
gun's different.
shapes and-
You can tell the gun's
and
different.
silhouette. So we did identify as Red Serape as the main thing for McCree. We also tried a couple different things with McCree's cowboy hat. We didn't really want to mess with that too much, because that's a very iconic part of him.
Yeah.
So that's another piece that we kept. We tried some retro
Kobe.
cowboy looks that mixed in some tech here and there. Some that were a little bit more techie than others, some that were a little bit more classic cowboy. We gave him a little bit of a longer beard.
Very sexy.
And it really
Yeah.
gives him a nice kind of like a more
Very
aged
sexy.
look. What's different about Pharah than some of our other heroes is Pharah's completely covered in armor. We didn't
Yeah.
want to change her silhouette too much.
Ooh.
It was more about experimenting on different colors. So it felt really appropriate for her to be the one to harken back to those original Overwatch colors.
Oh
White.
my!
One of the things that we wanted to update on Pharah was her visor. Instead of being completely opaque and reflective, we tried a little bit more of a transparent approach, and being able to see through it a little bit now allows us to see some of her, some more of her emotions. Reaper was actually the ones I was very excited to work on, because I could
Look
see
at
a
the
lot
blades
of potential
on
in
his
how we can
shoulders,
integrate
or his
cloak
elbows and
his
shoulders
cowl
both have
and his
shit
armor,
on 'em.
and how we can make all those shapes really sing within that classic
God damn.
Reaper silhouette. We tried a couple takes with the first pass, like completely silver
It
arms,
looks cool.
more layers to his jacket. Reaper's mask is obviously pretty sacred to us, but the thing you'll notice immediately is that it's now completely silver. Instead of the bone white, he's got this like almost like deadly edgy silver that just gives him that classic Reaper look.
Very smooth.
With
yeah.
Widowmaker, we started with the IDA stage, exploring a breadth of ideas. We tried things like a more insectoid approach, treasure hunter. One of them made her feel like a classic Bond villain, so we kind of steered it back towards one of the more cyberpunk looking ones, almost like a futuristic femme fatale, which is basically what Widowmaker is, but
Very
she even
nice.
feels more upgraded. So I'm super glad that we went down this
Very
route.
nice.
We played with different hairstyles too.
Oh,
Widowmaker has
ooh
a
la
really long
la.
ponytail that's really key part of her look. And we really liked the hairstyle on one of the designs that was more of a braid, and it was really interesting look that also preserves Widowmaker's original silhouette with that long ponytail.
We've been working a lot with our domino engine and making our cloth look better. Now that we have this cloth tech, we're going to be able to make some really cool, unique silhouettes that will help them stand out from other heroes. We put a lot of time and effort into our face rig, and what I mean by that is we're going to be able to get really close to these characters, and it's going to feel really cool. It is absolutely worth the time and the effort to invest in the technology, and that way we can make these characters do more things that we haven't really been able to do before.
It's been super exciting working on the new looks for Overwatch 2, and it's just been so inspiring to watch the team try things that we've never tried before, and I just can't wait to show up more in the future.
Overwatch 2 is probably the largest opportunity we've had since the inception of the franchise to really expand what Overwatch even means to our players. In 0 Hour, we saw that some of the heroes got back together, but we're also seeing that there seems to be a second huge Omnic uprising. We're gonna learn who's behind that uprising.
Yeah, the
why that's
Bastion.
happening,
He has a hat
how globally spread is it?
The story and franchise development group, they were really the torchbearers of what the big story is that we were going to tell for this game.
We have a lot of interaction with them. They're working on in-game cinematic intros and outros for every one of our story missions.
It's been really great to see this collaboration grow and develop. The story is just a little more integrated into our missions than it ever really has been
kind of
before.
nice.
All the available heroes get dialogue for a given mission.
That's Zarya?
We have NPCs.
It is Zarya.
We have multiple hero choices.
We have all sorts of events that are happening that are driving players to interact with each other or parts of the environment or other characters.
The world of Overwatch is this bright, shiny future. So how do you take that bright, shiny future and create conflict in it? How dark can the world of Overwatch go?
The different challenges that these characters are going to have to overcome in Overwatch 2 are things that they haven't ever dealt with before or dealt with on this scale. So what we had to do was literally strip it down to those bare bones of where are these characters in their lives. Overwatch has been disbanded, and now there's a situation where the world's in trouble again, and the world needs the heroes again, but they're not allowed to be doing what they were supposed to be doing.
We started to book these off-site locations so we could brainstorm over and over different versions of what the Overwatch 2 story campaign could be.
And we basically had these whiteboards that we were carting around everywhere.
The room was filled with whiteboards, and we would just write every day story beats with the characters and who was doing what and where, and oh my gosh, we forgot this character.
We had these giant sticky notes, and each one of them would be a mission with a bunch of notes on it. You know, somebody say, well, what if we moved Rio to the end? And they'd physically grab it off the wall and stick it on the end.
And we did this for a while, you know, until we all felt that it was pretty close to what we wanted.
Then we could send it to our writers' rooms. The writers' rooms then had a much clearer direction of where we wanted this process to go.
Ultimately, we come up with something that we think is right for the game. And then we pitch it back to the game team, and they point out everything that we missed.
And that allows us to actually back up and go and make it right and make it better.
Because the scale of this story is so huge, it takes place over the whole world, basically. It just requires a constant iteration, constant refinement to make the story as best as we can make it.
From writing, we go to storyboards. The storyboards get crafted with the edit. From there, it'll go to a previs department where they'll start to flesh it out in 3D. Once we've kind of figured out our camera work and our cinematography, that'll then go to the animation department. And then we end up going right into the game engine.
One of our challenges was to figure out how to integrate this story and this narrative with the gameplay.
Bastion's like, no, don't do it.
So the intro cinematic ends with this huge battle, this huge war. When you get into the game, it has to mesh and feel the exact same way and blend together.
We really are also trying to get the music to be equally as consistent from in-game cinematics straight through to the mission. Adam Burgess, our lead composer, has been working with the IGC team, with the game team, developing themes for all of the heroes, all of the locations.
As the story like the damn cinematics, whatever we're crafting should never override the gameplay. We want to make sure that the player's experience going from the cinematic to the gameplay is seamless and it feels like a completely immersive experience.
The engineers really have to find a way to actually make that come to fruition. The choreo tool is a tool that allows people to coordinate different events to happen at the same time. Like in Rio, if you played our demo, one of the buildings explodes. And so that kind of event needs to happen as you're running by, and you need to have it timed, because if it blows up too early, then you don't see it. It allows story moments in missions that interact with the environment, that interact with our characters.
The new
you don't need to buy Overwatch 2 to play Overwatch
storytelling
PvP mode.
We could have previously.
What's also really powerful about choreo is that, you know, if somebody has an idea, they can mock things up really quickly.
We got to show the Widowmaker making this awesome introduction. Casey was able to quickly put a really rough prototype in choreo. And Philip would come in, and on the fly, he's making quick changes. They play tested something that would normally take weeks. It was done in like a matter of days.
Is it Zenyatta chasing down Widow?
Has its own custom map built for it, and these maps are absolutely gigantic.
India is one of our biggest maps, and it's a fun map because it has a few story beats that we've taken
Clad,
from
I
recent
fully
comics
support that ideology. That's literally how I am with Nintendo as well.
Written a history for each.
Used to be a huge fan of Nintendo, but now I'm not buying everything
and I think
that
informs
they make.
The
it's good to have
so
that critical thinking to decide that sort of stuff.
Gothenburg was our chance to show.
It's good to be
workshop.
critical of companies.
We created a space that kind of fits his height, so there's step ladders
shouldn't just
and
mindlessly
scalable
buy
tables.
anything
we
they put out.
The space
you gotta do your research.
Molten steel is pouring out of walls. It's pretty epic when you walk into it.
The great thing about Overwatch, really though, is that you don't need to buy Overwatch 2. You can play it
as you make your way
with
through the
Overwatch 1 account, unless it's
up.
suspended.
Suddenly by the end, the characters are caught in this gigantic snowstorm, and they must fight their way through.
In Overwatch 2, we want to give you choice to be able to play this character or that character. So we're designing a lot of systems around how their relationships develop over the course of the story missions in the campaign.
We have a cast of many characters, all on screen, all at the same time, and it's fantastic to actually see them all interacting and working together in ways that we've never actually seen. We've always thought about it and hoped for it, but now it's actually happening.
It actually requires us to have a whole new branching dialogue system. If you happen to have Genji and Mercy in the second mission of the game, you might get different dialogue.
I'm definitely going to get Overwatch 2.
Our voice actors
because it'll make for a great LFG
everybody has
video.
fallen in love with, from inside Blizzard to the fans. Just to hear this collection of actors all together, all interacting, has been a real treat.
Hammer down!
I wish people could see how many people are involved when it comes to something like telling the story of Overwatch. It doesn't just come from a singular person. It comes from a group, and it's a really talented, fun group that all works together.
We've been developing what we hope is one of the best stories ever. There's some key story moments that I'm really excited about, and I really can't wait to see how people react to it.
In conclusion,
we've been talking about the game, about this universe. I know you all love it so much.
Right now, we can sit down and have a night of Overwatch 2 and have it be a really fun experience. And I think
good for
we
you.
need some more time till we can say it's perfectly polished in the way that we want it.
We've made such incredible strides since we first announced this and showed it to the community at Blizzcon in 2019.
The thing that I'm most excited about is that moment when we hand the game over to the players.
We want to create something that really moves people, really touches people.
That's why we do it. We create the game because we want it to become part of your life and for you to experience it.
For Overwatch 2, we're upping the bar.
It's kind of 5 games in one. It's a huge undertaking.
The new tech and the new aesthetics for the new looks bring you closer to the characters that you love, and we're just getting started.
The fidelity of the gameplay experience is much richer.
We are making cinematics that push the boundary of what we can do to tell stories.
We want this dynamic world. We want things to feel alive.
I'm really looking forward to being able to expand
2024
the world of Overwatch for our players.
We're really trying to tell this epic
2024
story.
In order to make a game great, it takes time, energy, collaboration.
We have just an incredibly professional team of designers and artists and engineers.
We just love bringing this world to you guys. So many cool characters. It's just a blast working on it.
2024.
Our goal is for Overwatch 2 to be the worthy successor to the first game, to be the next evolution, and to be a true sequel.
Ah, you bitch.
We have big plans. So thank you for sticking with us.
We're gonna cross the finish line, and I know it's gonna be awesome.
I hope people just end up loving playing it over and over.
That's what we want to try and capture. I'm jumping in, I'm playing, let's go be heroes.
Oh, they don't give us anything, actually. Is that it? Is that it? That's it! No release date for you! I think that's just the Year of the Ox trailer, right?
Our fates are entwined. Give me.
Now we're moving.
There ain't mine, ain't it?
What is this? This is just Year of the Ox, right?
Lights out.
Yep, that's it. That's all we got from Overwatch. Good news, boys. The sound design is really good, and the 2CP game modes are getting completely fucking reworked, and they are reworking the roles, and they are defining healers, DPS, and tanks in all different categories. So one of the biggest takeaways that I got from this, namely, was that tanks are not really tanks anymore, and instead they are bruisers. Reinhardt, for example, has 2 flame strikes, and he can cancel his charge whenever he wants. Healers now all get the passive Mercy heal themselves over time, which is really good. And then you get DPS that all move quicker.
That instinct that players have when they want to play a big, burly character that looks aggressive and feels like it should be aggressive.
Right here.
Shortly after BlizzCon, we spun up this group, our combat
targets, without feeling like you're going to sacrifice, all of your positioning, everything to get there. He's almost more terrifying now with this, be able to unleash his full arsenal more often than kind of just being the guy with a shield.
The changes to
Nothing
Reinhardt
will die
that we're
ever.
trying, and they might not ship. That's just the reality. But the changes that we're trying right now are.
Here's why. Do you notice on this screen right here why I don't think it's going to be difficult to look at everything? Look right here in the center of the screen. You know what that is, right? That's how much shield Reinhardt has. 800. They're nerfing the shields. They are nerfing the shields! 800 is how much shield you will have as Reinhardt. I could be wrong about that, but this is a good thing. This is a good thing. They are taking away shields from Overwatch, and they are making the tanks more aggressive. Exactly. They are making tanks into more DPS characters. You think that's a Winston bubble? I don't see a Winston bubble. Look, there's no Winston bubble.
Embrace more of that instinct.
Look,
that player.
We're on a different screen here. We're on a different screen. There's no. This isn't a Winston bubble. This is literally Reinhardt's shield. What else is that? What else is that number? What else is this number?
Players have when they want to play a big burly character that.
You know what? We could actually break this down even further.
Right now are to try.
So
to embrace more.
If you look at how much damage the Flame Strike does, I think that's going to be a given because he has 2 charges. Get the fuck away from me! So one hammer swing took Mei down to a little bit above half HP. Mei has 250 health. So half HP of 250, right? So 250 divided by 2 equals 125, and it looks like she has another chunk right there. I would say she probably does
I would say that's probably another at least 20. 145 health maybe. So 145 probably-ish, right? Did you say that's about right? About 145? It looks like a hammer swing could probably do about 100, 105 damage.
Instinct that players have when
you see right there, the flame strike didn't kill Mei, and it hit her. That's another good example to look at right here.
Right now are to try to embrace more of that instinct.
One hammer swing does about 100. She's below half. She got hit with the flame strike, and you can see her health, and it looks like it's at 50.
When they want to play a big, burly character that looks aggressive and feels like it should be
I don't think they changed the health pool of Mei, but... You think that Reinhardt Flame Strike was normal damage? I think the Flame Strike got nerfed damage.
Shortly after BlizzCon, we spun up this group,
You
our
think
combat
that? Really?
field group, to really just work on what happens when a player holds the trigger.
We're putting a ton of effort into looking at all of our characters and trying to give...
Either way, the takeaway from this is that Reinhardt's shield got halved. At 1600, now it's 800.
Them even a more...
If tanks do more damage and they take away their shields, I am more than fine with that. I am more than okay with that.
Visceral weapon feel.
From
I encourage
sound,
that.
VFX to animation to the design of these units, all new sounds for a lot of our weapons in the game, and a whole new sound system that's driving.
When we first started working on
it looks like she has a normal 40 bullet Soldier 76 kind of left click, and then her right click ability is this railgun looking
Overwatch, you know,
thing.
we spent quite a bit of time working on gunfire sounds and...
Well, every hero being a DPS, maybe. I mean, it might be bad, but also the trade-off of that is you'll have more tank players, which is a good trade-off, I suppose.
Really awesome. We're revisiting pretty much
Quicker
everything.
cues.
Nothing's off the table, so we're looking at even kind of small things such as quick melee attacks that every hero has. So they have kind of new audio pass and a new kind of feel and visual effect when you hit things.
One of the bigger efforts we're undertaking for Overwatch 2 is what we're calling our Weapon 2.0 Sound Pass.
Targets without feeling like you're going to sacrifice, you know, all of your positioning, everything to get there.
That we're trying to make with...
PvP feels different and new. We're upgrading our combat feel. The roles are playing differently. When it comes to all new maps, it's a pretty big departure.
It's not a lot of information
on
Overwatch
right
2,
so
but it's enough, I suppose, to make me feel more optimistic about the future of the game. Also, this is New York, and they're standing on a control point right here. So what does that mean? What does this mean? Is there anything we can take away from it? Also, this is further proof that his shield is only 800 health, which, by the way, is a good thing, in my opinion. Less shields on Reinhardt is fine.
Also experimenting with the idea we call role passives, which are passive abilities that a hero can have based on what role they are. For example, currently in our internal builds, the tank heroes all have knockback reduction against
all tank heroes have knockback reduction
against them, and they also generate less ultimate charge for enemies.
They generate less ultimate charge.
Shooting at them. Damage dealing heroes.
Oh, they generate less ult charge for enemies who shoot at them. Did you catch that? It's enemies who get less ult charge for shooting at tanks.
Have a movement speed bonus.
Damage dealing heroes with the movement speed buff. That, of course, doesn't mean much for every hero. However, that means a lot for other heroes.
Which is great for flanking around the map. And healing heroes, support heroes have automatic healing that kicks in after they haven't taken damage for a while.
This is really OP for heroes like Ana, because it's really annoying for Ana because she generally has to heal herself with her own grenade in situations where her healer sucks. But having this ability is really good for her. It doesn't necessarily matter to other healers as much.
Very similar to Mercy's passive, but a little bit of a lower rate.
Like Lucio doesn't care about that. Zenyatta doesn't care about that because he has 150 shields that come back. Mercy already has it. Brig, I guess it's good for her. Fuck Brig, though. Who gives a shit? Baptiste, he can heal himself, so it doesn't matter. The only real hero that impacts, in my opinion, is Ana.
The more shocking changes
Moira can heal
that
herself.
We've been exploring in Overwatch 2 PvP is a change to the tank role entirely.
Is there something we can take away from this? Wait a second. Look at her health. Is that 300 health, 300 armor? That looks like half, doesn't it?
That's applied.
Winston has 1,050, and if I'm wrong, it looked like he had armor.
New Shielding heroes have a movement speed bonus, which is great for flanking around the map. And
yeah, Roadhog only gives he gives less ult charge. That's huge for Roadhog.
Support heroes have automatic healing that kicks in after they haven't taken damage for a while, very similar to Mercy's passive, but a little bit of a lower rate.
But look at D.Va.
One of the
this is the big thing I wanted to look at D.Va
that we've been exploring in Overwatch 2 PvP.
Okay, 150. That's fine.
Is a change.
Look at her health. She has 600 health. Isn't that literally 300 health, 300 armor? Isn't that fucking massive? Wait, what is she at right now? What? Is that the same? That isn't the same, is it? Is that how she is right now? 300 health, 300 armor? That doesn't sound right to me. Is that how she is? Where the fuck would I find this information other than logging onto the fucking game, I guess? D.Va health pool. It says the mech has 300 armor. So maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. Oh.
Tank role entirely. That's applied to all of the tanks. We want.
Winston doesn't have 550 though, does he? That's new.
Want to try to make them more toe-to-toe brawlers and less characters.
Her defense matrix seemed quite
that just
larger.
stand back and protect other people.
Wait, we can see how much Winston bubble was.
P is a change to the tank role entirely. That's applied to all of the tanks. We want to try to make them more toe-to-toe brawlers.
Her defense matrix seems a lot more
brawlers and less characters that just stand back and protect.
I think I missed it. It's 455. I think it's 550. Am I wrong?
And you can steer it more corner, but you can definitely more
protect other people. Protect other people. Toe-to-toe brawlers and less characters that just stand back and protect.
It's at 550, so his bubble is 550, which seems more to me.
Protect other people.
So, for example, for Reinhardt, we've given him 2 charges of Fire Strike, so he can throw Fire Strikes a lot more aggressively and more often. Also, his...
Okay, I am going to now watch the Burning Crusade Classic Deep Dive now. Okay. I'm now switching gears to this. Because we missed it.
Welcome everyone to...
Is there anything else that I need to know about before I start this? Like, is there another video or VOD I should maybe load up? Okay, we're just gonna go with this. This is Burning Crusade.
Deep dive panel for WoW Classic. I'd like to start with some introductions with these fine gentlemen with me and myself. I'm Holly Longdale. I'm the principal producer for WoW Classic. A little bit about my background. I spent 13 years working on EverQuest. I started as a game designer and eventually became the head of the studio for the EverQuest franchise. That said, I've always been a WoW player since beta. So this is obviously a dream come true for me, and I'm thrilled to be here with you.
I'm Patrick Dawson. I'm the production director for World of Warcraft. I've been at Blizzard for 15 years now, and have been on WoW for most of that time. Avid WoW player myself, and really excited to open up that dark portal again as we all step through it.
And my name's Brian Birmingham, and I'm the lead software engineer on WoW Classic. I've also been at Blizzard for 15 years. I started on World of Warcraft. I spent about 3 years on Hearthstone as well, and then came back to the World of Warcraft team to work on WoW Classic. And it has been a great joy to me to work on this team.
There's a lot to talk about today.
Yeah.
So earlier we announced, yay, Burning Crusade Classic is coming. But there's a lot more to it. Let's take a look at the features, because wow. I mean, wow, right? Wow.
Let's go!
I was so excited by playing Draenei and Blood Elves. I played both.
What the fuck did you just say, bitch?
My heart's with Alliance.
Draenei? How the fuck did you just say that?
I also took up jewel crafting on my Draenei Shaman. I wanted to corner the market. Just the whole notion of having items with sockets and just exploring that whole system. I'm also a bit of
this
a
bitch probably says shaman
I
instead of
completely
shaman.
lost my time for weeks in there.
The Burning Crusade, I remember being there back then, and it was our first expansion ever. So all the new features was like this really cool moment of like, what's coming next, what's going to happen. And one of the things that was pretty impactful to the game was Horde having paladins and shaman. I mean, as an avid PvPer myself, I remember going back and trying to fight shaman. I was Alliance back then. And just not understanding that class at all, because my team didn't have it. So like I try to poly them and it'd be like grounding totem. I didn't know what that was. And it's just like, why are shaman immune to everything? I don't understand.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, no, I did.
No, you said they're cheating.
I understood polymorph druids, but shaman, why? Like now I started to understand shaman a little bit better.
That's funny.
Got some of their benefits. I actually got to see totems being placed down on my side for once, and got to see the frustration of dealing with Bubble Hearth on the other.
Yeah, I remember when I was doing raids, we were always jealous of the Alliance having paladins for Blessing of Salvation. Like people would be pulling aggro off me, and I'd be yelling at them like, "Wait for 3 Sunders!" And the Alliance is like, "No, it's no problem. Just go."
Yep. So hey, I mean, we were upset raiding like Razor Gore without Earthbind. I mean, really even the playing field for both PvE and PvP, which was kind of cool. But there were a ton of new features and just abilities with this too. As we got to level 70 and got to experience new content and new things. I remember one of my first experiences with understanding what it meant, but for designed by Blizzard, right?
Oh,
Because I was an engineer, right? I wasn't a designer. I was working on like the live ops team at the time, and I was playing my class, avid player of mage, and I kept I sent this long email to Tom Chilton saying like, hey, here's what mage needs.
Nerfs.
The Dawson Manifesto.
They need nerfs.
So it was a well thought out forum post. And what was in it was things like bring back invisibility, let's get a threat dump in the class. And I didn't even necessarily tie those two together, but he was like, that's a pretty good idea, let's give mages invisibility. And just knowing that skill was coming along with some other new stuff for mages like the Molten Armor, the Ice Lances, was just really cool to see all this new stuff.
Yeah, Frost Mages, by the way,
on the other side of that,
still
I was really excited about
really
Stellar
good.
Effect because I was really frustrating getting polymorphed and being able to like reflect that back on the mage.
As a mage, I was not excited for you to get
I bet you weren't. And there were even some PvE encounters that had abilities that you could reflect back. So I remember that was really fun to kind of find ways to time that and use it as a defensive ability as well.
I was a hunter.
Mm-hmm. I'm a hunter now,
also a hunter.
actually. Yeah, I've switched.
But I remember just chasing Beastmaster and just DPS.
Yeah, Beastmaster is viable. They have avoidance
Talking
now
about that too makes
for
me
their
think of,
pets.
like the arenas and the arena system. That was a whole new world for us. With Battlegrounds and the way they worked before, like the way the matchmaking happened, usually I was pretty competitive in PvP, so I would either get in there and stomp the enemy team.
Boomkins are now better.
Casual, or, you know, even
more
though
mana,
we were a good team, we weren't
more
like
spell
the best
crit
of the
for
best.
everybody
So
in the
when
party.
we ended up going against one of those teams, it was just like, well, geez, we're just getting stomped now. This is tough.
And more damage.
Arenas gave everyone an opportunity to play against equal-minded
Succubus.
opponents, right? So if you were a little bit more casual, you get the opportunity to play against people who weren't maybe so competitive. Or if you were like cutting edge, go for it. Like try to be the best of the best. And what was great about that is it really just it spawned an esport. Like that wasn't we didn't design it for that. We just wanted people to have fun. But when we noticed like, hey, everybody's playing this, everybody's like competing in this, people are watching it, we had to embrace that. We started featuring it at Blizzcons, and we've been doing it every year since.
Yeah, it's really awesome. I think one of my favorite things to recollect was the exciting zones that you would travel through. One of my favorite memories was actually in the first zone,
Hellfire Peninsula is so good.
Adventuring around in Hellfire Peninsula, going around and doing all those quests, and always living in fear of the Felder. Because you'd be out there collecting parts from like a broken Zeppelin, and you'd be fighting off your Hellbores, and then all of a sudden you'd see the screen start to shake, and like these thump, 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 and then I gotta run. He's right on top of me.
Sound still haunts my dreams.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's terrifying.
Even in life, it's just feign death. Feign death.
Yeah, just get out of here. And then the payoff when you later go to Netherstorm and they give you the quest, they're like, could you get me a part from inside the Felreaven? You're going to have to kill him. And you're like, that guy? Like that guy that used to terrorize me? They're like, yeah, I think you could take him now. And that was such an exciting
I remember
payoff
that
to
shit.
be able to, like, bring that full circle and go back and
that's really cool.
For me, I snuck into beta. I got really lucky because I could see the construction sign for some of the zones, and of course I ignored it and went and explored. So I remember running through Blade's Edge and just seeing dragon carcasses and skeletons impaled in the environment, and then moving on to Netherstorm. I just was blown away, even from Zangermarsh all the way through. Everything felt like its own world, and just be able to go through that and just the delight of it and the epicness of it. And then you come up to Area 52. That's what I love about WoW, is you can have epic storylines and still find lightness in it. So I just loved it. I love it. I'm an explorer, so.
You know, for me, I remember Burning
that's
Crusade
the great
really
thing about Burning Crusade. The zones are massive.
Gameplay type for me.
Wrath of the Lich King is the same too. They have really big zones, which are more fun to explore and stuff like that.
Because I got my outer rep all the way up, and then I was thinking about switching to Scryer, and people were like, "You're insane. Don't do that." And I was like, "I bet I can." You know, just to prove people wrong.
Why would you do that to yourself?
It was cool. It was really fun. But then I started doing other things. Like there were all these new like mounts and pets, and I went back and even got some of the older reps like Thorium Brotherhood and Winterspring. But then like things like Netherwing Ledge came out. The world just opened up for me in Burning Crusade to really start my collection.
Of course, we also had flying mounts, which I loved. And
you
then
literally
decided
needed them
play
in
with
order
some
to get
friends
to
on a
Tempest
PvP
Keep.
server. And was running around Hellfire.
Yeah, dude.
And,
the only way
Death from
it's
Above,
worth
which is
swapping to
likely
Alder to
just-
Scryer like that is if you're a human and you just have the bonus rep.
I was getting a lot of honorable kills.
Otherwise, that's even with that, it's
So,
still
That's
miserable.
just a
though.
quick
Like,
look
why
at some
why
of
would
our
you do that to
memories
yourself?
for Burning Crusade, and that was 13 years ago. So that code has been hanging around for 13 years. And we're not just doing a save as Burning Crusade Classic.
Oh, no, it's a lot harder than that.
So let's get into some of those details.
Okay,
So one of the
this is what I want to
challenges has
hear.
been that we don't actually want to ship on the old code, and the reason for that is because it's got a lot of bugs and difficulties with the architecture that we don't want to.
It's going to be the last patch,
We
I'm
talked
sure.
about this when we did the original launch of Classic, was how the data is really the thing that describes how the game is supposed to be played and what things are supposed to happen in it. And so we want to bring that old data and we want to run it on the modern code, the same as we did for Classic. And there's like 750,000 rows of data that we have to go through and convert from their old formats to their new formats. And fortunately, we have really talented engineers, and we run automated scripts that go through this. But even after we've run these scripts, we have to compare them with with how it used to behave and make sure that we've actually done the conversion correctly. And then there's even some things that are making it more difficult this time, like the fact that we've made a couple of minor changes or bug fixes in the Classic data. And we want to make sure that we keep those as we're going into Burning Crusade. So we have to merge those changes with the changes that happened with the Burning Crusade originally, and make sure that we have a coherent set of changes that make sense to bring us from Classic into the Burning Crusade.
there's an enormous amount of time spent looking at, okay, this is how it came out now. We have a reference client.
Yeah.
That is the original.
That's right. We do use the old code for that. Yeah. So like we still have it. We just don't want to ship on that anymore. But we have like the old code with the old data, knows exactly how it's supposed to behave. So those things work together, and we can bring that up internally and take a look at it and say like, okay, this is how it was back then. This is exactly what it used to look like. And we do sometimes find things that are bugs we still want to fix, but a lot of times it will tell us like, oh, this thing is not a bug. This is actually the intended behavior, or this is something we don't really remember right. There's a tendency to want to chase your own memory, like, I remember it being like this, and it's like, no, it's not always exactly the way you remember it. Everybody has that kind of human failing, even us, and so a lot of times we'll have an argument about, I remember it this way. Well, I remember it this way. Let's go and check. We can look.
Well, you know, another reason to ship on the new code is really just the years of stability improvements and the fact that the world didn't look the same back in 2007 as it does today. Like,
That's true.
There wasn't cloud architecture at that point. I remember I had the privilege of being on the live ops team where I got to see what all the servers looked like and how it was all architected. And to pull back the curtain on this a bit, the way it was is everything was its own like server, right? Like they didn't really talk to each other very well. So each realm had 11 blades on it. And these blades were just bare metal blades, and like one blade was for Azeroth, one blade was for Kalimdor, one was for Outland, and then we had some for instances. And you know, back then, what would happen without cloud is you would try to request resources, and maybe a lot of people were running dungeons, and so it would give you back things like transfer aborted, instance not found. Oh boy, like we don't want to go back to those days. So now we can take advantage of things like the cloud and not have those resource issues. So shipping on this new code is a big improvement in stability.
Yeah, and so we're weaving all these threads together. We did finally get a build for Burning Crusade Classic. Super excited. The team gets together, we're preparing for a playtest, and we go to create our characters, and we see this blood elf who, you know, he remembers the sun well. He forgot his pants.
Yeah.
So everything didn't work the first time?
What?
Why would they be naked?
Yeah, I did mention like we had to go through and check for problems in those conversion scripts. And so yeah, sure enough, what's going on here is that this guy thinks he's dressed, but he isn't. And you can see why he thinks he's dressed if you look down.
Does that happen to you a lot?
Only in my high school days.
You can see if you look at his calves, you can see that he's got they're flared out because he
Looks
thinks
like
he's
he
wearing
has
boots.
boots. Yeah.
And the way the system works is we first set the geometry up for all the items that you're supposed to be wearing, and then we layer on various images that we call textures, and we'd use those to build up a single composite texture that's then wrapped around the geometry. But of course, in this case, when we were layering them on, none of the textures were assigned, so it just started with his naked body, and then was going to go layer on textures and didn't find any. So it thinks he's dressed, and so it's removed the underwear because it thinks it's put clothes on top. But there aren't anything there. They're all just completely transparent. So it's almost like the Emperor's new clothes. He's wearing invisible clothes, only in this case, that's really what's happening.
It's crazy. And then, of course, I wanted to try Draenei because that's
Draenei?
where my heart lies. I'm an Alliance girl.
Do people really say it that way?
And,
Draenei?
This Draenei looks to be heads above the rest.
Naruto.
Yeah.
No,
Shaman.
Definitely not.
It's done Moro, right?
It is.
Everybody I know always calls it
Draenei.
Draenei.
It looks like the Draenei
Not like
is too tall,
she
but the
says
real
it.
problem is
I don't
we're in
know.
the wrong place. And so yeah, when you go to the Dunmorrow character select screen, of course the camera is positioned for much shorter races like gnomes and dwarves, and so it's about knee high on a Draenei.
And then water. Really, Brian? We have water and Hellfire?
Yeah, so
Go for a swim.
it turns out that Outland has a funny, unique feature that it doesn't have any oceans because the water just all falls off the edges and goes out into space or something like that. I'm not sure how that works in the game universe.
Magic.
But yeah, there's no ocean there. But we had accidentally flagged it to generate ocean, so we ended up flooding the entire world with an ocean until we found that and turned it back off.
So through all of these processes, yes, we're obviously we're fixing what is broken. But also, we thought it was a good time to start enacting what we call hashtag.
Okay, here's what we gotta hear about
to gameplay and
leatherworking drums.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, like Classic, our guiding principle was no changes. The goal was to provide as true to life, authentic experience of Classic that we possibly could.
Better not have LFG.
And we accomplished that. What was
you need to nerf leatherworking drums. Give it exhaustion.
And said, hey, but we're not exactly the same as we were.
And what else?
Ago, right? And they're right.
What else do they need?
times have
That's
changed.
definitely the
world has
only thing I can think of.
So some of those things that maybe
the
were
moment.
out there that were not
Dwarf?
great and were warts back in the day is not something that we would want to ship again. Like something that feels a little buggy or wrong or incorrect. So the idea behind this is let's provide what the Burning Crusade experience was.
I'll play a Blood
without
Elf
those
Paladin
warts.
for
This
sure.
really, I think, illustrates the
It won't be my
difference
main.
is
Obviously, my
spell
Warlock
batching.
will always be my
We
main.
actually had a lot of requests originally for spell batching in that kind of.
Yeah, they nerfed
changes
spell batching
card,
from 400
where they
MS
said,
to
hey,
like.
I remember when I used
what
to
was
be able
it?
to have
Like,
two mages polymorph
they definitely
one another,
they
and they would both
definitely
end up
changed
polymorphed.
spell
And
batching
that's
and
cute
nerfed it.
fun,
That's
and I
already
kind of love
live
that.
on
And so we
Classic
said, okay,
though.
well, we can put that back
They
in.
nerfed 400
But the
MS to
system that
like
causes
something
that
else,
is,
like
of course,
100 or
spells are
less,
batched
50.
up and processed in these
No, I think
giant
they they nerfed
batches.
it from
But over
400
the
to
last
100.
2 years, people realized that what that comes with is about a half a
That's
second
already on live.
of kind of built-in latency where you push a button and it doesn't actually
Unless
take
they're
effect
changing it again.
for that half a second while it's waiting to queue up the other ones to go with it. And people were starting to find that frustrating. I talked to a lot of people who said they were excited about it when it first came out with Classic, but after they've been playing with it for 2 years, they're really ready to see it go. And we're ready.
I don't
want to
see it
so we're gonna remove
go.
spell batching.
They're removing it.
That's
I don't want to see it go. I
Every
just
2
think
weeks I get a
nerfing
bug
it
report,
is
Vanish
fine.
is broken again. And it was because of stuff like this.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Like if you vanish at the same time a fireball's hitting you,
yeah,
it's gonna pop you out, right?
Exactly.
Like, and so we were trying to do all these hacky solutions.
That's
to
good.
it. The real
Fuck
answer was
rogues.
just
Pop them out of Vanish.
Yeah.
They can go fuck
But we didn't have
themselves.
the ability to do that then, so.
I
now
like
we're
spell
doing it.
batching.
Yeah.
I just think it needed to be nerfed.
But
But they did a good job of nerfing it on Classic. They changed it from 400 MS to like 100 MS, and it was pretty damn good.
Compared to today, so.
You know, the reason they're doing it is because of
community knows
arenas.
Exactly what's going on.
They're doing
They
it
want a
because of
challenge, they want a
arenas.
challenge. So, rather than always giving them like the last version of the boss, the final form of the boss, which maybe has been hit with a few nerfs.
Probably.
Let's not do that anymore. Let's give them a more challenging version of the boss. Like,
Oh!
I'll give you an example.
Wait,
of
are they-
Muru,
are they,
right, where the initial version of that boss had a lot of spell pushback. And so, like, that made it really tough to bring
Make the
casting
bosses
classes to
harder?
that fight. We did fix that pretty quickly and change the fight to allow for that. Now, that's a change we probably would incorporate in this, right? Like, we don't want people to feel excluded or not part of being able to do a fight like that. But then, probably a month or so after that, we nerfed Mover's health. That doesn't need to happen. Let's just keep it in the hard form. We can evaluate any changes we need to make after that. But,
Yes!
Yeah, it won't just be like, hey, final form, we're not even going to look at it. Let's call it a day.
They're keeping the hard version instead of the nerfed versions of the fights. Oh, that's gonna be so good!
No, I was the raid leader, so I got to shoot.
That's so good! They're keeping the harder versions. They're not gonna use the nerfed
Honestly, that's one of
version.
my favorite fights ever in World of Warcraft. That was a really, really fun.
There's so many
That's
fights
awesome.
like that
Another
were
change that we're talking about
unkillable.
making is along the lines of that,
Especially in
PvP balance,
Sunwell,
faction balance,
so they
is,
nerfed it so people could kill it.
Obviously, with
And they're gonna
Crusade,
not do
paladins
that.
are
That's
introduced to
good.
the
I
Horde,
like that.
And shamans are introduced
Keep
to
the hard
alliance,
version.
and that was intended to be a
That's
balance
cool.
of the factions, and let's make them even.
Seal
And
of
then
Blood.
they
Here we
wanted to keep
go.
a little bit of
Seal of
flavor
Blood.
of that faction
Both
identity.
factions.
So they kept Seal of Blood on the Horde and Seal of Vengeance on the Alliance.
Yep.
It was intended to be equivalent power abilities that were just slightly different in flavor.
Yeah.
But in retrospect, Seal of Blood was just so much better.
Yeah.
And so one of the changes that we are going to make is we are going to give the opposite faction's seal to the other faction. But we're going to do that at next level. So we keep just a little bit of that faction identity, where Horde will get Seal of Blood at level 64.
Fuck you!
Schedule, and
We
then
don't get
Vengeance
Seal
at
of
level
Blood
70,
exclusive.
And similarly, Alliance will get Seal of Vengeance at level 64, and then their equivalent.
I guess
Seal of
that's
Martyr
fine.
At level 70. Another thing we want to talk about is arena teams. When it first came out in Burning Crusade, the arena team system only let you have the same number of players on your team that was the size of the bracket it was for. So, for example, a 3v3 team could only have 3 players on the team. So if someone was like
Arenas
sick
are gonna
or
be
unavailable
so
that night, you
good.
couldn't play. And that's
Especially
always
as a
frustrating.
warlock.
So we're definitely going to go with like the last version of that, where you could have twice the size of the bracket on your team roster, so that you had alternates you could swap in and out. And then that way, as long as anybody
honestly, the
participated
Seal
in,
of
I think,
Blood
30%
change
of the
is
matches,
fine.
Then they got the full credit for the week.
It sucks we don't get the benefit more from it, but I completely understand why they do that.
Whether or not we want to do something with that as well.
They need to nerf
Because,
leatherworking
another thing that was
still.
problematic about arenas was the way that the ELO system was so inflationary, and so we're talking about whether or not we want to move forward with converting that to something more like the modern MMR system.
Oh,
so that
okay.
Isn't as punishing to people in terms of like waiting hours for a match at the highest levels and things like that.
And another change, we're going to give players access to Blood Elf and Draenei early, so that before we actually open the Dark Portals, you'll have a chance to level.
Yeah, I got it. Clad. Where's Clad?
Originally.
I remember.
He's not here anymore.
He was really frustrated that the rest of us were all running around in Outland, and he was like, "I'm still back in Wetlands. Yeah, what is going on?
Yeah.
When can I play with you guys?" So yeah, I'm really glad we're doing that.
Yeah.
Doing that with pre-patch?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yep.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Pre-patch. Clad isn't here anymore, is he?
Yep. And then
maybe he is.
So we've got some phases happening.
Yeah.
Phases.
So
Let's hear about it.
Are exciting. We're gonna start with Karazhan and Gruul's Lair and Magtheridon's Lair. And we want to start with just that.
Yes, this is good. Serpent Shine Cavern and Tempest Keep should be separate phases.
With those raids.
This is a very good decision.
Have an opportunity
very
to
good
level
decision.
Up, catch up to their friends, and all kind of.
SSC and Tempest Keep were released on launch with Karazhan, which meant that you could get Tier 5
next chapter after
as soon as you could get Tier 4.
Which will be Serpent Shrine Cavern.
This is so good to split up the phases. This is so good.
Which is Hyjal and the Black Temple. And the
such a good decision.
Of course, originally
very
Hyjal
good choice.
Was,
very
was
good choice.
Available from the launch of Burning Crusade, but nobody could really get in there because of the way the attunements work. So we'll unlock that as a later chapter alongside Black Temple. And then that'll go with Arena Season 2 at that point. And
I love it. I love it.
Will come out
I love
alongside Zulaman with a little bit of catch-up gear for anybody who's taken that long to catch up. It's another smaller instance.
You could do your bear run.
And then finally, Phase 5 will be Sunwell and Arena Season
Isle
4.
of Quail.
It's been a very busy year.
Yeah.
It is. It's an expansion with a lot in it.
Yes.
A lot in it.
And so we spent a lot of time talking about.
That's very good that they're
Classic
separating
and
Tempest
Burning
Keep and
Crusade,
Serpent Shine Cavern from Karazhan.
Exciting. We're very excited about it, but there's a lot to talk
Very
about.
smart.
There's a lot coming, and we want to walk through how this is going to materialize.
Well, yeah, really the question is.
And they're keeping the bosses harder too, which is super cool.
Wants and needs. And how do we get there? How do we get to the Burning Crusade? Well, the first group of people that we wanted to make sure that we were serving well is those people who do want to go to the Burning Crusade. We feel that most of the community is interested in this. They're going to want to do this. We want to make it simple and easy for them. So how are we going to do that?
As we said earlier, you're going to be able to make a choice. So we'll talk about and explore these choices in some
I need to figure this out.
Some examples. So to start with the current servers you're on now, classic live servers, are going to become what we're calling progression servers.
Okay.
And what that means is the servers that are live now will always unlock any expansion we release.
Okay.
So when we get to our patch day, you're going to be presented with a choice. Do you want to continue on into the Burning Crusade?
I do.
Or do you want to move to Classic? So in that space, you're going to do that for every single character. So for my example, I'm on Worm Rest Accord. So I've got a level 60. I am definitely taking that on through to Burning Crusade. But I've got a couple of mid-levels that I know I want to move with my friends. Those are characters I level with my friends in Classic, and I want to continue that journey with them. We want to make it as easy and seamless as possible to just get right into Burning Crusade, but there are options.
That's awesome. I'm excited.
You have to do it for every character.
I know, there's a lot of my friends, for example, who maybe didn't really play Classic when it first came out, right? And so now they're behind, and they're interested in playing the Burning Crusade. This was, for a lot of people, their favorite expansion that we've done. We want to make sure that those people are served too. And one of the ways we could do that is provide a boost to people who are interested in coming back. And maybe aren't interested in doing the classic WoW experience, but really want to hop right into Outland as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so the team, we spent quite a bit of time discussing it because we want to make sure we respect the time of the people that have been playing Classic for 2 years. But also, we want people to be able to enjoy Burning Crusade if they loved it the first time and maybe miss Classic. So we are going to offer a level 58 boost for purchase, but it does come with some restrictions. So it's going to be one per account. It's not going to be usable on Blood Elf or Draenei. It'll have some dungeon blues. It'll have level 40 mount skill, no professions. It's the basics.
You got a goddamn mount?
Your Outland starting kit.
That's cool. That's a really great way to jump into the game for sure.
Yeah, I like that.
I'll be looking
Oh boy, I can't tell if this is good or bad yet. I don't know how I feel about this.
That's all they ever wanted. They're like, you know what, Burning Crusade, that's awesome. I'm sure some people are gonna love that, but for me, I came back for WoW Classic. What do they get to do? What's their options?
Yeah, that was really important for us too.
Yeah.
So we had all sat down and discussed like how we should frame this. So when we get to our patch day, which is prior to the Dark Portal opening, when I said before, like, I'll go back to
I can
my
see
example
people wanting to
for
come back to
Rogueless.
try it, but no changes
We
or
will be
whatever.
launching Classic Era
I guess
at the same time as we do our patch, and you will have that choice. So when you make the choice to go to Burning Crusade Classic, or you make the choice, like on my example, my level 40 druid, I want to move that character to Classic Era. And what Classic Era means is that those particular servers are going to stay in that era forever. So that is going to remain classic till the end of time. It's never going to unlock.
No, I think the boost is only for
You'll
TBC.
be able to make that choice for every single
right?
character. Do you go on to Burning Crusade, or do you choose to go to Classic Era? Let's say, you know, you're behind the times.
I don't think you can do a boost
You'll still
for
be able to have that
Classic.
choice. We haven't locked it to a time window. You're not going to miss the boat.
Or am I wrong about
choice?
that?
Sounds awesome, and choice in WoW is something that's meaningful. It's always been meaningful.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that's important when we look at the community, that you're going to choose to go to the Burning Crusade or you're going to choose to go to Classic. You know, some people may not be comfortable with that choice. And while we think that choice is important, we also recognize that there are folks that are going to want to play both, right? Like, yeah, see,
right here.
you have some stuff left to do in Classic that you wanted, and you want to keep that character in Classic, but you also are interested, that same character wants to raid with your friends.
That's exactly
TBC. So what does that look like? How do we make that happen?
So we're going to actually offer a paid service to let you make a copy of your character. And I know, like, copy's a big deal. So like you said, like, this is something we don't want to make just an automatic choice for everybody. But I know that for me, it really is going to be like that pull to go to both places. So I want to be able to say, like, you know what, I'm willing to pay some money for this. I want a copy of my character that lives in Classic Era forever, while I also go to Burning Crusade with
That's what I want. Do I have to pay for that?
And that way I can stay with my friends who are really excited to go to Karazhan. I'm really excited to go to Karazhan. I want to see my hunter go through Karazhan, but if I'm missing like a couple pieces of my tier 3 set from Naxxramas, I still have an opportunity to go find a new guild there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pay for that. Damn.
We're going to be spending a lot of time communicating these
bastards.
details. So even
You goddamn
now,
bastards.
it's very high level. There's going to be a lot more detail to come. So
whatever, I'll do it.
But with that said, so Pat, when's all this happening?
When is it? When is it? When's the pre-patch? Tell me the pre-patch is soon. Pre-patch. I want to level a Blood Elf.
This is something that is important to get. People are still playing through Naxxramas. We want to make sure that they have enough time to do that. But what we are looking at, this will be happening in 2021.
2021.
For sure. We are committed to doing that. And what we're looking at is starting the beta rather soon.
The beta, huh?
So hopefully that beta will go up and we'll get that running.
Yeah, a lot of different paid character shit. That is definitely Activision.
On the things we've talked about today.
Yep, you're right about
if there's any
that.
adjustments we need to make, we want to make sure we have a long enough beta period for that to happen.
I'm not happy that I have to pay for it, but I am happy the services exist.
So any final
I want to know when the pre-patch is.
Well, I just talked about the beta, and I will say just to the community, you all have been so instrumental in making Classic the success that it has been, and you will be equally instrumental.
I'm happy to hear that the Blood Elves can be leveled up early. I'm going to be doing that.
Beta, play, give us your feedback. We want to hear all about it.
I could play the beta, but
enjoy, welcome, and let's have some
I want to
fun.
know. I want to know.
It's been the highlight of my professional career to work on WoW Classic and have the support and love of this community. It is really special to me, and I'm really excited to be sharing.
Yeah,
this with
how
all of
long
you,
is the beta going to be?
Yeah, and for me, I've been
pre-patch probably is a while away. How long do you think the pre-patch should be? How much time will we have to level up Blood Elves?
So from me and the entire WoW team, we want to thank you for bringing Azeroth to life for us. So we will definitely be seeing you in game in whatever flavor.
And jewel crafting.
And until then, stay classic.
Where's the content? Well, we just finished the content. If it's retail, it's in 1 to 2 weeks. Okay, that's doable then.
Hey everybody.
Shadowlands
so excited to be
update.
here with all of you to celebrate 30 years of epic entertainment experiences from Blizzard. And of course, out of all of those, the one that's nearest and dearest to my heart is the World of Warcraft expansion, Shadowlands. And that's what we're here today to talk about. The development experience for Shadowlands over the course of last year was unforgettable for all sorts of reasons. But it's also something that really has taught the team, taught all of us, a lot of lessons about World of Warcraft.
2 weeks will be plenty of time to hit 58. You don't need to hit 60. You just need to hit
Shadowlands wasn't
58,
just the
really.
product of our development team's efforts last year. It was a product of your efforts as well. It was the product of a conversation between
You know how
us,
many
the development
people
team,
are going to be doing
players, the community who inhabit this world,
leveling, boosting.
The beta for Shadowlands.
Oh yeah, mage boosting is going to make bank.
For a past expansion that I can recall.
You know how many just regular people will be doing dungeons as blood elves together too? You probably don't even need to do boosting. You'll be able to do plenty of like.
Just in the community.
Imagine a fucking dungeon filled with prot and holy pallies, right? Like one holy pally and a bunch of prot pallies polling a whole dungeon.
On social media, everywhere else, letting us know what was exciting, what was concerning, what you didn't understand, what you were worried about, what you were happy about, and more. And all of that.
Oh yeah, full pally parties, which is easy to do. You have prot, you have ret, you have holy.
Where we ended up, and it's been amazing seeing everyone jumping into this new world that we've crafted together, and having an amazing time over the last couple of months.
The only thing that's going to suck is trying to get gear.
That I would like to
trying to get gear out of full pally parties.
And for that to be a baseline for how we build World of Warcraft going forward. So as we're here today,
you can definitely hit 60 really quickly though.
What you're going to hear about
I don't even think it'll take 2 weeks.
Where we're headed
if you're doing like mage boosting and groups of people, it'll take maybe 1 week only.
Major villains like the Jailer and Sylvanas. And what's up with Anduin anyway? But we're going to talk a bit less, however, about systems. We have tons to share there, but the way we need to work on our systems, as we've learned, is, of course, by first seeing how they're playing out.
Yeah, I need to get my mage up, I guess.
Plan what we were going to do with
51 at the moment.
Where Torghast was going to go, or what was going to change about soulbinds, without.
I could probably just make bank doing a Scarlet Monastery. Honestly, don't even have to try to do ZG.
And letting us know what you think.
Could do like SM.
I am pleased and excited to say that when we look at our systems, unlike in some past expansions at this point, we're not seeing anything that needs to be completely overhauled or replaced. What we see are solid foundations that are, in many cases, in need of iteration.
I can do Mara runs on my Warlock, too.
Build a structure that will sustain us throughout the entirety of Shadowlands
for items.
So that's a conversation that's going to come when our
public test run goes live. Because I can solo kill Princess pretty easily.
We'll have lots more information to share with you there. Now, what we are going to talk about, and boy, do we have a lot of exciting stuff for you.
Oh shit, dude.
The first major
but I'll be able to mess around with new talents in the pre-patch event for my mage too.
I'll
probably be.
Who can tell you all about it.
I'll be able to use shit like
Hi everybody,
water
I'm
elemental.
Jeremy Fiesel. I am a designer on WoW, and it is my pleasure to get to introduce to you today a first look at what's next for World of Warcraft Shadowlands.
I wonder how good water elemental will be for
about
boosting.
What we've accomplished so far. The champions of Azeroth have stepped foot in this otherworldly space known as the Shadowlands, the afterlife for all souls from Azeroth and beyond. Within the Shadowlands, we have met new allies, and we've fought a ton of new and interesting new enemies. We've joined covenants, and we've gained great power. And in this time, we have been able to deal with some of the immediate threats to our new covenant allies. We have taken down the Gorm and the Drust in Ardenweald, and the Forsworn in Bastion, and ultimately, we've been able to add some stability back to each of our new allies' home zones. Within the Shadowlands, we have also been able to help out many of the denizens that are undergoing this major lack of anima by sending anima back out into the world, reinvigorating both our allies as well as the military forces of each of our covenants so they can take the fight back to their enemies. And as a culminating element to all of these things, we've been able to take out one of the Jailer's main lieutenants, the traitorous Sire Denathrius in Castle Nathria. And yet, behind all of these things is the looming, dark and mysterious figure of the Jailer. So what do we really know about the Jailer's dark designs up until this point?
You're pretty big.
We know that the
big-ass
Jailer
dude
is in charge of the Maw, a dark and forbidden place that we can't spend even a moment too long in before getting unceremoniously swept out by the Jailer's forces. We know that the Maw has had this huge influx of souls, allowing the Jailer to gain massive amounts of power, as well as anima, thanks to the actions of Sire Denathrius. This has allowed the Maw to grow in great proportion, something we've been able to physically see just by looking out past Oribos into the darkness. In addition, every time we have tried to step foot into the Maw, we've been watched unmercilessly by the eye of the Jailer. We've never been able to get a solid foothold there. We have spent some time in Torghast, the Tower of the Damned, and we've rescued some very prominent souls. But again, we've never been able to get a solid and consistent foothold there and make any real progress. The Jailer remains this mystery of the Shadowlands, and exactly what his dark designs are for the afterlife are still unknown. This is the story we will be investigating in our first major content update for World of Warcraft Shadowlands, entitled Chains of Domination. Now you can imagine with a name like that, we're going to be very centered around the Jailer's forces and his plans. What do him and his champion Sylvanas have in store for the rest of us? And how does this influence our allies in Ardenweald, in Bastion, and elsewhere? The Jailer will make his first attacks, showing his hand, and will be forced to defend our brand new allies, as we see what the Jailer's designs for the Shadowlands truly are. Let's take another look at that cinematic, showing what fate has in store for Anduin in Chains of Domination.
Should I like skip? I've already seen this.
Look around you! What makes you believe you're not?
I feel like he's giving me a recap.
There's a lot to unpack there. But as you can imagine, we're not going to take a strike like that sitting down. We're going to call in the forces of all 4 of the Shadowlands Covenants. For the first time in years, they will all come together, now reinvigorated by anima and by our actions within the Shadowlands, to take the fight directly to the Jailer. Within the Maw, we will uncover brand new, never-before-seen areas. We'll also be fighting off some new and never-before-seen enemies, of course, and naturally be uncovering some brand new Maw-themed rewards while we're at it. Our return to the Maw includes not only a chance for us to push back against the dark designs of the Jailer in areas that previously were very forbidding for us, where we really weren't able to spend very much time there. Having a secure, solid foothold with all 4 covenants allows us to push back against that oppressive force. We'll be able to stop the Eye of the Jailer in its tracks, exploring areas that we were unable to explore before, and our mounts will once again even hear our call within the Maw. The Maw will not only include some areas that we have seen previously, now with our new allies of the Covenants changing things up there, but also some never-before-seen sections. Let's talk for a second about the largest of those sections. So in the finale of that cinematic, you saw that the Jailer had sent his chains off out of the Maw and into the darkness. What he found there, that landmass shown there at the very end of that cinematic, is a landmass known as Korthia, and it makes up the largest new section of the Maw. Korthia is an ancient space that was lost in the in-between. It has its own strange creatures and wildlife that inhabit it, but it's also inhabited by some of the characters that we've previously seen in Oribos, including the Attendants and the Protectors, and some of their city structures. And very similar to Oribos, it is filled with mysteries, the likes of which the Shadowlands has yet to uncover. It is these ancient mysteries that the Jailer is truly after, the secrets of this strange group that we've only barely hinted at, known as the First Ones. Heading back into this area will allow us to explore all of these new sections, entertain new content, meet new allies, and face off against new foes. And in addition, we will also see some brand new rewards.
What are the rewards?
Some of the new rewards we'll find within the Maw include this Maw-themed undead horse, and a Maw hand mount that is actually a giant severed hand of domination that you'll ride on the wrist section of in a really creepy and cool manner.
I like that.
And of course, there will be Maw-themed battle pets to collect as well, including your very own minion of domination.
That'd be kind of silly to watch people rolling around on hands like that.
That's just a part of it. The true purpose of bringing all 4 of the Covenants together within the Maw, of course, is to be taking the attack directly to the Jailer's doorstep.
Yep, you said that.
The central area where the Jailer has holed up with all of his main minions is going to be our focus here, as we raid the Sanctum of Domination.
Okay, cool. New raid, new raid.
The Sanctum of Domination will be a 10-boss raid, and you'll finally be able to face off against the terrible Terragru that I'm sure has kicked you out of Torghast more times than you want to mention.
I like Kel'Thuzad.
You'll be able to take all of your allies and take the fight directly back to it. We'll also be facing off against the creature that is the actual eye of the jailer and figure out really what is the jailer's eye here. Those of you that were fans of the lore of the Titan Keeper Odin might have some interest in that particular fight. The Jailer's Inner Sanctum, naturally, is a place where some of the worst of the worst
get to fight
souls
Sylvanas
were sent
here too.
for the Jailer's personal
Sylvanas
torment.
confirmed
and we'll be seeing
bad
some
guy.
of those souls here as well. Really looking forward to hearing who you think will show up in the Jailer's personal torment sanctum. Of course, any raid that features minions, servants, and soldiers of the cold dark like this one is going to have to feature our old nemesis, Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah!
And finally, the culmination of the raid. At long last, we will be taking the fight directly to Sylvanas Windrunner, the Banshee Queen.
So are we
herself.
really killing her?
The finale of this fight is going to change the future of the Shadowlands. But we're not going to spoil that for you today. However, can't wait for you to see what happens at the end.
I am
but
curious.
the Sanctum of Domination
I am very
is
curious.
not the only Sanctum of the Jailer. We'll be seeing additional updates to Torghast, the Tower of the Damned.
Nice.
Including
New
the
upgrades?
unlocking of brand new, never before seen
New powers. They need
These
that.
wings
They
have
need
a
that pretty
brand
badly.
new art kit, as well as new floors and new floor layouts, and should feel like something you haven't seen in Torghast up until now. You'll be facing off against brand new foes with dastardly ways in order to stop your ascent, new traps to trip you up, and of course, to help us fight against all of these dastardly minions of the Jailer,
Show us the new
brand
powers.
new game-changing powers
Show
will be
us.
available as well. Moving on
Show us.
to additional
Ah,
updates
fucker.
within Chains of Domination, fans of the Operation Mechagon Mega Dungeon from our previous patches will be happy to learn that we are once again bringing back the concept of the Mega Dungeon. A Mega Dungeon is an 8-boss dungeon, epic in scale,
So BRD.
and always has some unique and interesting loot that you can't find anywhere else. The Mega Dungeon for Chains of Domination is going to be focused around the enigmatic traders that we first met in Oribos, the Brokers. The Broker Mega Dungeon is a large broker trading city with portals, an auction house, and various different broker cartels that have made it their home. We're going to be learning more about broker culture and meeting some new and different kinds of brokers that we haven't seen up until now. This is an 8-boss dungeon, and in Chains of Domination will be available as Mythic only for now. Within the Broker Mega Dungeon, we'll be
Mythic
facing
only.
off against brand new broker cartel members, including dastardly broker assassins and 4-armed broker guards. The second half of the dungeon, as we start to exit the broker trading city, will feature a heist section. As we chase a broker that has stolen an artifact and plans to use it for his own purposes. As we chase this broker through the heist section, he'll take us through a number of different portals that take us to a lot of different, very varied locations where we fight a number of different bosses. One of these fights, of course, is against none other than an infinite pirate dragon. I trust that needs no explanation, so let's move on to the rewards.
That's a cool looking pirate dragon.
Include things that we will only see within broker culture, some very special broker pets, including a broker-themed cat. We can capture some of the rats that scurry around within the broker trading city.
That's cute.
And we'll get to see one of the pets that the brokers actually use
I want
as
that
a
cat.
currency. These strange worms that they found on another world and have scintillating eyes that are gem-like. It's sort of like a living sign of your wealth for the high ends of the broker cartels. You might be able to purchase one of those within the dungeon or fight an enemy in order to obtain one of them. And we'll be able to obtain the broker's special and interesting disc mount, which they fly around their trading city with. In addition, there's going to be a dazzling array of different weaponry for you to collect as well. Now let's move on to updates to some of our Covenant systems. We've been fighting hard to gain renown with our Covenants, gain soulbinds, and additional conduits. We'll be expanding upon a lot of these systems. Some of the ideas that we're thinking about include adding additional conduits, different conduit types, and expanding the soulbind system. Our general goal here is to give you more options in terms of how you specialize your character within your Covenant and how you gain additional power levels. We're very early on in the ideation phase here, and we'd love to hear from you if you want to take to the forums and tell us how you would like to see your power grow within your Covenant. Patch 9.1 also brings with it flying, something that we mentioned a while back, and we're sticking to it. There's no rep grind associated with flying. You simply just need to continue completing activities for your Covenant, and your Covenant story chapters will unlock flying for you automatically. But we're not simply going to be unlocking flying in Chains of Domination. No, we want to do everything heavily Covenant themed because it's all about working for your Covenants. So completing the flying will also unlock a new specialized flying mount specific to your Covenant.
Nice!
For the Kyrians, activating Anima to the Eternal
Specific
Forge
flying
has
mounts?
allowed your stewards to once again produce this powerful
that's
flying
cute.
Centurion that hasn't been seen in ages.
That looks nice.
For the Night Fae, activating
What do I
wild
get?
seeds with
Venethir.
Anima that were thought lost to the drought will reawaken our powerful ally.
Those aren't bad,
in the
actually.
Wolf
Those aren't
Serpent.
too bad.
From the Maldraxians, the Necrolords
Those aren't too bad.
naturally go to their natural environment, throw a saddle on one of the giant corpse flies
Oh
buzzing
my
around their
God!
backyard, and send that on into combat.
Look at those
There's one thing
things!
that you do know, they're not going to be afraid of the stench of death. And for
That's
the
cool.
Venthyr, activating Anima within
Gargoyle.
Revendreth has
Totally
allowed
getting a
us to
gargoyle.
empower these Stoneborn brutes, giving us Anima-infused Stoneborn allies as our brand new flying.
Shit!
But that's not all. Continuing
God,
to advance
that
your
looks
Covenant
sick.
and your Renown will also unlock
the
a set of
fuck?
cosmetic armor. Cosmetic armor sets can be worn by any armor
That
type,
was cool.
from cloth to plate, and they can be mixed and matched with any of your transmog outfits if you want to take.
What do I gotta do
pieces
to
of
get
them,
those?
Producing a variety of different unique outfit possibilities.
Oh, new
The
outfits!
cosmetic armor set for the Kyrian is stylized after a Kyrian courier who might be rushing across the fields of Bastion with a missive. It's very
I'm good
lightweight
on that
and
one.
airy. For the Night Fae, your cosmetic outfit will be themed around the Forest Defenders and includes many natural wildlife elements,
Okay.
including the horns of the Great Stag and the leaves
What else
of the
you got?
various flora around.
What else you
Ardenwood.
got?
As you can see, the colors here are actually themed after the seasons as well. For the Necrolords,
Yeah, what
we
do you
went
got?
all the way back to the Warcraft 3
Ooh.
initial idea of
Yeah?
the Necromancer.
Yeah?
In this classically
Yeah?
inspired Necromancer set,
Yeah?
updated with Necrolords.
Ah, that's pretty good.
Everybody
That's pretty
who's
good.
a Necrolord will
That's
finally
pretty good.
get to also have a little bit of Necromancer in them as well.
That would look great
and
on an
finally,
undead.
For the Venthyr.
Yeah, what I got?
No Venthyr transmog set would
Yeah.
truly be complete without a set of finery, just waiting
Yeah.
for the next Venthyr fancy party.
Yeah,
to
those
break out.
first two are not
Venthyr
good.
players will be able to obtain these fancy outfits for whenever you need to head off to a ball. Chains of Domination will also herald the beginning of Shadowlands Season 2, where we will be seeing the addition of a brand new Domination-themed affix for Mythic
Necrolord wins
An
by
item
far.
level
I
increase
agree.
Across the board in terms
The
of
Venethir
available item
one
levels that you can
might
pick up
look
by doing
good,
just about anything in the
maybe,
Shadowlands.
on, like,
we'll also be seeing the beginning of PvP
something.
Season 2.
I don't know.
And something
It's
special
not
in
terrible.
this PvP season that we're looking
I was a
for
little disappointed.
is
Not
an
as
honor
cool as the
talent
mounts.
refresh.
Wait, what's
the idea
that?
here is to
Honor
take a look at
talents?
some of our unused or underutilized honor talents
Yeah?
and freshen them up a bit. Change things
Ooh.
around in terms of the PvP metagame. We'll also be seeing
Ooh.
the introduction of seasonal rewards.
I like the sound of
These
that.
include both brand
New honor
colors
talents.
of the Gladiator and Mythic Plus achievement mounts.
Nice.
As well as our new Vicious mounts.
Ooh,
In
new
this
Vicious.
case, the Vicious mount is the Gorm. The Gorm was already pretty vicious, so
Okay,
slapping
it's
a
not
couple
bad.
of pieces
It's
of
pretty
armor
cool.
on that and sending
pretty
them
cool.
out into combat was a natural thing for the forces of the
Yeah, it's pretty
Alliance
cool.
and Horde to do. All right, let's take a second to recap everything coming at you in Chains of Domination. First,
I wanna hear about
we've
the
got some
PvP
major
talents,
story
bro.
quests, including a lot of the main characters of the Shadowlands that are centered most specifically around the designs and plans of the Jailer and his attacks on our allies in our covenants. We will be taking revenge by taking the fight directly to the Jailer in the Maw and forming a permanent presence there with all 4 covenants. we'll be exploring some never-before-seen sections of the Maw, including this new area known as Korthia and its various mysteries. We will be taking the fight directly to the jailer himself in the Sanctum of Domination raid, which has the final boss as Sylvanas Windrunner.
Yeah, I'm curious
And
how
we'll be making
that'll.
updates to
I'm
Torghast,
curious what will happen
including
there
some never-before-seen
with Sylvanas.
rooms, floors, creatures, and powers. We'll be introducing a new mega dungeon themed around the brokers as a floating broker trading city with new bosses to fight there.
I like
and
the
some very
pirate
unique
dragon.
loot to obtain.
That's pretty
We're going
cool.
to be expanding upon the conduits and soulbind systems and adding additional choice and power to your presence within your covenant.
That's good, I guess.
And alongside that, we'll be seeing some brand new covenant rewards.
New flying mounts are cool. New flying mounts are very cool.
And covenant-themed cosmetic armor sets.
I really
both
wish
of
I could
which
get
will
that
be available
fly,
in
too.
A variety of different
Armor
colors that
sets were underwhelming.
Finally, we'll be seeing the launch of Shadowlands Season 2 and everything that
Honor talents are what
Thanks
I want to
everybody
see.
for checking out
I want
our
to see the
Shadowlands
honor
update.
talents.
We've got a lot of really cool stories to tell still here in the Shadowlands, and we can't wait to get this content into your hands.
Is that it?
From everybody on the World of Warcraft team,
Are there any
we hope you enjoy
details?
Chains of Domination, and we'll see you in the Shadowlands.
Does like Wowhead have anything? Does Wowhead have anything like making of the ancient mount? Do we care that much for the ancient mount? How do you even get this mount?
Dolby is the proud partner of Blizzcon Line. What shock version?
We decided to do the community mount because Shadowlands was right around the corner.
How do
and
you
the
get
main theme of Shadowlands
this mount
was player
anyways?
agency and player choice. So this seemed like a great opportunity to engage the community and let them choose the next mount for the World of Warcraft. Basically what we did was we came up with 5 ideas and we've actually invited all players to vote on the one that they liked the best. It was interesting because we actually had a lot of internal debates about whether we would
Wait, what were the options that you could have voted on? What were all the options?
Because Shadowlands was right around the corner, and the main theme of Shadowlands was player agency and player choice. So this seemed like a great opportunity to engage the community and let them choose the next mount for the World of Warcraft. Basically what we did was we came up with 5 ideas, and we've actually invited all players
What were the
to
5
vote
ideas?
on the one that they liked the best. It was interesting because
There were cool, unique ones, and they ended up with a fucking reskin treant. What were the... Wait, was like this one of the mounts? Nerubian Deathweaver ground mount? Teaches you how to get summoned by the Deathweaver. Total dominance. Grants you access to the Nerubian... Oh my god. Allows you to harvest parts from human... Wait, they didn't choose this? What were the other
we
options?
actually had a lot of internal debates about whether we would provide content.
Spell Tome. Teaches us some of the Spell Tome rewards with the title, Tome Raider. Limitless food and drink supplies. You can get Dalaran and brownies from you. Faster health immunity than ordinary food. This tome flaps madlier than usual. Provides 15% speed. These are cool!
I think we're all very glad that we did it because the artists in our community really engaged and came up with some awesome art to bring these ideas to life.
You're telling me that we passed up a chance to get a goddamn slime cat? I'm motherfucking pissed, bro.
As the lead art producer for World
Are you serious? You guys chose the fucking tree?
of Warcraft, I work with a team of 3 other art producers, and together the
Fucking
4 of us are
idiots, dude. Are you
responsible
serious?
For the tracking and coordination.
You're telling me
of
we
all
could
of
have
the
had
art
any
assets
one of
that go
those and they choose the fucking tree?
When the Wandering Ancient was chosen, I was given
What
the
a
task
joke.
to bring it to life. First step in the task was to get together
Bro,
a reference board.
I feel ripped
looked at
off.
fan
Are you
art done by the
serious?
community.
The community's
collected
dog
reference
shit,
from
dude. Who the
past
fuck would vote for the
iterations of
tree?
ancients. That actually was like a huge base on
Fucking
where I began,
idiots.
especially if it's an asset that is, you know, a rehashing
Could have had a
of something
Nerubian,
familiar.
could have had a
We've seen
slime
lots of different
cat.
type of ancients, but
You choose a
we've
fucking
yet to
tree?
see one that you could ride on, and so
Fucking
it seemed to
lame,
make sense
dude.
that if we were gonna make one, it would line up with the pantheon of past ancients. So
I
we
mean, the
have
tree is
ancients
not
like the
terrible,
Ancient of
but like,
War,
dude,
the
I would
Ancient of
much rather
Lore.
have the other
Their
ones.
look aesthetically
Much
fits their
better.
purpose. And so looking back and
Yeah,
researching that.
Good
and
luck
seeing
getting
that
through
is
doors
what
on this
helped
thing,
me
yeah.
kind of inform where I went from there. Once I have that reference board put together
What is
and I
this
take a
panel down
look
here?
at it, I start drawing real small. I look for a shape that is kind of a good base to work off of, and then I'll start to work in more specific details as more of the larger shapes start to make sense. I wanted it to feel like a natural grove that a player may stumble upon, and then they just take a seat on this conveniently saddle-looking root system, and then suddenly it uplifts and the character's surprised he's found himself on an ancient. The whole point of the concept, it's just, all it is a blueprint or a guide. From there, I open up 3D Max, I start modeling it. I ended up keeping a lot of the foliage that was in the original Ancient because a lot of that stuff was already there.
Yeah, I'm more down for the arena
was
stuff
a
than
couple
this.
major parts of the creature that had to be created from scratch.
Better
I'm just gonna
sell
skip
the
through it,
motion
to be
and the
honest.
physics behind it. A lot of creatures and characters in World of Warcraft don't exist in the real world.
Sounds that will help reinforce that. So what is it made out of? Well, in this case, we have, obviously it's a tree, so he's got his creaking wood. So in the case of this huge tree creature, he has layers of leaves rustling, layers of branches moving as he shifts around. He's got his footsteps that are built out of a thud, the tree trunk itself kind of shifting and creaking and groaning, and then layers of his vocal.
He did it himself?
When I had initially pitched the mount, kind of sitting back.
What I would like to see if the community take from this is to see how much, emotion and love was put into it. Most artists here are also gamers and also...
Does that even... Yo, I'll be honest with you, that looks not real to me. That doesn't, I don't think that's really on his screen.
WoW players, so it's one of those things.
Does that not look weird? Like this looks like it's been edited here. Like I think there's something else on his screen right here.
Things where there's another group of players that are with the community.
Yeah,
that
no,
are part of the community.
It's a cool mount, but it's definitely not better than the other options. Well, how do you get this mount? Is it free at least?
It makes me just feel super humbled and excited to continue doing what I do. So.
Or is this like a shop mount? I guess it's free, that's nice. How do we get it? Just log in today? Or do we have to log in? Do I have to like log in or something?
Dolby is a proud partner of Blizzcon Line. Watch Shock vs. the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos.
Do we have to like
in the
claim
Dolby
it?
Access app. Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of Blizzcon Line.
Every year,
Oh
the
shit!
Arena World
You can
Championship
buy
and
Diablo
Mythic Dungeons
2.
International hosts the highest level PvP and PvE competitions Azeroth has ever seen. And this next year will be no different.
Prime Evil Collection.
In 2020, we introduced to the AWC circuit, a round-robin format that pinned the 8 best teams in North America and Europe to battle over 4 weekends.
What's the difference?
We're thrilled to announce the return of the AWC circuit in Shadowlands.
What's the
with 2
difference
seasons
between
in
the
2021. Even the most seasoned arena veterans started online, and so can you.
What's the
road to
difference
Gladiator
between
is
these
open,
two? Do you
but
know?
Only for those willing to take on the challenge. To get started, queue up and find your team. Then head over to our registration portal for the
This
next
is
cup in your
pre-purchase
region.
and this is buy
Anyone
now.
can sign up and compete, but only the top 8 teams who come out the strongest in the cups will receive invitations to compete in the first season of the AWC circuit. Each circuit season will host 4 weekends of round robin. The 4 best teams of each region will move on to the Season 1 Finals, a mid-season, double elimination tournament with $200,000 on the line. Teams who place top 6 in the first circuit season will automatically qualify to compete in the second season of circuit. However, the bottom 2 teams in the circuit will face challengers in a relegation tournament for a spot in the next circuit season. The relegation tournament will feature open
it's all stuff for Diablo 3.
The top 2 teams of each region will receive an invitation to compete in the second season of the AWC circuit. After 2 seasons of circuit, only the most determined will remain to compete in the Arena World Championship 2021 Grand Finals.
Is there anything else on the
Whether
shop
you're a rank 1
that's
gladiator,
new?
an aspiring challenger, or even somewhere in between, this is your path to glory. It's time to queue up.
Goes to that.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to BlizzCon Line. I'm so happy to have you here. My name is Andrea Toyas. I'm the Senior Casting and Voice Director at Blizzard, a job that I love very, very much, and I can't even begin to tell you
what is this?
How absolutely thrilled I am to be here with you today, to still bring voice actor panels to you despite the madness
voice
of the
actor
world.
panels.
I've got some
Wait, was that Matt Mercer?
amazing friends with me, so hopefully the camera will show you that we've brought together some of our favorite actors from World of Warcraft. So if you're at home, I want you to clap right now.
I thought it was because of his hair.
Beyond measure to have these great people with me.
Who are these
I haven't seen. We were like wild puppies before the shoot started because I haven't seen my people in so long. I just was overwhelmed with tears. Our tribe. This is to call Cuddles. Well, I told.
Hey, we lot of, but yeah.
I don't just mean us.
And the just about the
from and just that inner.
I don't care that much about this, to be honest.
This cork
I don't think.
Mapping.
I'll skip through it.
And that
because it's just.
I don't think I care that
I
much.
lost
creative people.
I think that's about it.
Out the world is important about it, and we give that to you.
Oh, it's since we got a trailer maybe here.
Over, but Denathrius, what a nasty person to love.
Yes, absolutely.
So let's watch the lovely
Yeah, I have no idea what characters they are.
To the good people of Revendreth.
I don't think this is new.
It is with optimism that I address you today. Though these are
I think I've seen this before.
times. Firstly, I assure you that our holy mission to help the most violent and wicked souls atone for their sins.
I've seen this. This is a part of the Vinethir quest line. This isn't new.
Utmost priority. Our rituals are effective.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Our judgment keen, but
You had like a cup of tea.
I had it. Didn't snipe my story, but cans and it challenging time.
Yeah. I tell you, to have such a strong
loss of a child. Very personal. The air. Am I seeing breath? Am I hearing things behind me?
This is different.
And the microphone disappeared.
What's this?
8-9 months ago.
Overwatch people are different. Are these Overwatch people?
I hope that I'm able to share more of my life with you so that I'm not a stranger to you. And I just want to thank you for bringing this world to me. And we're going to get through it.
Is Matt
Let's not
Mercer
give
here?
up. Let's keep going. And I love you all. And I'm so grateful for all of you here on this panel. I'm so grateful to all of Overwatch and Blizzard. Getting a bit emotional here, but just thank you. Just thank you. So much gratitude to all of you.
Who is she
and
supposed
for
to be?
all of it. So.
Oh, there he is!
And I'm going to reiterate and just say thank you.
That
we are
soldier,
all
isn't it?
We're many different folks, and but we are all so connected.
Oh,
Strip it
there's
down
no way this guy
and
is
just,
not Soldier
to quote-
76.
To do the quote, to be that change that you want to, see. Just start on any level and reach out to each other, and
It sounds like it. Yeah, it has to be.
Just know that you are all so beautiful, just absolutely beautiful as you are, and we love you so much. And
Is there
just
anything going on
hang
over
in
in
there.
here?
We didn't start this virus, but we'll damn well finish it. And just hang in there.
Is there Diablo
and
2 stuff happening
keep
here?
creating, keep making joy, and
voice actor stuff.
Just live with love as much as you can.
Oh, they have Crip playing some Hearthstone.
Beautiful. Jeff, any parting words from you and the Overwatch team?
I mean, everyone said so much of how I feel already. I guess I'll add that BlizzCon is always this moment for.
Let's see what the Diablo stuff is.
Bold lie. So there's a couple things. For the most part.
So, Voice of Deckard Cain, Developer Roundtable, Gothic World of Braum.
And as head.
Do I skip a little bit?
Hey everyone, welcome to the Diablo channel here at BlizzCon Online. I'm Rod Ferguson, the new executive producer of the Diablo franchise, and I feel very lucky to be here with you today. For the first time, Blizzard's brought all the different Diablo games
Diablo thing he's got back there
under one umbrella. And as head of the franchise, my goal is to make sure that no matter what you play on, no matter where you play, you can look forward to many years of unforgettable Diablo experiences. Speaking of which, we'd like to take the next couple of hours to have a little fun and bring you up to date on 3 Diablo games we have in development. Yes, 3. Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, and announced today, Diablo 2 Resurrected.
So 2.
First up is our Diablo 4 deep dive, followed by a visit from a very dear old friend. Trust me when I say you'll want to stay a while and listen.
Stay a while and listen.
Ever since we announced Diablo 4 at last BlizzCon 2019, we've been sharing updates with you guys through our blog, whether it's items, skills, zones, even user interface updates, and you guys seem to have really enjoyed that. Today, to mark the special occasion of BlizzCon Online on Blizzard's 30th anniversary, rather than doing a blog, we're actually going to share lots of video, introduce a new class like we saw in opening ceremonies, and also cover some open world topics, including mounts, camps, and PvP.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate blog post, right? We get to actually hand deliver it. This is the dream. It's all finally out there, and we can talk about all of it.
Just in case some of you guys missed it during opening ceremony, let's take another look at the Rogue Announce video.
You want me to skip through the Rogue announcement again? If I play Diablo 4, I'm gonna be a Rogue main.
For the win, and then when that guy takes the ear and he stretches it onto that
ear part
right at the end, it's like,
that earbox never gets old. You know, I always wonder where all those ears from Diablo 2 when you kill other players went.
Now that was so good. Some creepy guy in a church collecting ears and putting them in a box. Just what we always thought.
No spoilers, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more about World PvP a little bit later in the segment, but ears are definitely making a comeback.
World
let's go back
PvP?
to the class, 'cause there's just nothing more exciting to be able to introduce to a Diablo game than another class for players to check out.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. We don't get to do this very often, right?
I think it was you that said that, John. There's always room around the campfire.
There's always a little room.
We had kind of like very core archetypes to begin with. The brute strength of the barbarian, the arcane knowledge of the sorceress, kind of a return of a shape-shifting classic with the druid. No RPG lineup is complete without that dexterity class that's kind of like defeating enemies with finesse, with speed. And we kept coming back to just the idea of bringing it to the kind of the godfather of all dexterity-based archetypes, the rogue that we saw in Diablo 1.
I mean, you got to be excited to have the rogue back. I mean, I know that like when we were exploring different classes, like you had talked about some of your experience with Diablo 1, right?
Oh, for sure. So one of the things that's super cool is like the rogue was always able to adapt their playstyle. So fans of Diablo 1, Diablo 2 rogues will be able to create Very archetypical rogues, starting with the weapon selection. On the melee weapon side, rogues can use swords and daggers, as well as bows and crossbows on the ranged side.
You know, just those sort of dagger attacks mixed with bow attacks.
Do I just choose one?
It just looks great on screen. With all the classes having this real strong identity as far as the animations and what they do, you think about the druid and shapeshifting, or the barbarian with sort of, you know, his leap attacks. There's just all these great things that you discover with the rogue that you can't really do with other classes.
I love that you can start cosmetically from such a iconic place where you're wearing the red armor, you kind of look like part of the sisterhood of the Sightless Eye from the original games. You know, you can maybe even add some tattoos into the mix, some scars, make that rogue your own.
Supposed to have world PvP, you have a weapon swap to flow between ranged and melee. Okay, that's pretty dope.
Outlaw,
I like the idea of world
create
PvP.
that and put on your kind of hood and half mask and be more of a shadowy character.
I would do world PvP
and
maybe.
The character customization, you kind of mentioned it, being able to craft that, you know, that the class of your dreams or your nightmares. It was a feature that I was honestly super nervous about when we started.
I want to hear more about the PvP.
We never had this in a Diablo game, but seeing where it is now, it's one of those things that like I'm super excited about with where we're at. There's just a lot of creativity and
I would love to fuck some kids up as a rogue. That'd be pretty fun.
You know, tattooed criminal outlaw, or you can be a more noble looking kind of, you know, sort of like thief with good morals.
Well, one of the things that we kind of kept running with beyond just the cosmetics was customization. We had this this niche to fill in the class lineup that spoke to the finesse player, to the dexterity player, and just that everyone's idea of what that could be was a little bit different, whether it leaned more on range or melee. But we took that a little bit of a step further. We really wanted to have each class in our game have that one thing that makes you go like, that's bullshit when you see a player use it, and then makes you want to re-roll that class because no other class gets it. For the rogue, it's the class specialization. The 3 specializations
That's pretty funny.
Combo points, Shadow Realm, and exploit weakness.
Exploit weakness.
I
have no idea what's going on there.
I take the problem and I make it smaller. I mean, it's just I just pull 3 guys into the Shadow Realm and duke it out, and then I come back in. I'm like, all right, smaller problem.
I love the idea of exploit weakness. The way it works is during some of the enemy attacks, players will see an icon flash over the enemy's head, during which time they will get to retaliate with much more damage than an ordinary attack. If you're quick on the draw, this is the specialization.
Wait a second, hold on, I'm sorry. But apparently there is an opt-in to the Burning Crusade beta right now. Just wanted to mention that. Just wanted to mention that real quickly. So, if you go to the website right now, you can apparently opt in on the beta.
For you, I'm just like a little bit skill capped there, and you know, like every time I try to make it work, I'm just a little bit shy of the skill level that's required for that.
It's almost like you're a surgeon, and it requires a really strong ability to assess what's happening all around you.
My personal favorite is the combo point specialization. As you might expect, this ability lets you build multiple combo points, which enhance your spender's effectiveness in combat. It basically, you just like get into this rhythm of combat of like 3 builders to a spender, lets you build up to these big moments. It almost makes like a rhythm game out of combat, which I really enjoy. And the way the class specializations work is you will work with one of the world groups of rogues around the world in Sanctuary that you will find and do class-specific quests that no other class can do. Whether it's the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye, the remnants of that order that you choose to work with, or the mercenaries of Kyrgyzstan, or the outlaw smugglers of the swamps of Hawazar, depending maybe on what speaks to your class fantasy, or depending on which specialization speaks to you.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'll link you the page.
You'll be able to complete that quest line and then activate that specialization.
I just did it myself right now.
Then you can mix and match with any of the playstyles. So you could be a combo points, ranged, or melee player, but you could also be an exploit weakness, range, or melee, or hybrid player. It just gives the class such huge
if I'm going to play a rogue,
play styles.
I love how that ties into the open world aspect. You know, the ability to go to Kyrgyzstan or Hawazar and get these special quests that only the rogue can get. That touches on one of the things that I love that we've done, which is like connecting the weapons and equipment to regions. When you're exploring the world and you pick up a sword in Kyrgyzstan, it's a scimitar, right? If you're up in Skosglen, which is up in the north, it's more of like a broadsword.
That's cool.
You know, it's this sort of like this. It's a subtle thing, but I think it really, you know, different armors that you get in different regions look like they're from the place. And so giving that sense of place in the world is something that I every time I play the game, I feel it, I see it in just like subtle ways, and just really enhances the overall sense of immersion and experience. And I just want to see what's around the corner.
The weapons are also, like, going back all the way to Diablo 2, just such an integral part of the class, and the ability to augment your weapon through magic, through enhancements, is just something that really spoke to us when we try to tap into the core of the class. Going back to those mercenaries that you could hire, it was always kind of cool to see what kind of special arrow shot they would come with. And it's something we paid homage to with the imbue system. All the way from directly elemental imbues like the frost imbue, which feels a lot like the ice arrows that the D2 mercenaries used to shoot. All the way to,
so as a rogue, you can make your arrows do different types of
like
damage.
Poison imbue and shadow imbue.
Ooh, shadow!
Just the ability to take any sort of
what
attack,
does shadow do?
Mix and match with those imbues.
Once that kind of clicked for me, that I could take any ability and imbue it with,
what does shadow imbue do?
Rain of arrows with frost and rain of arrows with acid is completely different, right? Like you're essentially freezing the battlefield, and then I just love poison imbue because of the gruesome deaths that all the monsters experience. And we've had a ton of fun making that art, so it's always fun to kind of see the, you know, just a field of goatmen melt into nothing. You know, you just kill everything on the screen in a
I'm not gonna lie,
mess.
Diablo 4
never really gets old.
looks
It's a really flexible
cool.
way to take a build that you're already comfortable with, that you already
and this
like.
is someone
Say
that
you're really comfortable with flurry and
Diablo
shadow step
3.
as kind of your melee skills, and you find yourself needing more crowd control. Without changing your playstyle, you can just add the frost imbue to your bar, and now you're able to use those same abilities to slow down enemies or build up to a full freeze.
Yeah, and frost imbue plays pretty well with group play as well, right? You know, where I can freeze an enemy and somebody else can blow it up.
Or also the way that like chills work in the game, they build up to a full freeze. So if your best buddy is a sorceress player, your chill spells and your frost imbue chills will actually build up faster than if you were using a single player. So, you know, just ask to open with Blizzard before you frost imbue, and you'll basically be freezing enemies twice as fast, which is super awesome synergy. So the last thing that's worth spending some time talking about the rogue
what does
is
shadow do, though?
How mobile the class is. Just
what does
how
shadow
able
imbuing do?
The class is to kind of close the gap between themselves and the enemy. Even while they're mounted, you might find yourself, you know, a full screen away and just dismounting into a rain of arrows, closing the rest of that gap with maybe like a dash, and then getting back out of there, dropping some caltrops. They can basically control the fluid motion of combat in a way that no other class can. That's something that beyond all of the other customization options that you have, whether it's the playstyle, whether it's the range at which you engage with enemies, whether it's the cosmetics, just the sheer mobility of the class lets you just adapt to the situations. Even when you would have totally been toast as another class, a room full of elites, you're able to use offensive abilities in creative ways. Abilities like Shadow Step, right? Like abilities like Shadow Realm, abilities
That's
like
cool.
Dash. So you're able to kind of like use them to your advantage in a way that gets you out of a very dangerous situation by picking that one lone skeleton archer that maybe is not surrounded by everything else. You can shadow step there, get out of the way, and, you know, live to fight another day, which just feels like such a rogue thing to do.
When I play the rogue, I really do feel like surgical precision. You know, I really feel like I can move through the whole screen without. It feels kind of effortless.
Excuse me.
And almost
Oh, no, do I
sometimes a
have
little
hiccups?
unfair. It's like when I go into Shadow Realm and I'm dashing. I'm like, am I cheating? Did I just break the game?
And we'll hear more about PvP in a little bit, but I just couldn't go without mentioning that some of our most feared PvP players on the team play rogue, and just the way they're able to like surprise you. You might be with a group of friends, and just that mobility lets them go to the middle of the group, unleash a rain of arrows that's frost imbued, and before you know it, you're all frozen. And looking at a rogue while you're frozen, let me tell you, there are fewer scarier things in our game right now than that.
So Luis, this was this was like the ultimate blog post. This has been a lot of fun getting to share a new addition to the campfire. And of course, there's probably going to be more in the future, right? We always say there's a little bit more room around that campfire.
That's right. And that pretty much wraps it up for the Rogue. So why don't we go to Joe and Karina and learn a little bit more about those open world features that we promised.
Damn, Rogue was cool as shit.
Thank you to Luis and John for introducing the Rogue, which I'm really excited that we finally got a chance to talk about and announce to the community. And we're here today to talk to you about Diablo 4 and the open world. Now, I think maybe the best way to start this conversation, Karina, would be just for me to ask you, like, what are you most excited about what we're adding in Diablo 4 for the open world? What feature, what mechanic, what are you most excited to talk about first?
I am really excited about just exploring the world. I am a huge completist naturally, that's the way I play, and I love exploring and looking around at every single nook and cranny. The more this game has been growing, particularly since last BlizzCon, the more fun I am having just riding around the open world on my mount and exploring everything I possibly can.
Yeah, it's really fun, I think, now that we've kind of taken Sanctuary and just made it so much larger when you're playing through the game. You know, when you compare it to like Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, there's tons of like exploration and movement throughout the world in those games, obviously. But now that we've really been able to embrace the open world concept, we can really dive much deeper into like how does Sanctuary actually all fit together, like be able to ride from Skazglen to the Fractured Peaks, like it's very, very interesting that way. One of the things about that I think is really neat is the collection aspect of mounts. So I mean, there's all these horse breeds and other mounts you can find throughout the world, from completing puzzles or just finding hidden locations or slaying certain particular kinds of monsters. Find various horses or things to customize your horse with, like horse armor.
Do the mounts
there
matter?
are hoof plates you can get, and trophies to show off your accomplishments.
No, but
There's
I mean,
lots of
like,
different ways to make sure that you can personalize your mount, make it really feel like it's your companion.
Yeah,
do
it's
anything
really cool
different?
That, like
the
you
different
mentioned, the
mounts.
horseshoes, you get to actually change the speed at which your horse can run, and it's something I like to be able to customize the horse to the type of gameplay that I like to enjoy as a player. And it's really, really fun. I like the amount of variety that you give us.
Okay, so the mounts do
there's
different
more to
things.
mounts than just that as well. So like one thing we know we didn't want to do with mounts in Diablo 4 is we didn't want to have like jousting, this idea of like fighting from horseback. It's not really the Diablo experience, right?
Yeah, that's something I'm super excited for. Like we showed last BlizzCon, we had the sorceress, we showed her dismount skill Ice Dash, where she shoots forwards off her mount and destroys everything in her path. But with the rogue, we got to have a little bit more fun with it.
Ooh,
and the
yeah,
animation department has done a
Let me see
fantastic
what
job
they can
of
do.
having her leap up into the air and fire down like the rain of arrows that destroys everything.
That's pretty cool.
It's really, really cool. It feels really good.
The idea of like leaping from your saddle and just
So
raining
I wonder
arrows down
just
on
what
your
the
enemies
mounts
as you
do
pass
when you
by,
customize
getting
them,
down
just
the plane and
movement
starting
speed,
to like
or-
stab people and poison people. Like that is
sure they
that
do
is spot on what we're
different
looking for. Being able
things.
to jump in and
There's a
engage
reason
with
to get
enemies,
different
from
mounts,
your
though,
horse,
right?
and then just fight it out, duke it out using your skills and everything else like we want.
It's interesting that your mount can't get damaged, but if a monster actually attacks you while you're mounted, you will actually be forced to dismount. So there is a flip side of actually judging for yourself when you do want to use that skill in order to prevent you from being forced off unintentionally.
I see.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of gameplay there to make sure that you're using it in a way that is most appropriate to help you get where you're trying to go, and also fight the monsters you want to fight. One of the things I'm most excited about for the open world right now is this feature we have called camps. So camps are basically these strongholds of evil out in the overworld. You know, you got to remember that, you know, decades ago, during the events of Reaper of Souls, you know, when Malthael rose to power, the Reapers killed like 9 out of 10 people throughout Sanctuary. Like a tremendous number of people passed away. Now there's a big power vacuum out here, you know, decades later. And these monsters have started to move into these places. Bandits, monsters, goatmen, all kinds of different creatures, skeletons, the undead, have started to like resurface and come back into these areas and start to take them for themselves. You, as the hero of Sanctuary, get to kind of wander through these spaces and begin to reclaim them for the people of Sanctuary. That's part of what makes them really, really
Well,
neat.
what are you gonna
Each
play,
of them have
Cody?
their own story,
Do you have a class
their own
in mind
unique
that you
fixed
want to
place
go
in the
for?
world.
Barbarian,
I like
druid,
quests. Quests is
rogue,
something that happens
sorcerer?
randomly
Is
in
that
the
all the
world, and
classes?
You can come across them anyway. Camps are a permanent
Are they gonna have
fixture that
more?
you as the player, when you come across that evil,
Rogue?
you can
Hell
actually
yeah,
have a
brother!
real impact on the open world that everyone else
Me
can
too.
see. Because once you have defeated that evil, one of the really fun things is that
they're probably gonna add
basically
more,
unlock
though,
that camp, and
right?
you make a new waypoint that previously didn't exist for yourself. But like suddenly all the marketplaces open up, and now you have a blacksmith vendor in a location that previously didn't exist, which I think is really, really cool.
Now, what we're looking at here, this was a village, the village of Karayisu, which now has fallen to ruins. The people here in the dry steppes had a problem. The problem was there were bloodthirsty cannibals that dwelled nearby and would regularly raid their community. And the people had to come up with a solution. They weren't strong enough to defend themselves from these cannibals, so they made a dark bargain with a demon. And they were able to gather enough power to push these cannibals out and protect their community, but not without great cost, as we can see here. You're kind of helping resettle parts of Sanctuary in many ways when you take these camps back from the enemy. Vendors will come back, and now suddenly there might be like new quest givers, new stories that need to be told. Dungeon entrances can appear in some of these places afterwards. Like, there's all kinds of things that occur after you take over the camp and liberate it from these forces of darkness. And again, it's just so cool to see you permanently change the world as you find these places and kind of wander through and solve these problems. One of the other neat things about camps, and in general, like the overworld, just broadly speaking, is we have so many more opportunities now to kind of play with movement.
It pushes the bar vertically as well as horizontally, and we now have been playing around with the idea of jumping across chasms to allow the player to get access to a location that they previously didn't have.
There's all kinds of areas for players to like find their own path, allowing them extra movement options they haven't had in previous Diablo games.
We are also in a vertical top-down camera for the environment, and so it really breaks up the plane that you typically see as, like, not only as a developer, as an animator, but also as a player. There's such a huge variety of things that you can possibly do to mix it up and make things a little bit different. There's like certain puzzle elements to it. That it's not so straightforward and not always obvious. So it's not just a matter of running through the world and getting, to your goal. It's you have to think about it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Karina, I know that you are very excited about PvP.
Yeah, PvP.
I'm a huge fan of PvP. I love the first time that we all actually had a chance to, as a whole team, play PvP, because the amount of feedback that generated. I think it took design like 3 days to go through it all. And what that showed me is that I find everyone they either love it or they hate it. And I personally love it. I really enjoy it. So the way that PvP works is that the hatred of Mephisto has been bubbling up from hell and has created these areas in the open world that you can freely walk into that kind of consumes you and makes you turn against your fellow players.
PvP, even in these areas, these fields of hatred, right? Even in these spaces, it's not like mandatory. So these are optional places players can choose to go to kind of collect shards of hatred that they can collect from like killing monsters, from completing events, opening chests, all kinds of ways to earn these things, not necessarily just killing players. And as you earn these shards of hatred, they're kind of in an unpurified state. They're in a basic state. You need to bring them to a purification event in order to turn them into a currency that you can then use in the nearby like small encampments around.
It's kind of like a free-for-all where you have to kill
that when you're trying
enemies
to purify these things, that's when everybody
while the players at the same time.
And here, like, oh, okay, well, someone's actually trying to complete a purification ritual. We need to go and kill those players and take all of their shards before they finish. But once you purify them, they're yours. You can't lose them. But
is it a free-for-all?
Purified, they're free game.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that, like, even if you don't want to engage with other PvP players, you can actually explore those areas and collect the shards of hatred from specifically monsters. But the second you need to then turn them in and purify them into a currency where you can spend them on gear, trophies, and other content, you actually are hostile
I've never
yourself
played
and
the
actually
Division.
can be attacked during that single moment. But I think that really creates a lot of opportunity for you to team up with friends for just that one little moment in order to gain the reward that you spent so much time collecting.
So you called out earlier that the shards of hatred are used for like some of the vendors you can find in the fields of hatred. There are some special vendors that only kind of arrive in these areas. They'll have special costumes or new mounts and weapons and things along those lines. Nothing that's like strictly more powerful than stuff you can get in other parts of the game.
Is it like the wilderness and RuneScape?
As a PvP player. And I think one of the things that's really kind of neat about the system in general is that as a player, if you choose to go hostile, betray the players you're near you, try to get as many shards of hatred as you can, you're going to slowly begin to kind of like infuse yourself with that same curse of Mephisto. And you're going to become a vessel of hatred. Now, once you do that, everyone within a very large radius of you is going to be able to see you as a threat on the map.
Nice.
And they're going to get a bonus for killing you.
Nice.
So when that occurs, you have a set amount of time you need to survive. And if you're able to do that without running away or jumping in a town portal and trying to escape, if you're able to do that and finish that period and manage to escape or defeat your people who are coming to try to destroy you, you're going to get a really big bonus at the end. And that's been really, really exciting to watch in our playtests already, as people are like,
that's pretty
kind
cool.
of wrestling for this status and then trying to defend it once they actually achieve it.
Yeah, and there's also the ears that you get to collect as a trophy. It harkens back to D2, where I think you could sell the ears for 1 gold. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. I know we were playing around with them as a currency at one point, but I think right now it's just a cool trophy that you get to collect and show off.
Yeah, right now, very, very cool trophy. The thing was really neat about the Diablo 2 ears, like you could fill up your whole inventory with them, obviously, but being able to see like the people that you took the ears from, like seeing their character names on there, was always like the interesting, fun part. Kind of like proof, like, yeah, I got that person that time, right? So we want to make sure that we embrace that aspect of it. That's the important part for us. I think that's going to be a really, really great callback to Diablo 2 PvP.
Right, yeah. So I love where PvP is going, and I love that it is such it's only one part of how large and open the world is, and really harkens back to the adventure in me when I play the game. How do you feel?
I'm super excited as well. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in Diablo 4 right now. Like what we talked about today just scratches the surface. In general, as a Diablo fan, there's a lot to be looking forward to in the franchise in the future. Thank you so much for watching today. We look forward to speaking to you more about this game and others in the future.
Was a QA tester. It was kind of a fluky thing where I was in between jobs and I saw this ad that said, play games and get paid. And I thought that might...
What is this? Is this the voice actor thing? Life at Blizzard.
My career...
So, the voice of oh, shit. Wait, hold on. The voice of Deckard Cain, Diablo Immortal, The Gothic World of Braum, Diablo 2 Resurrected Deep Dive. I don't think I care too much about for these two things. I don't know what Gothic World of Braum is, and Diablo 2 Resurrected I'm sure you would like. But do we care about Deckard Cain?
And they said, we have this character that we're thinking about, and we just would... There were desperate actions that as a companion experienced over my life.
D2.
The holiday break. Apparently, our playtesters did too, killing over 70 million monsters in just...
Oh no, this guy.
What was your experience like?
Yeah, I went through and I played all the classes.
Eesh.
You can kick, and then you can kick off the wall, and then with Wizard you can play...
Want to have a good pacing of reward?
Possible, because you can just kind of modify the skills.
This is the mobile game, right?
Other skills.
Yeah. And you know, there's something super exciting about finding a legendary that you didn't even know. You can, the Tree of Inifis has a that we want to explore as well. From Skarn, one of your main
give him a new
5%, but just your average person who downloads.
Death to the outsiders!
I'll turn your world upside down!
I think our first orc might have actually been in Rock and Roll Racing as one of the bad guys that...
What is this?
I already know a little bit about this, but could you tell us a bit about Grandma's Basement?
Is this Diablo 2 stuff here?
Have I always about Frankfurt is I was just immersed in Gothic medieval culture, and at that time I was...
Oh, this is the Gothic world. What the hell's the Gothic
world? My name is
world?
Devin Braum. Blizzard has sent me on a dangerous and harrowing quest into the realms of soggy Seattle to interview the nefarious artist, Braum. Or as I like to call him,
Do we want to skip that?
Dad.
Hi, my name's Braum. We're here in my studio today to interview one of Blizzard's devious dungeon designers, Devin Braum.
Back? Oh, it's 2.
Both Blizzard and VB as they answer all his burning questions.
Mr. Llama. who I guess is very well known.
All right, we're gonna watch the video sent to us. Wait, we got Kane back? Oh, it's 2. It's 2. It's Diablo 2 remastered. It's Diablo 2 remastered. Come on. Come on.
Hit him with the hard questions, Mr. Llama.
Though this be our darkest hours, it may yet
there we
be
go.
your greatest moment.
I knew it was there somewhere. Somewhere out there I knew. Somewhere out there. Yo, sick. Ooh, love the campfire. Oh, that multi-shot looks awesome. Wow. Yo. And console, okay. All right. That'll be interesting. Oh, that leap attack was awesome. Oh. Oh, the Diablo fight is gorgeous.
Not even death.
Oh, resurrected. Let's go. Come on.
It's on Nintendo Switch.
So that was super exciting. I'm Mr. Llama SC. I am a Twitch streamer. I have been playing Diablo 2 for 20 years, streaming it for 6 years. I probably have over 25,000 hours in this game and just absolutely love it. So seeing the remaster happen, I have to just, of course, ask a very first high-level question. Why the D2 remaster right now?
Well, Diablo 2 is a very special game to Blizzard, as many of you well know, and Diablo 2 also had its 20th year anniversary. So with that, we really wanted to stay true to what that authentic experience was for Diablo 2 and bring it to the current audience and improve it for the existing audience.
Multi-world record holder. I mean, yeah, with that many hours on a game, he's probably
learning opportunities
fucking
too for us, especially when we're partnering up with Vicarious Visions now to work on a remaster projects like this together.
So it's been a great partnership. We've actually worked with Blizzard for a while now, a couple years, even starting with some BattleNet integration type things. We just finished Tony Hawk Remaster. Before that, we did Crash Bandicoot Remasters, and it just seemed like a perfect match for us to work together.
It was a shock to my system to first to come in and then see that it's a remaster trailer. Was not expecting that. But then to see the complete shift in the design and the art and everything, and I'd really love to hear more about how you came up with the process for how you want to remaster the look of it, right? How you wanted it to visually exist. And I'd love to bring in Chris Amaral to talk about some of that. Chris, can you discuss a little bit of the philosophy and the design decisions around this remaster?
So luckily we had a ton of good inspiration from the original D2 art. Our primary focus is always nostalgia, right? We want to make sure we focus on getting this right and deliver an authentic experience that players remembered from 20 years ago. Every choice we make with the art, with the models, with the environments should really ignite that nostalgia and then reinforce that emotional connection from the original game. But then we came up with like a 70-30 visual guide. 70% is basically the classic. This is where we don't touch. We don't touch what works, right? We want to maintain those iconic shapes, colors, tones. Everything should be one-to-one and faithful to the original. Good. We want things to feel authentic and preserve those original designs. Good. With the 30% new, that's kind of like where we're going to elevate that art. Every change we make should really signify that step forward visually.
I also noticed that the game was 3D, and can you talk a little bit about the discussion or how you moved and some challenges moving from 2D to 3D?
Well, I mean, evolving from a 2D sprite game, like a 2D image game, to a 3D is very challenging. We basically had to write a complete new PBR renderer, so a physically based renderer on top of the old game logic. It's difficult because you're dealing with, you know, models versus 2D sprites, where you have to basically write. You have dynamic lighting, you have dynamic VFX. Like, a lot of that is an additional system that we have to work out on our end.
So the follow-up to that question, I suppose, is I wasn't able to see any items when I was watching that trailer. Are all of the items also going to be remastered? All of the gems, all of
it looks really good. It looks way better than Warcraft 3 Reforged.
Did you decide
it makes me hope that they go back and rework
so everything's
on Reforged.
So we remodeled everything. Everything has to drop in the game. So you have your
graphics more
icon art, and then you have your 3D space art that flips, right? So we had to basically model everything.
Because they have the capabilities to make a good remaster.
We're inspired by some original documentation that we found from Blizzard North, where there was a huge Word doc of like where the original artists pulled inspiration from. So a lot of that was like very like historical landmarks, locations, very very much real world referencing. So that was kind of where we kind of pulled our inspiration as well. We wanted that functional design that the original art had. Everything felt like it was believable, and that detail really does help to give it some realistic context and makes you feel more immersed in the game. Like, it makes you feel like you're part of this world when you can see every little buckle and strap.
I remember when we went into the tavern and there was garlic hanging from a beam, and we're all like, what's the garlic? And this is all full 3D everything, and then they're like, oh yeah, there was garlic in the old game. We go back and it's like 4 white sprites, and you're like, holy cow, yeah, garlic, and there's hams hanging and everything. So it was really cool to see it almost for the first time.
And it's funny because original SD, like, it was made in all 3D. So we actually came across a bunch of screenshots that were a different camera. Like, it wasn't the isometric camera. It was like either marketing art or something else, or maybe just exploration. But there was shots of that garlic in the original art. You could never really see it in the pixel art, but it was there. So it was telling that they were really trying to achieve something very very grand with this art.
I'm not gonna lie, I never knew that they had garlic hanging in there. I mean, maybe a couple white sprites. I thought they were maybe candles, or who knows? No clue. But that makes me excited to go look around now and just like explore all of the areas in the game, just to look at the new detailed art and see what was.
Well, you see it now too, because also we have the one new feature for the art on the art side of things is a zoom camera. So it'll help you get in there and look at all the details. Like, it was something that I really felt strongly that, like, a lot of ARPGs that come out now all have a zoom feature. So this will really get you up and close and personal with like your armor, your weapons, like everything, the runes.
Another way to look at it too is our legacy toggle feature, where you can flip back between the old visuals of the game and our current visuals. It's not even just a simple art swap. It is really the old game running underneath, because like Chris was mentioning, our new our graphics engine is running on top of the game, and is mimicking what is running underneath. It's still following all the same data and rules and timings of everything. So we are still being true to that 25 frames per second of what the game is underneath, but rendering it in a way that has more frames per second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that specifically, because when I go into Diablo 2, I'm thinking 25 FPS, and like you said, the game is built on that. My faster casting, my hit recovery, all of this stuff is built on 25 FPS. So how do you create a game that's 60 FPS?
So all of the logic and how the game talks with the server and everything like that runs on that cycle, and that hasn't changed. So we still have benchmarks in all of our content, say for animations of when a hit frame occurs, how long it can recover, and all of that. That all matches exactly. Now it can run at a faster frame rate, and so modern games run on time, not frames. So we've done that, but all of the logic still runs on those same things. So you can wait for your breaks to occur. All of those things still happen at the exact same. And that was through no small effort, but it's super important, right? Because even if you can't see it right away, you feel it when it's different. We've done that on lots of areas. So for example, the original game only had so many sprites to render your rotation. So you'd have your character and they're rendered out at so many angles, and the monsters even less. But you could actually walk at greater directions, right? You have, I think it was 64 different squares around you that you would path to, and you'd have feet sliding. We've increased that, so now there's more granularity. Obviously it's 3D, your character can run straight, but underneath the hood, I mean, this is a game made back when the inspiration was tabletop games, and so the game is a grid, so it still respects that grid, right? Like on the controller will still allow you to move small amounts, because you push the stick a little bit, but it's still, you're either in a run state or a walk state.
This actually seems like the kind of game, unironically, that I would play like on the Nintendo Switch.
Rob was mentioning animation. Animation is also like, it was very challenging because
I don't know you feel about that, but it seems like a type of game that would work well on a Switch.
Frame counts basically make that animation. So it wasn't like a modern game where you have tons of different keys to make it very fluid animation. But we had to really like maintain that timing, that pace. The posing was a big.
Yeah, I mean they're releasing it for the Switch, right?
We wanted to get those iconic poses for each character.
Drop something.
And then just align that silhouette.
So continuing the talk of visuals,
I'm gonna turn the light on. It's dark in here now.
Characters, cosmetics, how they look. Because I know something that I love with Diablo 2 is just putting on, you know, a scale mail, putting on a full plate mail, putting on a sacred armor, and seeing the character like have the different change and all of that. But some things still don't like reflect over in the color of it or whatnot, right? Some do, some don't. Is there going to be changes there, or is it just enhancing all of those visuals and making them just look even cooler?
So our goal was to basically be one-to-one with parity with the original game. So we built every piece of armor that was in the original game and is now in the remastered version. The only difference we did is with the icon items. So we actually now we have a more connected visual with the icon and the item that drops in the game. Where before you had different visuals. That's really the only thing we pushed on as far as modernization.
Yeah, so like shields or weapons, a lot of the unique items that you find in the game had special kind of icon arts, right? And that is something we're actually going to be showing on your character in the new visuals.
That definitely excites me. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see, you know, a lance guard and have the cool stuff actually on their character there.
It will be the same model you see on those icons.
Are we going to see remastering of the cinematics in the game?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yep, the entire full 28 minutes or whatever is going to be all remastered with new high fidelity art. It's going to look amazing, by the way. So
will the sound in those also be remastered, and any other sound in the game be remastered?
All of the audio has been remastered, as well as we've added additional, surround sound features. There's more ambient. There's more effects going on. It's just a richer experience if you want to play with your, full setup. However, we have to use that measured hand as well with audio. There's just a lot of very iconic sounds that we really couldn't change, right?
I'm starting to pog.
If you put a skull,
I mean, it's very clear that they're putting hard work and effort into this remaster.
Don't change my skull sound.
This is definitely a completely different level of care to the products. Than what we saw with stuff like Warcraft 3 Reforged. Like, this is an entirely different level.
You go to the jungle, you'll hear a lot more life in those
of care,
trees.
effort, detail, and passion about the project.
Mess with, right?
I felt the same way about Overwatch.
One of our design philosophies is to what we call find the fun.
It was a really good presentation for Overwatch, and it was a presentation that didn't give me a goddamn single hero. I was impressed. As soon as they sat there and they were out there shooting fucking guns to get sounds, like I was like, oh my god, okay.
What can we do?
That's pretty tight.
Based on what the community
wants. Warcraft 3 Reforged was
for making this game run on modern day systems.
A tragic sacrifice.
We want to thank and appreciate the fan base, right? This is really a true nod to the original
game. They really
need
to go back to Warcraft 3 and redo it.
The remake, it would be a completely different game. So I think that was the reason why
I played Warcraft 3 Reforged. I still play it a little bit, but all I do is play custom games.
And the discussions we've had, we definitely felt like with Diablo 2
needs
a
to-
remaster
it needs
just
to have-
seemed like the way to go.
It needs to have the kind of
Because there's so
treatment
like
that
you
they're
said, there's
getting
so many of
here.
those tiny details within the game that create overall when you add them up.
Diablo
create such a big
2
part of the
is-
experience of the game, and remaking that into a
It
new
just
game
looks so much better.
could be a
I mean, yeah, that's all
challenge
I
and
did in
could
Warcraft
also
3 was
be a
custom
challenge
games.
in keeping
And,
the
and if
fun
that's
of
the
game
case
in
with
that way.
everybody,
I
then
kind
what
of
they
look at
needed to
it a little
do
bit like
is focus
Warcraft
on
Brood
that
War,
as
which
well.
also had a remaster.
They could have remaster
and
of
how
Warcraft
it's like
3 and then just
a lot of the
really
pathing
focus on
bugs
the custom
and
games
you
and
know,
make it easier to
duds
make
from the
custom games.
Reavers and all of these things
I don't know.
in the
They
game
just didn't
that
have
were
the same
kind of
level as effort,
awful
care, detail, and
are what
passion
make the game
as what I'm
beautiful
seeing
and what make
here
the
in this
game super
presentation for
balanced.
Diablo
and if
2.
you were to go and remake
Like,
it
it's- the
and remove
difference
some
is
of those
night and
issues,
day.
it would change how the whole entire game plays. And so I felt like with Diablo 2, that's kind of the same idea, right? You got to keep some of those difficult details because then it ends up creating, the overall experience that we all know and love.
Yeah, we also felt that, like, for a game during its time back in 2000, based on limitations, or everyone was still looking at strategy guides or just limited internet, it led to that kind of typical game design you see where there was a lot of mystery, discovery. So we felt like that was another part of, part of keeping the fun, which was to maintain that discovery of the game as well.
So, speaking to maintaining and possibly changing, what are the pieces that did end up staying the same? Or, if it's easier to explain the other way, what are the pieces that were really changed to bring this remaster to life?
So, at its core, we want it to still be the same. So, right away, things like the balance, the monsters you see on the spawn rates, item drops, and things like that are the same. And what we're doing is trying to take any of the rough edges you see, compatibility issues, resolution issues, and obviously the art, improving the arts as well. All these kinds of things you come to know from a remaster, but still maintaining very much what the game is. So,
and when it comes to the features we added, this is probably the biggest area where we scrutinize so much is this addition straying too much? Does it still create the same gameplay experience and other things like that? So things like a shared stash, we know people use mule characters, right? And so adding a shared stash we felt was the right choice when it came.
We have a shared stash?
We have a shared stash.
Yeah. We have a shared
oh, thank God.
Now the way that the shared stash works is there are rules, right? You can't have your ladder characters mixing a stash with a non-ladder character, and you can have your offline characters, can't use your online. But for the most part, we're like, people do this anyway with a mule character, so it's okay to give them this feature.
That is like the greatest feature that you could add, because there's nothing worse than opening up the game, going in, dropping all your GG items to mule them over because you've run out of space,
character for runes and a
then
character for weapons.
Not being able to log back in, or the game's not created, or it didn't perm in time, and losing all of your gear, or trying to find someone to help you transfer your gear over, because oh my gosh, a shared stash.
So that's
is
very helpful.
amazing. Thank you so much. That's such a help.
Like I said, maintaining the core was a thing, but the other aspect of it was to see where we can improve, right? So the shared stash is one of them, because we saw it as a very common concern, especially around muling, which people had workarounds anyway.
What is
right?
that, muling?
So that is one thing. Another example is we are reimagining the UI.
If you wanted to send gear to another character, you had to trade it to a friend and then give it. Okay, so this is a very convenient quality of life change.
You'll still have the classic globes on the HUD screen, the skill icons, the potion belts, and all that. But we are reorganizing a little bit. We're trying to integrate the menu buttons and the stamina bars closer together within the HUD, so it's built a little bit cleaner. And naturally with reimagining a UI, we have some liberties to add a few things. So going back to the information I was talking about, a big thing we're doing on the character screen is we're adding an advanced stats screen as well. So we're going to be showing you all the information you get from items as well. So you don't have to do that kind of math with like looking at each of your items and calculating how much magic find you have, for example. It'll all be like summarized right there for you.
Something that we've seen already in a lot of mods where they've gone ahead and taken that information.
A mule
and
is a
created
level
little
1
screens.
character.
So that's really nice
that
to
holds,
see.
oh,
that
I
you
get
guys
it,
are
like a
doing that
pack
as well,
mule.
because,
Oh,
I don't think
okay.
anybody
I get it. I get
sitting,
it.
sitting down and counting up the magic find of
I didn't
every
realize that's
specific
what they
item,
meant.
You know,
I
and
thought
all
it
of
was
their
like some sort
charms
of
and all of everything to figure
terminology
out
for
what is the number. How much
it's
do I
literally a
have.
mule.
We've also added
I get it.
auto gold.
I thought it
So
was like I
you
don't know what
can
I thought.
opt
I
in.
thought it was some
It
sort
is
of
a feature
game
you can
thing
turn
that
off,
they were
which is
talking
one of the things
about.
we have to be careful. You know, a handful of other things where we're like, if you want this, you can turn it on, but you can also keep it off. This was actually something that we started looking into when we were adding controller support. There's a lot of paths that we could have taken with controller support. Obviously for controllers on console, which we're coming out on, but allowing just plug a controller in for accessibility reasons, for that might be the way you want to play. But it's a PC first experience. Like for example, there's still an inventory grid, there's still inventory Tetris. That's core to what Diablo 2 is, right? Taking that away, it starts to become something different.
And I love that. I think that's the perfect way to really introduce it, because you're going to have that split in the community. You're going to have half the people who say, just give me auto gold. It's 2020. I don't want to worry about having to pick up every individual gold stack. But then you're going to have the opposite side of purists who go, don't touch this. Like, that completely changes my game experience. And, if I'm speedrunning through the game or playing through whatever, I want to be able to go over and pick up the gold stacks and take that time. And that's more a part of the Diablo 2 experience for me. I want to jump back to features in a second. But before we do, you just brought up console play.
Once
and
that
I feel like we have to jump into console, the decision
Makes
for
sense.
console, and how you're gonna make that work. You already talked a little bit about like auto gold, having that to be a little more accessible.
Auto gold, is that just auto
When I
loot?
think of Diablo 2, I think of a mouse going and clicking everywhere and do. How does this work on a console?
To say it wasn't a challenge would be a bold lie. So there's a couple things. For the most part, the game thinks you're still using a keyboard and mouse with a controller. That was almost a rule we kept, that helped keep us on the rails, because we didn't want to be sacrificing once again that authentic experience. But we did want to make it more accessible, bring it to a modern audience. I mean, there are people who were born after this game came out that we want them to enjoy it and play it. And a lot of those people are used to, just more modern titles that could use a controller. Also, from an accessibility of just allowing you to plug in a controller, helps for many other people to get to enjoy the game. The biggest thing I think that the two big things we'll say. One is you're changing the way you play the game from being kind of an eye in the sky and telling your hero what to do by clicking on areas to actually being your character and directing them. So pathfinding is gone, right? Because you're doing the pathfinding and things like that, which creates some very interesting things. For example, the sorceress's teleport is meant to teleport to wherever you click. So in that area, when you're playing on the console, we will have a kind of a default distance that you will teleport to. Whereas on the PC, you can click wherever you want. Same with Barbarian's Leap, although that one's interesting because it levels. But it's become a very, very fun challenge. Like, I'm a necromancer and I need to target an item on the ground that has a certain keyword. It's working so far, but you guys will be the ultimate judge of that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of talks back and forth, playtesting and things like that.
Good quality of life change. It's much easier to have auto loot, essentially,
all those
right?
200 character skills, to see how each of them really play, to see what challenges there were. And yeah, like Rob mentions, the Necromancer Iron Golem is a favorite of ours to continuously talk about because of the various ways it can target. Also, like a Sorcerer's Telekinesis is another example.
Watching the trailer, we see the assassin and druid at the campfire. We see a druid casting tornado. I have to ask though, even still, this includes Lord of Destruction, right? This is going to be a full encompassing remaster and not just classic or just a piece?
That's correct. Yeah, we are going to be including both the base Diablo 2 and the expansion Lord of Destruction as well. And we're even keeping the mode of playing non-expansion character as well, right? So you could still play a classic barbarian, for example, and things like that.
Okay, awesome. Because that was something I was
You would
also
kill
gonna
a
ask
monster,
will there
drop
be
10
classic
piles of
mode? 'Cause,
gold,
like,
and you have to
once
click
again,
them
when you go
all
to the
individually.
purist,
It sucks.
you always have the people that go back all the way, and they're like, classic is pure, and that's it, and I won't play anything else.
Yeah, it was very much a mode we wanted to keep. Even based on popularity, it might not be as much, but it's still a part of the game, and it still leads to interesting ways of playing too, right? A lot of it's even data driven too, so like a lot of the reasons to keep it were pretty clear to us. Like, let's make sure we're not taking something away from this remaster.
I'd love to go ahead and start talking about some of the other features, or continue talking about some of the other features that you had mentioned before, because hearing each of these already has gotten me so excited for this game. And so what are some other little things that you felt could be changed, wouldn't change the whole flow of the game, but just improve it a little bit?
One thing we're looking into is making it easier to interact with your stash. So having quick keys to move to your stash is one thing versus like dragging the mouse to every time you want to move something to your stash. Other things we're looking at as well are like an item comparison tooltip. So in case you're looking at some other item, you can hold shift or whatever controller button is mapped, and then you can see what equipped items you have just for quick glances, things like that.
The item comparison is a great example of us adding it, but added it with a measured hand. So we don't suggest any gear for anybody. The gear in Diablo 2 is so quirky and different, and every class can use everything, that us recommending things like that actually was more confusing to people. So you hold shift and it's like, here's what you got equipped, here's what it is.
I think that's the great way to do it with Diablo 2, because I agree. I mean, I think that's one of the best parts about Diablo 2. The items are so fantastic, so unique in their own design, that it would be near impossible to have a tooltip that could actually recommend one or the other, you know, because it's all so unique to every situation and character and skill build and everything.
We added 5 more languages, so that's a feature to a lot of people who speak those other languages. The whole front end is pretty much modernized now, so your character is much bigger front and center right in the beginning, and you'll have a backdrop of whatever act you're in. So that's all been streamlined. You can still, play online or offline, but that flow has been improved.
So what are your favorite changes that each of you have within the game so far?
There's a lot of fun. It's fun to see a lot of the art come to life with our new visuals. So for me, one of the things I've been waiting for since first starting on this game was to see that character creation campfire scene come to life in our new arts, and I'm really happy to see how far it's progressed, and I love seeing
art. Looks great.
It's just such an iconic moment. It's the first thing you really see in the game before you get started, and it's amazing.
Can I say all the art? No, I'm just kidding. So we added, like Rob mentioned, we added an act specific screen in the front end. And it's basically this large screen where we have like a diorama of each act, and it's amazing to see because it feels like you're really there. Like you can see the detail, you can see every aspect of the scene, and it just has that very immersive feeling to it. So that's probably my favorite part.
I think mine is a little bit more squishy. I think our game has gotten a little scarier.
Yeah, the art team did a great job.
That
Everybody
looks
like they did a good job.
Game where just the way that the 3D lighting is and the way the sound is, and I play it on a big screen TV sometimes, and just it feels scarier, it feels creepier, a little more claustrophobic in certain areas. That's not just one feature, there's a lot of things going on there, but I think it's really, really cool. I would like to hope that had the original creators had the tools we have today, it's the experience they would have wanted to make.
Yeah, I think the lighting really helps with that too, because we're a 3D game. That's one of the biggest differences between the original games. So what the game had before with the sprites, with 3D models built into sprites, was not a true real-time lighting system. So because we're pushing that with a 3D graphics engine running on top of the game and getting actual 3D lighting inside of those kinds of caverns and corridors makes for a very interesting experience now, because it just feels more immersive with having light react around you like that.
Yeah, I would definitely say, I mean, I've only seen the trailer piece you sent me, but even from that, just seeing like down in the tunnels or the sewers or, you know, any of those like you said, cavern dungeonous zones, the lighting, it was darker and brighter, and then things like the skeletons with the fire, but it just had like this different, I agree, creepier feel. So I haven't seen much more than, or anything more than you guys showed me, but there was definitely a different feel to the game, and I loved the fire the most, I think. Just watching like the sorceress meteor was like gorgeous.
Fire and lightning, once we got all the effects up and running,
kitties.
That was definitely a couple of times where we would be just in a review and we're like, oh, like, and 10 minutes would go by and we're like, oh crap, we had a meeting, we were just playing now. Another thing that kind of goes without saying, that just because it's parody, but 8-player multiplayer, that just works. But once again, it was just to get that going.
So with multiplayer, are there going to be any changes, any differences in there from PvP to trading to how players interact, you know, units blocking each other? I mean, all sorts of stuff.
So with multiplayer, we want to keep all the features you've known and loved there. So PvP will still be there, down to like opening the party window and engaging hostility. Trading is still going to function the same as you know. You know, you can go into games, trade items, or talk in chat channels and things like that. Areas of improvement, though, like I said, going back to my mentioning of reimagining a lot of the UI, improvements to the battlement lobby. So we're trying to look at some things like improving like how you browse server games. Like, so when you're looking at a game to join and typing passwords and things like that, that's the kind of area we're trying to see how we could smooth out in ways like making sure you can browse normal games, Nightmare games, and Hell games, even though you've graduated to the higher difficulty. I'm sure you've known that.
There's nothing worse than accidentally killing Bale in Nightmare when you're trying to do Nightmare Bale runs and you're like, I can't find any of the games anymore for Nightmare Bale runs.
But you can if you log into a separate character.
Right, you go to a separate character and then look at it.
That was kind of our logic, right? Since there are workarounds there, that made it easier for us to make the decision of allowing some of those things. Another change is also looking into reducing ladder seasons overall. So right now, ladder seasons in Diablo 2 are 6 months, and we're looking at reducing that as well to help have more engagement and kind of drive more incentives too. You know, 6 months is a long time, and we're looking into like if we make it shorter, we could probably have greater beats throughout the year, as well as seeing people strive harder for getting like that to that level 99, right?
So is there going to be any reward change on that, or will it just simply be, you know, the same standard? You get to 99, you're 99 on that leaderboard, and I mean that's a giant reward in itself. But I don't know if there's any other piece go up on the Battle.net website or something.
We're not looking into adding anything beyond what the game really did, but in some ways there will be some things that kind of come out of because of what we changed. So we have the leaderboard, right, where you can see each class going to level 99. There are easier ways to filter through that. And we're also looking into saving that, right? So you can always look back to previous seasons as well. So in a way, we're creating that kind of legacy now that has kind of been dropped from the past. So that's
so
one.
No new extra
kind of
rewards
could be there in the legacy if you look in the past.
I mean, I think that would be cool enough. Just anything to keep it there as like forever. Like this was season 1, season 2, you know. Like that's when I got my 89. Because I know a lot of people like to go and reflect kind of on their old characters and pushes and stuff like that.
Character expiration will not be a thing anymore, by the way. Due to modern Battle.net integrations, we do not have to. You will not have to worry about refreshing your character, so they will stay with you.
Awesome. Will there be anything different with like character names then, if that's the case?
Oh, yeah. So this was one that we talked about for a very, very long time. So because we are moving to global servers and we have cross progression, we will allow duplicate names. Because with everyone being in the same thing across all consoles and all platforms and other things like that, you would very quickly bump into duplicates like day one. And so we are allowing duplicate names. However, they will also be appended with your gamer tag or your Battle.net ID or the things like that, so that you are still unique. But this also allows us for people to play the game quicker, because we can autofill in your name, other things like that.
Rob touched on it a little bit, but another mention there was going to global servers as well. So this is a new thing we're doing, where the concept of US West, US East, Asia regions, and EU are no longer going to be a thing in terms of like being on separated servers. So now, for the push for a global play with Diablo 2, you can now be able to join across people around the world.
I think that's a fantastic change. That's always been one of the like saddest parts, is like they're on EU and I'm on, US East, and then my other friend's on US West, and it's like, how do we get us all together? Like, okay, somebody has to make a sacrifice there. And so that seems like a really positive change. So far, you guys are killing it. I'm loving absolutely. I just want to say, like, I'm loving all of the changes and all of the decisions that have been made. It feels like you're really respecting the integrity of the game.
Yeah,
but
I would agree with that.
Really bringing in a lot of that quality of life, because Diablo 2 just had some of those pain points, like muling and separate servers and all of that. So I just want to throw that out there really quick.
There's a lot of love and care going on into this. Like we're very passionate about Diablo 2. I can even give you a little anecdote of when I started on the team. I was asking around too. Naturally, as a designer, I want to know as much as possible about this game in order to make good decisions on a remaster. So I asked around, like, what kind of files and leftover archives do we have from before, from Blizzard North? And I was told, like, I was given some, and like this, I was told that was it, which I quickly disbelieved, because I like to just do my own little digging arounds to find out things. So I dug around a lot in a lot of archives, and I looked around in different teams as well, because naturally, a game from 20 years ago, people have moved on different teams, and like, where has data moved around across our other games across Blizzard. So it was within folders, I like to say, that I found a lot of old source files from Diablo 2. A lot of things, like, within folders of saying stuff we should archive. And there was a lot of stuff to archive indeed, because there are a lot of things, like, we're talking like model source files, old tools that Blizzard North used to create, like, the sprites and things like that. All these things I spent months and months organizing and communicate that out to the team, and help getting Blizzard library team and other people to help out too, to help share as much information as possible, which helps a lot with when we're adapting some of these models and whatnot and making new art out of it, because sometimes those pixels aren't good enough, and if we have some kind of source model to look at, if we have it, now we can make even closer decisions.
On that day when he found that, I think that really helped me greatly. Like, we sent all of that imagery, even the models, I think we sent over to the outsource teams and different art teams, which they used as like a stepping stone. The only piece of art we actually reused one-to-one were Tyrael's wings. So we actually took the Tyrael wings from the old Max file, and then just repurposed that for hours. Like, we did very little work, very little modernization of that. We just made it work. But yeah, we did follow a lot of the rules that the old game actually used. For like another example is the succubus, in which I think the old Blizzard North model, they reused the assassin mesh for the body, and we did the same thing. We use our assassin mesh for the succubus.
Yeah, a lot of fun discoveries that we're actually kind of making the same decisions on in interesting ways. Another example too, is because we found a lot of stuff. There's a lot of old texture files for some environments on the game. So another example is like the walls you see in the Act 2 tombs with those kinds of paintings on them are the same textures we're using, because we found the source files for those.
Any symbology we have questions on, we always jump into that archive, try to find some kind of source or reference or something, and we just reuse it as much as possible. We want this to be as true as possible.
That can even carry over to the cinematics too, a lot of the cinematics cover the same locations. Think of Tal Rasha's tomb with Bale in front of it, and there's all those runes going on behind them. sources like that to try to match as much as possible was a goal, and
I
I'm glad
will
to say we did find those kinds of things, and they're matching it very well. So it's helping our cinematics too.
There was even concepts we repurposed. Like we found a couple concepts that were amazing from 20 years ago. The Bloodhawk and the Bloodhawk Nest. And we
your reaction in your 2CP will be in Overwatch.
I mean, that's fascinating.
Okay,
I
will watch on stream.
Hours and hours, days.
I promise. Let me finish watching the Diablo stuff first. Hold on.
I'm still organizing it to this day. I still could find.
This is the last. This is the last thing at BlizzCon.
Stuff because I love it
the
so
very
much.
last.
I'm putting like categorizing everything. Like this is everything I found.
So I want to just watch the last of this
on the Greater Mummy Monster or Bale or something, and then. If Chris comes to me and needs help with like some kind of way of identifying what parts of the creatures are or something, I even go through links of like seeing if I could open up those models and actually re-rendering them out in a way that we could actually see it in higher detail and see like what. Like, oh, the Greater Mummy is showing like part of his bone on his knee, so we should try to match that or something like that. And there's
you fucking go. There wasn't a massive fucking
that we actually used to create the new art.
I'll have to see it when.
Yeah, it was
did
literally
you just record it with OBS though? Did you not record it with OBS?
How parts of D1 were made, parts of the code that were commented out. Totally
what is this? I don't even know what Wondershare is. What is Wondershare?
Because it's.
Well, I'll watch it here in a bit.
Kind of grew up in, and a lot of us got into the games industry because of these types of games.
I've never heard of Filmora before.
And so we
imagine it's some free program that's
why
it has the watermark.
Okay, it probably shouldn't run on leaded gas anymore, but you really can't change it, right? You just got to make it,
I see.
Good enough, even better, than they remember, and good for another.
It's really cool about Diablo 2 is that it's going to have PvP.
Like we look at Diablo 1 as well, because naturally this being a sequel to Diablo 1, especially within the time span of when it came, like Diablo 1, was 1996 and Diablo 2 2000. A lot of things carried over throughout development. So going back to see
maybe
Diablo
I can get rid of the watermark for you.
Us make decisions, even some of the arts too, because like we discovered certain things we didn't even realize before.
In game with Travis Diablo 2 PvP,
like
PvP seems like it would be really cool in this game.
Statues,
honestly,
Black Knights,
and you might hate me on this.
Chaos Knights
if I were to do it, I would probably play on my Switch.
Some of the things I find, even source files from Diablo 1, were useful for us for reference, so we can make the new statues and things like that.
Even the sorcerer and the Act 3 hireling shared very similar models. Like it was just an addition helmet or a little bit of detail on the chest, but that was really the difference.
You guys need to do a just like developer archaeology discussion at some point where you just sit down and talk through all of this, because this is like the most fascinating stuff I've heard. I mean, I've played so much Diablo 2 that I know so many intricacies of the game, but like when there's like more to be discovered, it's like, oh man, I'm like itching to know. So I would love to just listen.
The funny thing is, like, going back to our like core philosophies on the game, like, we wanted to keep discovery and the mystery and stuff. Because you keep discovering things all the time when you play Diablo 2, like all these little hidden rules and informations. It kind of carries that fascination over through development as well. Like we find a lot of things in the code, design documents, models, things like that were really fascinating to see like how they were made. And I learned something new every day on the projects.
One thing, shifting back to the online play here, I know there's definitely going to be questions around security. How are we handling duping? How are we handling bots? How are we handling, just anything around that, realm downs, and all of the disconnects and all of that good stuff that we deal with online? What's being taken, or what actions being taken there?
So moving over to modern BattleNet helps us with a lot of those types of things. To say it's Loctite, I wouldn't dare do that. That's like throwing a gauntlet down to the community to try to break it. But all of that should be far more secure now. Now, we do still allow you to play offline, right? You will need to authenticate that your copy is legit, but after that, you won't be bothered.
What does that mean? You have to authenticate?
There's a reason why we leave those characters quarantined away from online.
I mean, we have a server team working on it, and these are some of their efforts, right? We want to stop the bots, stop duping, as much as possible. There's a lot of strives happening in the back end of things.
So
duping is
I'm excited to
just
play this game, and I'm sure a lot of other people are very
you
excited.
didn't pirate it
How
and play
can we
offline.
sign up for this closed beta, and when will this game be coming out?
Oh, there's a beta
Actually,
you
we
can
will
sign
be
up
doing
for.
a technical alpha, and you can sign up on our webpage today for future waves of invites. As for the game itself, it will be releasing.
Where do I go for this sign
I
up?
just want to say thank you to the remastering team.
I feel like
absolutely
duplicating
am blown
items
away
with glitches
by
should be an easy
how much
fix for
effort
them, right?
And how much passion you guys are putting into this game, and
That should be an
into
easy
Diablo
fix,
2.
I would imagine.
I've loved Diablo 2 for 20 years, and I never thought that the game could get better, but I think you guys are respecting the integrity while
Where's the
upgrading
sign up
and
for,
adding and improving, and I think this is going to overall just better the game.
Battle.net.
So, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you having me
Oh,
on.
that's it. Oh, don't worry,
and for all
Kobe.
the
Here,
hard
I'll
work
watch
you've
it on stream here.
Awesome, thank you. I mean, your praise means the world to
I just
us.
want to
mean,
sign up
you're-
for the beta, though.
You
How do
and
I
people
sign up
like
for the
you who
beta?
keep the game going for 20 years. Like, that's, if you guys didn't do that, this might not be happening, right? We see the passion.
Oh, here it is.
In what
Is this
you
it?
do, in what
I think
your,
I found
your colleagues
it.
do.
Wait,
like,
here's the beta
so
sign
thank
up,
you
I
even
think.
more. And thanks for coming to do this. This was fun.
Submit. Tech Alpha Opt-in. Okay, I did it. I am opted in on Diablo. Let's do it. This looks cool, man. It looks really, really good for a remaster. Alright, I'm signed up for the Alpha Opt-in. Alright, well that's it. That's literally all BlizzCon. I don't think there's any more. I'm gonna watch Kobe's video here.
We're still exploring new game modes.
Oh my god!
And we're also reevaluating older game modes that people are more critical of.
Oh my god!
You know, we're
It's a
of the
great
mindset
watermark.
Maybe 2CP doesn't exist in Overwatch 2.
It's a great meme, Kobe. It's a great meme. Here's your thumbs up, sir. What is this? The fuck is this? The fuck is this? This shit off
Not
my
breaking the
screen.
screen.
Oh, here we go. Ooh, here we go. Hold on, wait. What are you saying? Hold on a second. I need to hear what this man is saying. This is
Diablo
important.
4 has been customization first, and the road takes us to a whole new level.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, we start with Metallica and end with K-pop. Very, very good decision.
On Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution.
Yeah, you always start as Metallica. Metallica is the opener to warm them up to the K-pop.
A true sequel to the first game.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned.
From epic performers of BlizzCon's past,
Matt Mercer.
Metallica, to our endlessly talented voice actors.
I swear to my queen.
Well, to quote my dear friend, nerf this. Oh, why is the shield not breaking, McCree?
To Blizzard founders.
I remember when there was a game out there that we liked, we always wanted to show that we could create something even better.
To the greatest
That's it.
StarCraft legends of all time.
This is
Yep, that's it. Well, everybody, this has been a very, very... I would rate this BlizzCon... if I were to rate this BlizzCon out of 10, it's really good. It's really good. Is it tomorrow, too? Oh, man, if I had to... Yeah, there is more tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Schedule, I suppose. If I had to rate this BlizzCon out of 10... 8.5? 8.5, I think. It was really good. Maybe a 9. Maybe even a 9. The only thing that set it back for me is that
there weren't any new heroes. I mean, there are new heroes, but it's very obvious that they're not releasing anything for Overwatch 1. It's all just going to be with Overwatch 2. So that's my biggest disappointment. So I would say it's an 8.5, maybe 9. So apparently there's more tomorrow. Yeah, we're done. It's 6:30. We were an hour behind. February 20th, we have Q&As. User-generated content. A Critical Role Diablo campaign? Oh my! Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. The Evolution of Thrall. Can I click on it? Oh, there's no Chris Metzen. Hearthstone Streamer Showdown. Cryptarian's in there. What is a community showcase? Art, probably. Cooking workshop. Might be kind of funny if I'm bored. It looks like the only thing I care about for tomorrow is Critical Role, probably. That's about the only thing, I think, right? Do we care about any of this? Do we care about the Q&As? In-game user, vital part of decades, users, map settings. Warcraft 3 custom games. Join us as we celebrate a showcase. Wait, so is this showcasing Warcraft 3 custom games? That's a little interesting, actually. That's a little interesting. I will probably look into that. Diablo Q&A, World of Warcraft Q&A. Is this just Shadowlands, or is there TBC Classic Q&A? Is this two different Q&As? I would rate this BlizzCon an 8.5, 9 out of 10. I'm pretty happy with all the stuff that they have out there. I wish there was more, but I'm very happy with the news that we have. All the news that we got was good. There was not a single thing in here that made me go, "Oh, I hate this." The only disappointing things that I had was no new heroes for Overwatch. We saw a little bit about Sojourn, but not even everything. And that's the only thing that's a little bit disappointing for me is we didn't have more. We didn't have any new heroes for Heroes of the Storm, which I think reinforces the idea that that game is dead. They don't care about it anymore. And the only thing that I am conflicted on, that I have strong feelings, strong conflicted feelings. I feel like I'm still on the fence about this, and that is the level 58 character boost for TBC Classic. I'm a little torn about this one because on one hand, I like the idea that I could have my friends play TBC with me because I'm sure that they might do it simply put because they were like, oh, well, I can level to 58, so I don't have to be left behind. I can kind of just play at the beginning with everybody. And on one hand, that's really cool, but on the other hand, I don't know. I feel like that might be abusable. I'm not really all for character boosts. You don't want to level out your classics TBC. Well, that's what's great about the pre-patch. First off, one thing that I don't think I mentioned about the pre-patch event is that they make it easier to level through vanilla content in TBC pre-patch. So it's even easier to level. So that's one reason why I don't think it'll be that bad, because the TBC leveling through level 1 through 60 is much quicker in TBC pre-patch. And I don't know if people remember just how quick it is, but it's much quicker. They said it was one. Okay, yeah. So one per person is a good thing. I also like that they give you a bunch of blues and a level 40 mount. I think that's really cool. I think the character boost is it has a lot of good things about it. And like I said, if my friends want to play TBC with me, now they have a really good route to do that. If they really don't feel like leveling, even though it's much easier to level in the pre-patch because they make it much easier. You get more experience and you don't need as much experience, so it's much quicker. You'll shave off a lot of time. I would say it's at least 50% quicker. But I'm still torn though, because I don't know the price. I guess if I knew how expensive it was, maybe I could hate it less or like it more. But I think it's okay. If knowing that it's limited is a good thing. Knowing that only one boost is a good thing. You think it's going to be really expensive? I think I like that. I think I like it being expensive, because then it really makes you go, maybe I should just level instead. It's not that hard, you know? I don't know. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I'm not really upset about it. I guess I just have worries, because I'm sure there's some sort of implication of the community being able to abuse this somehow in their favor. Like, maybe some gold farmer could use this to their advantage. I don't know. Like, I'm just worried about some negative impacts that this could have that I'm not thinking about right now. But, I mean, if it's limited to one character per person, then I think that maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it'll be okay. But either way, I think I am going to get my mage from 51 to 60. And I am going to learn how to do the ZG boost solo. I think that is something I will be doing the next couple of weeks. I think this BlizzCon was good. The Overwatch news had some really strong, good stuff there. Diablo news was fantastic. And Warcraft TBC news was all really good. I'm very glad that they're having a pre-patch so people who want to play Blood Elves can get to 58 before the gate opens. I'm also really glad that the content is being released out in phases. That's a very important thing, because on launch of TBC, Tempest Keep and SSC were at launch. So people, knowing how good they are at the game now, they could probably skip Karazhan, Magtheridon's Lair, Gruul's Lair. They skip all of that, and maybe even skip SSC to some degree, and just go straight to Kale for the tier 5 loot, and they skip all of tier 4 loot. But because we have the phases, how they announced it now, we aren't skipping tier 4 loot, which makes me very happy. So that's cool. And Seal of Blood change, I think ultimately is for the good of the game. It was very overpowered for the Horde, so I guess I'm happy that Seal of the Blood is both ways. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for TBC. I think that's great. I would rate this BlizzCon 8.5, maybe even 9 out of 10. It really comes down to how this character boost comes down. Dual Spec was in Wrath of the Lich King, I believe. I don't think Dual Spec was in TBC. I don't believe it was. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Dual Spec was Wrath of the Lich King, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was Wrath. But, to be fair, patch 3.1, so Wrath. Okay, so it was Wrath. To be fair, I don't know if you'll need dual spec too much. I mean, it depends on what you're playing as, right? I think it's definitely for healers and stuff like that. That like healers are gonna have the roughest time probably with dual spec. But every single thing about TBC though, like every class is viable. There's not a single like class in spec that is bad. Like Boomkins are good, Elemental Shaman's good, Beastmaster Hunter is good, Shadow Priest's good. You know, everything works. Ret Paladin's good. There's not a single thing that goes, oh, this is so bad. The only real change would be, in my opinion, the only real thing you would respec with would probably be for PvP. Like, oh, I want to do hardcore PvP, so I'm going to try and move my talents around for PvP. And then, like, you can be the same spec, but you can change it for PvP and PvE. You know what I mean? Like, Affliction is a good example of that. You can have PvP Affliction, and then there's PvE Affliction, right? Think Priest is the best PvP healer, so that's what I mean, Every healer is good. Resto Druid is really good too. Holy Paladin is really good. Even Resto Shaman is good because you get Bloodlust. Bloodlust is usable in TBC arenas, by the way, which is one reason why you would pick a Shaman, is because you can use Bloodlust in fucking arenas, which is incredible. But you also have Earth Shield, which is good. Bloodlust is in Shadowlands arenas? Is it really? I had no idea. I don't remember ever experiencing it. Is it like different somehow? Oh, it's a PvP talent. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, also, enhancement shamans are super good. Enhancement shamans get the talent tree where they increase like attack damage by like 10 or 15% for everybody, which is fucking cool. The debuff slot limit is gone, so you can basically put as many debuffs on as you want, which is also great if you're trying to do like Shadow Priest or Hunter, because before Shadow Priests and Hunters had a bad time with that. Shadow Priests are god tier because you can shadow play with me as Unstable Affliction in PvP. Not actually play like I did in Classic. But Shadow Priest, you can Shadow Priests are viable because you give mana to everybody in your party with Vampiric Touch, and you don't have to worry about debuff slots as Shadow Priest, so you can use everything that you want to use. Yeah, TBC is such a good expansion. I think it's probably one of my favorite expansions. It's so good. Everybody is viable. Arenas are out. You know, more options for PvE and PvP with the talents, new spells and abilities that are just classic. Unstable Affliction, Seed of Corruption, Bloodlust is added. You know, Crusader Strike. I'm a hop on my priest, seeing what it's like. Haven't been on it in years. I mean, get on him. I think what I'm going to do is probably look for a new guild for TBC, because if my old guild, my Naxxramas raiding guild, is not going to be moving into TBC, from what I understand. So I need to find a new guild, and I'll try to find a TBC guild for the server that we're on. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things I need to do, probably. I need to find a TBC guild, because I'm sure a lot of guilds right now are going to go through a phase where they're going to be like, am I going to go to Classic, or am I going to focus on TBC? So I need to find a guild for TBC. It shouldn't be too hard, because 10-man Karazhans are what we're starting off with for raids. 10-man raids is pretty good. Undead Priest still is the only one with Devouring Plague, which is also what you probably want for PvP and arenas too, especially. I think Undead Priest is still the best. I don't know what Blood Elf Priests get. Blood Elf Priests... I think they do make some of the racial priest abilities a little bit different in TBC, but I forget exactly what they do. Is your music loud on there with your ears? Priest is 49. That's a really good level. You honestly could look into ZG boosts, but I don't know. I feel like everybody's going to be leveling characters right now. I don't think it'll be difficult to level up at that level. It's 15 gold for a ZG. No, you don't have much gold. I have about 300 gold. That's all I have. I mean, actually, my mage is 51. We could do dungeons together, too. If you're 49 on your priest and my mage is 51, we could do some dungeons together. I know how to do the solo mage farm in Zul'Farrak at 51. You could come with me and do that, but I don't know how much experience that would give you. I do know that the Zul'Farrak experience farm is really good at until level 51, which is why my mage is only 51. And the ZG farm is the next one. But anyway, we'll find out. I think it'll be a lot of fun to do TBC together, and I think that it's a lot of people are gonna come back and play. So I expect TBC to be really good, a lot of fun. Getting Gladiator and TBC will be a lot of fun, as Unstable Affliction is super good. But anyways, I think I am going to stop my stream there. I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. Thought it was about 6. And I am going to go get some motherfucking food. Hit me up, Cody, with some stuff that you want to do on Classic before TBC, and I can help you get to 60 with my mage, with dungeons together. Or if you wanted to try a Zul'Farrak run, I could try to do a ZF run with you, and we can see how much experience you get from that as well. But ultimately, it might be better for me to try and just do I'll probably be better to just get level 60 together through dungeons. Probably. I'll look into it. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get some food. I will be on later. I'll hit you up in Discord, and I'm gonna look for a TBC guild, and maybe we can get you in it as well if it's a good TBC rating guild. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'll talk to you later, bro. That was a really good BlizzCon, though. I am really happy with that. Have a good one, dude.